Just tries to play his hand, coming through the CT smoke. Risks it all on that push. First kill comes through. Nissim was countering him all first half. This guy was his kryptonite, and that keeps up. Nissim.
It's the Molotov.
Oh, that the whole room spinning. They're freaking out. Oh God, they didn't clear Doom out, but Slender's quick on the trigger. Making this pistol round happen for GamerLegion is Slend. Here's the fast rotate out of Legacy. 2 players around CC, and Slend with all 5.
Demo now hears that rush coming out from main. Quick first one, lines him up, knocks him down. Triple kill made easy. Jacob and Jabby going tit for tat out on lane.
Oh, bomb gets dropped forward.
And you've got very little health here for Jabby to try to continue.
Oh! Managed just to cross over to Goose without going down. I don't know how, but he gets away with it. montage, okay! Stylish finish on that round from montage.
And with 15 seconds, there should be more than enough time for the post-plant to come to fruition. But he's not sure as to where the second player is, Nico. He's going to fully commit to killing NQZ. Has connected the shot, has the kit as well, and enough time. The bomb's planted, an awkward spot from Davideus.
Around the corner, right into a couple of SMGs, and the choices are not really working out. They're going to wrap around short instead, right for the smoke. Like I said, all you need is one more, and Dexter goes down. You can't believe it, but the MP9s are crushing Falcons.
Defense holds strong, confirming more presence out here. Queserado's actually the one that gets stuffed. Triple here from FaZe.
Oh. Are you serious? Come on, man. Watch this.
Or drop down maybe, but right now, Electronic. Ooh, nice smoke spam by Flamus. That's gonna open up Cello to go for the swing. Flamus gets a third! Oh. Okay.
In some sense. Oh, he just
quick
runs
scope
at him.
Double from Electronic. I mean, throws caution to the wind, but then they get caught themselves. Potentially Skulls' first 2 kills of the second half. On the side of the smoke as well, right? This is a do or die 1v3 from Skulls. And he'll close it.
Wow.
Carrigan, they knew exactly where he was. They've read it well. He's come running with the flash, finds that orb. Got to piece it together now. Child King back in the spawn. Carrigan needs the kill. He's going to get it. Spray down for Carrigan. FaZe trying to stop the defuse. FaZe have time to play around. More grenades. Elige coming in for a 3rd kill. Denied. The spray gets him off. And Rare Atom might just win this off of random spam. Goes back for another. Gets him again. Kaze on for the clutch on his own. Brokey shot through the smoke.
3D Max to accelerate in the final 40 seconds to try and get into the B-bomb side. Azure catches the first look in the wrong way. Tar is on the hold, and again, it's a triple kill.
It might be more than 0. Oh, it's so much more than 0. There we go, Jason.
Nice.
That's
there
insane.
It is. Gun.
That's insane.
He got away with it. He actually got away with it.
You can't stand there. Flashes are good, but so is Blitz. He's going to stand and deliver. Baits them out. Allows Mazzinho to close the guillotine. And he chops them to pieces. Although Blitz may go down for just the one frag, the follow-up was so on point from Mazzinho.
What's a wraparound Goose and what a route to run.
Dude, this is insane from Exercise. He just jumps up on the boxes. 3 different positions, 3 different kills. Wakadia 1v2 low HP, but Exercise rips apart 4.
Good morning, PGL Bucharest, Hugo. It's another day as we have to send some more teams home, some more teams into the playoffs. It's all happening. We've got some pretty sick games coming up today, and there's been some pretty sick games played already. In case you missed that little Frag movie off the top, there's been some pretty epic moments. My personal favorite from yesterday was 100% that crazy Kazi spray through the smoke. Yeah. What was it? 1v4? Yeah.
1v4 post-mark against FaZe.
He was so good. Yeah.
Against FaZe, Harry.
Let's take a look, though, at how this group stage has panned out. Right now, G2, 3D Max, first two teams to make it through into the playoffs, 3-0. It was a pretty good run for G2, right? Yeah, out of all there's been a lot of upsets at this event so far, and they were able to dodge that. I think rather impressively, 3D Max up there as well in the 3-0 position. Seems like 3D Max looking good. We had to say goodbye to some squads as well. Yeah. Like we had one of the teams that headed home, Pain, joining them.
Yeah, I think the G2 one is the coolest to me because they even took down Complexity, who are on a hot streak, and not only did they take them down, it was actually a really competitive game at the same time. So it's nice to see that. To me, I was worried when Cole went 2-0, they're like, oh, you know, are they really that good? We didn't see their games. Like, are they going to choke this? But actually, they took G2 all the way, and they pulled a huge Dust 2 back, albeit into a loss. This is down in the 1-2. These are the games we'll be covering here on the B stream for elimination and progression to the final day of play in the Swiss system. We got Astralis, Legacy, Rare Atom, Falcons, and FURIA, MongolZ. That one's bound to be a banger. We always talk about the MongolZ historically as being the bane of Brazil all the way back at IEM Rio. At the major, and yeah, for this one, well, we'll get it. I guess we'll get into Astralis Legacy in a second, but let's start with Rare Atom Falcons, as we'll be covering that as well. I think there's great upset potential there. Falcons are obviously.
Falcons could actually win.
Falcons look a shell of themselves. Yeah, good one. Yeah, they beat Pain yesterday. They've lost to everyone else. It's obviously a dead team. The rumors are in. The rumor mill's churning. Like butter. Kurisuke in. Honesty in. Tesses out. Dexter out.
The one idea that it could be Nico. Honestly, Kurisuke is pretty darn sick. Like it's interesting.
I could talk all day about that. Like that's interesting. You know, we'll see if it happens.
You know, I feel like for Tesses Dexter. Oh no, they're going, but also. Yeah, the Kurisuke thing, I think, like, people compare him to Donk, and I don't think he's Donk. That being said, I do think he's, like really, really good as a player. The question for me on that player, if he, say, accepts his roster, you know, if he joins this roster, which I think he mainly joined because of Monacy as well, because he got offered this before, people said. I think the question for me on him joining is, like, well, can he adapt to what it takes to be a player socially and traveling to events and all these other outside things? But let's focus in on our game because we have Astralis taking on Legacy. Look, you never want to talk about the Astralis Legacy, all right?
Okay.
We try to avoid it as much as we can. So let's just focus on what we have in the server here and how they've been looking at this event. Hugo, how have you found Astralis?
Well, they got 4 stars on their jersey, Harry, but they've missed 5 majors in a row. They're finally trying to make themselves 2-1, and they actually have the opportunity to do it again at the MRQ this year. But that being said, we've seen Astralis and RMRs on land, and they failed those. So MRQ online is a little bit scary for this team, and so have the results been at this event. They come through day 1. They beat FaZe 2-1. We go, wow, Astralis, they're back. FaZe, they're not. That's insane. But then they go through, and they fall to 3D Max. Okay, sure, 3D Max, solid team right now. 3-0, have a really good T-side as well. And then they fall to Apogee, which is crazy to me. But I put Legacy in a maybe not as good, but a similar boat to Legacy, to Apogee, in that they're a team that people are underrating. They're a team of young players. They're a team that have a lot to prove and are not going to squander this opportunity. And so I think maybe Astralis underrated Apogee, and maybe they pay the price for that. Obviously, we didn't see the game as we were covering another one, but I don't want them to do the same again today because we saw Legacy hit hard, man, against GamerLegion. They had some sick rounds.
Yeah, I actually think Legacy have been playing some good CS at this tournament, right? And I think the individuals have been there as well to kind of back it up. Sadzin has looked real good. Had some, I say real good. It's like he won't kind of step up and dominate a game, but he's just looked really solid, and the output's been consistent. And I think that's important. Like if you talk about kind of consistent output AWPers, Device was very much one of those throughout his career, right? Like, and so yeah, I think Sadson's been living up to the mark, and then Lato and Dumao have both kind of been trading these good games, these big series. So I don't know. I don't think this is going to be. So I think Astralis are coming into this as favorites on paper, but like, I don't think this is a very clear-cut game where you can say, "Oh, they're gonna beat up on Legacy." I do not think that's going to happen at all. I think very much so Legacy could upset in this series.
At this level, it's hard to say that Astralis have proven that they can beat up on really anyone. Like, you know, of all the teams that are making it to this kind of event, I think against everyone you have to earn your wins. Even like some of those lesser names like Rare Atom have proven to be a threatening team. They threatened FaZe yesterday with a close game. They took down VP. Legacy removed Liquid from the equation day one, and they took a map off GamerLegion plus a close series. So yeah, Legacy have proven themselves not to be underestimated. Astralis have to prove that they are the better team today. And we've got the map vetoes as well. We've got Legacy on the Dust pick, Astralis go Ancient, and we're going to end on Nuke CT side picks for the opponent every single time.
Yeah, I think also, like, for Legacy in their run, the 2 games they've lost were both far closer, right? Like, GamerLegion went the distance, and Legacy were but a round away from winning that. Even versus Aurora, it was like a 13-11 and a 13-9 off the top of my head. So, like, 2 very, very close maps there that they end up falling down on. For Astralis, the Apogee game was... the scoreline's still kind of close, but
it was ugly.
Yeah, it was a really ugly game from Astralis, one that they should have been winning, and I'm gonna get the exact numbers, bro. It was 16-9, 16-8. So like those are in 13, my mind, like yeah, I keep saying 16.
Keep saying 16,
bro. Why am I doing
that?
Going
back to CS:GO.
Yeah,
man.
I'm stuck in the CS:GO tunnel.
Yeah.
I made a tier list recently. I put CS:GO at S tier, and I put CS2 at A.
I actually like that. Where did you put Source?
I didn't put it on there. I barely played.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just 2 games, really.
2 game tier list.
I mean, CS:GO the GOAT, but CS2, we're hoping it will get there, Harry. We're hoping it will get there. I think this game feels good right now. Obviously, there's a lot of issues that people can talk about, especially cheating issues, but I think this game feels a lot better than it did 6 months ago. So that's...
Well, we have to talk about the cheating issue today, though, Hugo.
Which one? He's not on Astralis anymore. They've got a new coach.
It's good. It's
anyway.
Good bit. Out towards long for Legacy. They have all this control, and they're playing fast in the pistol. They are already running on up. Flash through for Astralis, but Anti were Legacy able to trade this one out favorably. They get into a 3-on-2 on this pistol. They managed to get across with Dumao. Chance to assemble the boost for Astralis. It feels like their best play to try and snipe one from the ranks of Legacy and tee themselves up for a 2v2.
Smoke fades.
Nothing's given. Smoke now faded and the boost spotted. Legacy have all the info and every reason to win this pistol. Great stuff from Lato. That's a promising sign if he's going to be hitting shots like that.
Yeah, they rush, but then they don't rush in the 3v2. It's nice to see Legacy wait for that smoke to go down. I don't think they were anticipating the boost, but Astralis can't stay on top of it with the smoke dissipated because they're so open. So, you know, in terms of what Astralis do there, they make the right move. Flashing through the smoke is their best bet, but Legacy have anti-flash players. They hit their shots. Great double up for Lato at the end of the round. And yeah, feeling clean after that one. Legacy with a pistol. Is it going to be a long abuse game, Harry? That's the question. Oh, I don't think that was where he meant the smoke to go. Didn't look like that was the lineup he was throwing. But there it is. Yeah, free smoke in on the fly. Oh, great block for Stare. I don't know if that's purpose. I think he was trying to get the jump peak to get info, but he actually blocked the smoke on that timing. Meanwhile, this is all a fake out. Issue with this fake is they've actually failed the util. So Astralis don't believe it. They rotate Cadian into B plat. I mean, Cadian still is in a 1v4 with a scout. He's going to have to go big mode. Let's see the spacing on this clear. We saw FaZe really screw this up yesterday, but it looks a little better. Still Lux faking A. Now Astralis kill him. They realize they're all rotating. Cadian hits his shot.
All right, that's a keen trade back for Lato. These rotates have now arrived.
Oh god, the util.
Fast wrap in through the tunnels as well, and no one's keeping an eye on this still. Device misses the opportunity, fires off. Satin reclaims one, but now they strike out through the tunnels. It's a lot of damage done from Device, left onto Yabi, closing the gap, backs turned, plays the trigger discipline, but he can't pick up the killing blow.
A single bullet, that's what it would have taken. A single bullet on that last player, and he's running, he's spraying, but nothing connects. Run and gun lets him down for once. And somehow, I mean, Legacy, no business winning that round with how quick Astralis rotated. That was a 3-on-5 for Legacy. Gotta say, the fake was pretty appalling. And they were really slow to hit B.
Yeah. No, that was like a bit of a weird looking round from them.
Yeah.
Especially when I think they actually do have some cool gimmicks and usually react very, very quickly. I feel like that was a bit of a rough looking round.
As a concept, that round is really, really nice. Yeah. But the execution wasn't as good as it could have been. They're going to call a pause. I like that. Legacy, a criticism yesterday from me was that they didn't really use their pauses, especially when they were losing momentum. They're going to do it early just to make sure they can all calm down. They just want to clutch. Everyone's screaming. Catch your breath. Make sure you got a new plan. Figure out this round. It's an eco for Astralis. Legacy just want to keep it clean, make that money. Double Mac 10. For A1B. Legacy are very patient. But with this setup, Astralis won't be giving them anything. Got to go out and find it.
Yeah, they've waited around a lot early on, hoping that in this kind of lull in the action, right, they'd get some sort of move out of Astralis. Doesn't happen, but Dumao was able to push up here over on short and claim that 5-on-4. Might already be enough. He tries dropping down into the spawn, and that gives Stare and Device a nice, easy time of tagging him up. They'll finish the job.
I think they've realized how many players are here. Still want to go in.
I mean, with Lux in CT...
TikTok.
I know they have like 2 layers of pressure in towards this A site, and it's really only this Deagle that's much of a threat. Device dies on the ramp, but Stound's been pushed all the way back over at long. Plant will come in with seconds left on it, and Legacy keep that round safe after all.
Decent eco, to be honest. Astralis 2 kills. Stound trying to squeeze one more out by playing this very late, but Legacy, they only lose the Mac 10s. Oh, it's a good fight for Stound, all things considered, but it's going to go back to long. I mean, Legacy don't need to go any further here. There's nothing to kill. It's only a Deagle, no armor. They know that.
Respect for the old school Deagle skin here as well.
Hypnotic, that was my first Eagle skin. Yeah, I had the Pit Viper and the Hypnotic. Running around on CS_bank. Was it bank? I feel like it was bank. Hostage map.
I like a lot. I think a lot of the old Deags are slept on. Some of the other old ones,
Blaze
like Blaze
old,
Classic, that's
obviously.
old. Cobalt Disruption, fairly old,
Pretty
and
good,
I also
yeah.
think is a banger.
Pretty good. What else?
I always like Golden Koi, but because it was the
yeah.
second in the case with the Fire Serpent, it was like there's no value on that Deagle. Fire Serpent was like
it's the same tier.
Yeah.
I have one factory new, and it's quite expensive if I recall. Pretty valuable. Oh, no Fire Serpent. Lux on this new meta view model. Some hate it. I do think we need a setting to get rid of it on POV. That would be nice. I don't always want to see it. It's ugly. Just feels wrong.
A lot of folks are trying it in CS2.
Yeah. Anything to trick your brain into thinking you're better.
I don't know why like it's become such a focal point now. I think people started doing it because they noticed it would make it look different on the
broadcast,
on the stream.
No. I think there is a...
Well, yeah, but like, you know,
there's
the
angle.
idea that like there's less of your screen covered and stuff,
Yes,
right?
that's the angle.
But it's like that was the case even in Go and no one played with a weird view model, so...
I think the difference is people all had those binds where you could switch side that your weapon's on, but now it puts your weapon down when you do it. So no one, you'll notice no one does that anymore. No one does that. No one switches side. They're pointless. Anyway, long pick. Legacy, 20 seconds on this hit. They've got to get this kill on device. It's device or nothing. Oh, beautiful.
Dead instantly.
That's it. That should be the round.
3 on short. Lux ready to
Okay.
put a stop to that. The one kill comes out from Cadian, but the bomb's going to make it in regardless. No way to stop that if you're Astralis. Legacy feeling fine, playing to the extremities of the clock here.
Surprised they run away, not because I think the retake is winnable, but they were in position and the bomb wasn't down those 10 seconds. Like if I'm Astralis, I'm swinging there to see if I can stop that bomb. And you know what? The bomb took a fight. The bomb went wide to make sure he wasn't being peeked. So if you're Astralis and you peek there and you get the kill, you win the round. That feels like a missed opportunity, but they'd rather save. They'd rather hold their guns till the next. Legacy right now controlling this game really nicely. Some late hits, but they're getting them over the line.
I think it's interesting just how different the pacing is here in this Astralis game when you compare it to what they were kind of doing yesterday versus GamerLegion. There were a fair few faster rounds thrown in there for Legacy. Some of these kind of gimmick calls or insta calls out of the spawn where they would just exec in your sight. And sure, like, you know, it's not so they weren't occasionally throwing in these slower tempo defaulty rounds, but this feels notably different in the opener versus Astralis. Yes, they feel like this is the best way to undo the Astralis squad, and I mean, thus far it's working out brilliantly for them.
I like that. Bringing the heat to this game without a doubt, and you save 2 guns, Astralis, but are you going to buy? I wouldn't. Half buy is good. Get some MP9s, maybe drop 1 rifle if you want to be cheeky. But ultimately, you need that AWP. You need the full utility, especially with how slow these rounds have been played by Legacy. So pause for Astralis at a good time. Hopefully the half buy, it looks like it. And then they'll come back in. So how do we get these rifles activated? Cadian and Stown, all mates, need to get involved. Matto 7-0 meanwhile. Definitely feels like the best player on this Legacy team.
Imagine that though. You've just taken a pause, chance to talk this over. You're feeling confident about the round, and then Cadian legged on the cross.
And Yabi's like, yes! Thanks for the M4, buddy.
It's worked out for Yabi, sure. But now you have a 5-7 holding mid.
No, that's, yeah. It's not ideal.
So Cadian's really only here to play for info at best, but at worst, you know, he's 1 shot away from being that opening kill, and he's not even needed, man. Short's been given up. That's kind of actually as a symptom of Cadian being so low, he can't spot mid, so they get all the way down. Stown's unaware about the timing as a result. Gets caught crossing back at the crossroads, and yeah, the round's over.
And typically you would expect more util on that peak for Legacy, right? Like that's why Stown's just running in. He's not strafing to fight necessarily. He's strafing to cross because Legacy haven't thrown any nades, haven't done the short smokes. They haven't, oh, you heard that. Haven't done a molly.
Bro, if 7 more flashes land like that on Cadian, he's dead.
They should have this kill. And so Stown's trying to cross, and Legacy are already out. That's completely caught off guard, Astralis. He's checking this. Nissan, bro. That's aware. Sees the second, Stare hits the tag, and that's it. But getting this gun is going to be a whole different problem. They know where both these players are. It's more protecting the gun than anything. They don't know what Cadian has, but They know stairs on Deagle. They're going to go looking in that B-bomb site. Humble initially free. And they protect the AK. Legacy, they're playing bloody well, Harry. Playing together. Making some good moves. Leaving the rounds quite late. Still winning them. This is the full buy for Astralis. This is what they called the pause out for in the previous. Have they got a grip on what Legacy are doing right now? It's very heavy A attacks. Orp is out for Device. In middle. He got boosted over the smoke. But Legacy throw mid-door smoke, which negates that. Out long. Oh.
Yeah, but I mean, that's kind of awkward. Like, Stair hung around to lob in some extra util and spam a bit, and when you do that, like, you do give up your timing, right? Like, the timing there is sort of, as you see them get out the long doors, if they run at you, you got to get back. There's been a bunch of this for Astralis.
Yeah, how did he not?
Where they don't really even know where Legacy players are.
I mean, that's a bit more unforgivable,
Yeah.
though. Like, why is Device not
100%.
ready for them to have crossed? Does he feel like he has the gap? They've already made it. This nade, Lato spray. What? 2 headshots on a spray.
And he's on for the ace. 11-0 to start this this opening map. Lato.
Go on, drop spawn.
Dude, the thing that's really sick about this was, like, Lato had actually, in the first few games of the tournament,
Oh, he's going for it.
Dumao was the one having to do a lot of the heavy lifting.
He's got it.
And Lato, with all 5, it was yesterday where he really came into his own and started giving us some big games, and Lato's now keeping up appearances. An ace in round 5, 12-0, by the way.
I love that he dropped spawn there. That's such a middle finger. Device doesn't realize they've crossed. This is crazy. He doesn't even see him. Headshot angle, sprays them both.
Astralis are cooked though, bro.
Yeah, this is
Like, coming in, I was so ready for Astralis to lose this game. I think Legacy have actually looked really good. I think they've been playing some good, like, heads-up Counter-Strike, knowing when to kind of pace change and go from these slower rounds into the more explosive type of play. I think their individuals have been going from strength to strength across the tournament. You could say that maybe with everyone with the exception of, like, a Dumao, but even when he's not having his, like, game-breaking performances, he's still consistent. He still, like, brings a lot to the table, even when he's just having an all-right game. Now aggressive over on short. It's a pretty heavy B lean for Astralis. 4 players here.
This will end B by the looks of it for Legacy. They're not even taking cats, right? They're just holding for aggression. They're going to go out mid to B. So this might be a chance for Astralis to get on the board with 4 rifles and a pistol. Bit of an interesting buy. Device still saving. But with a gamble, it lets them save if Legacy go away. So this is a risk worth taking. If Astralis lose this round, I'm out of words. Oh.
Okay, that's a great clear on Cadian. Stairs now being cleared on the window. They learn about Yabi and Stown. They know that there's 4 players here, but Device cut down in middle. 30 seconds left, and everything comes up for Legacy.
How do you win that?
They walk in to a full stack. First 2 kills come for free. There's 2 trades back the other way, and then they instantly clean up the round.
Also, like, maybe I'm out of time. What's that angle from Cadian with an M4? What's that angle? What's this? What's this with an M4? I've never seen anyone play that. Trying to catch him off guard close tunnels.
It feels like you're,
they saw him from mid as well. I don't know. But
it feels like you're chancing a 50-50 that they check the other side first, but that's insane to think of. I feel like first player in is like trying to kind of edge over the smoke, check the boost, see if they can spot anything window.
It's just a super static round for Astralis where 4 players are standing still. Like, 4 players are completely still. This round, because Device saved, he buys an orb, Peaks Cat dies, everyone else is on pistols. Sure, they've salvaged the orb, but even this, like, these economy decisions for Astralis are curious. I think this would have been fine if Legacy went A last round. They would have saved 4 guns, they would have bought nades this round. Like, that was the idea. They kind of didn't expect to get pushed in B and lose everyone. So they were planning for failure, but failure came harder than expected. Oh, this is a double scope. Yeah, it's a hard shot. Good cover, off on the car. Last, oh my god! Okay, it wasn't him. It was Nissim to get that kill. I thought he sprayed him. This is just brutal.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's sick for Legacy.
Yeah.
Like, I'm happy that they're getting their flowers in this series. And every time we watch Astralis, they find new ways, new innovative ways to disappoint, which is cool.
Head of the game, in a way.
Loser of this, the time at Bucharest is done.
Oh. Yeah, that's crazy as well. Elimination, and you're 8-0 down right now. Does Astralis have anything in the tank here on the CT side? Another timeout.
Dude, we were talking coming into this year when we were at Blast Bounty. I'm sure you remember, and we were talking a bit about, you know, because the major kind of just happened. We were heading into the first event of the year, and we were talking about Astralis, and I said I'm so concerned that like the thing with Device having missed Shanghai and the chance to go there, and then him coming back into the squad. I was so nervous that like all that meant was we get another 6 months of disappointing Astralis. And sure, I think there's actually been some like nicer moments in this year so far for Astralis. Like Cluj was good.
Oh,
But it's just how often they seem to revert back to this.
You can't do
Like, you know, you're Astralis, bro. You can't just have like one kind of good event per year.
Yeah.
You guys used to win every event to the point where it was boring.
It's not Astralis anymore, though,
And
is it?
I know, but like, come on, that's still the org you're representing. Don't go the way of like Fnatic, even though you kind of already have.
I mean, yeah, we've missed 5 majors in a row, Harry. I don't think
They've been like that for a while, yeah.
this isn't new. I think it's just like with every roster they've come through, it's like surprising how much kind of worse they're getting at times. Like this roster should be good.
Come on, just don't get 13-0. That's now
you said it. Well, then now
that's
they're gonna win the
that's the new benchmark. I don't know.
said it.
Lato still hasn't died in this game, just so
my
we're clear.
God,
He's
15-0.
15-0.
Well, you said 13-0, so the Astralis are congratulations. They won this round. I'm counter jinxing. They're out the smoke. This is good. 2 kills. Why have you done this, Harry?
Yeah, look, man.
It's not fair.
I said the goal is don't get 13-0'd, and to that end, Astralis, they can be happy.
They've won, in a way.
They've won the mini game within the game.
I'm sad that you said it, because I think it would have happened if you didn't say it.
That's not actually how it works.
No, but there is a weird link, isn't
I
there?
said, Astralis, the goal is don't.
No, but as soon as you
didn't say
acknowledge,
they're getting 13-0.
No, that's not, you know that's not how it works. As soon as you acknowledge it, that's what happens. It's fine. They got around. Congrats. It was about time. Lato died. He was 15-0, guys. Probably for the best. It's just that this team can look very static at times, and CS2 ain't about being static. It's about moving, Harry. It's about re-peeking. It's about AD.
What's even matter when you think about like some of the components within Astralis and the fact you have the old school wolf pack, you know, cooling that the Cadian and the heroic squad used to love doing.
But you don't feel like they play like that anymore. I want to see if we get it on Ancient, because that was the heroic classic. That was the Cadian, Stout on the B-side mid-round ramp pushes. That was the one of, if not the best map for heroic at that time. And when I watch this CT side, I always feel like Astralis are very static. Legacy with a great game. Can they make it even sweeter? Oh. It's an insane bit of trigonometry.
New smoke tutorial from Lux. I love how he looked at it and just watched it like, oh.
Dude, it just clipped the corner and came all the way back, returned to sender.
I bet he's really good at the bottle flip challenge there.
Lands on its head. All right, meant to be smoke with the
corridor smokes, yeah, it's good, right? Cuts
yeah.
off the info for both sides. Now, Stan did just need that open, so he's caught the info ahead of time that no one was actually out in middle, meaning he will find himself over here at A to lend a helping hand. However, Device tagged up, forced off the line. Stan in hot water. They know they've got him in CT, and look at Dumao, just charges at him, no respect.
They know how good that round was. Lux is walking with the bomb out, Crouch looking at the ground to dodge Device. They're not even scared of guy in sight, guy on Goose or Ramp. They know Stown as that rotator is down in CT. He bought it. Astralis going to try and get back in with a quick retake. They hit a couple of shots. Device from the long side, but it's on Cadian down in spawn. The rifle has to get up close. It has to get involved. Fires off now with the AWP, and Cadian gives it up. Legacy allowed 9. But they knew that they'd won that round, it felt like. They knew exactly where Astralis was sitting. So just some great executes for Legacy in this game. Can't deny that. And Device looking a little off there, right? He gets flashed off Cat. What does he do? He walk re-peeks the same angle. They're already out wide, bro. That's why they're throwing the flashes. They're already on the corner. And like he almost had to back up and take a new line because they crossed in. And so he gets put very low. Lucky to be alive. Gets out with the AWP. What a beautiful T-side for Legacy. 9-1. One thing that I... Oh, wait, hold that thought.
Oh, that's a wild trade for Nissim to get. He has to run into someone already spamming. But he will secure it. Tucked in over towards the car is Cadian. Oh, he's burning. He's dead. There was no smoke to help him. Device going to come back around on that AWP, has a flash to try and tee up Stair for a peek. But he knows the AWP is long, so the prospect of going too far out here is a scary one for Stair. Likely just going to be hiding out till Device kind of takes contact on this cross, who's watching from over at Gandalf. It's this double setup that Astralis are hoping can change their fortunes in this 3v4. Smoke now down means Device is off the line, off the angle. Still Stair hangs out at the single box. Nades pulled on the players moving up through ramp, and so Stair swings out for a quick double. Doomau with an important trade, still has to get past the Device AWP. Playing around the short smoke, Device has the line, Device has the angle. Has to be a safe pair of hands, but Nissim over the top on this AWP finds himself the hat trick. Needs one more, very little time left. No util on Yabi, so he won't have to be able to stop this plant. He has to push up and win this fight when Nissim gets off that bomb, baits the shot out. One bullet from either party would end this, but Yabi just can't get his number. Yabi just can't hit this. Been given many chances, finally gets it.
He's trolling, man. He throws his AWP. Throws his AWP at him. Can't do that. Not simple. Okay, Yabi does it, albeit painfully. But he does do it. So Astralis have something. One more round available on the half. You know what I think?
Yeah, there's a lot of like groaning in the rounds that Astralis wins.
Yeah.
Like a Simpsons animation. It's just, you know, it's rough out here, man.
Oh, that's groaning. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It was kind of bad.
Yeah. It's thinking like Homer or something. Dude, what a peak from Nissim. Catching Device there is crazy. Great cover.
But the thing I really like about watching Nissim's play is, to me, he's kind of like a sentry turret, like, more so in purpose than like how he plays. I feel like he's just really, really good at like countering aggro moves. PR found that out yesterday. I feel like Astralis are learning that lesson as well. He was low on health that entire round, gets a key trade out long, and then goes on to shut down 2 more players with quick trade kills on his teammate. In the rounds where he's left kind of lurking over towards the tunnels, I think he's done a fantastic job. You actually saw how when Doomau was left there, he just kind of gave up the space. I feel like Nissim, very, very good at hanging around, locking down key areas of the map and just not giving them over.
Dude, Cadian needs a smoke for Device, and Sadzin still kills him. What a pick for Sadzin in this round. Last round of the half, they've taken down Device. don't have to commit. A great call off. Legacy all on the same page. That's just a mid-round move. They realize Astralis have numbers on A. They drop fast mid to B. Only one player in the site.
Yabi holding the line. Cadian crossing smokes as Yabi falls. He's gone right by them. And so shot in the back. Dumao gives him a little tease. Cadian turns, but it's too late. And now the remaining two for Astralis limping in through the spawn. Time to go to the glue factory.
You know what's awesome, though? I think what's awesome is that even though, I'm just moving past this round, even though we have this new system, the Valve ranking, the Valve regional standings, all this stuff, that we still have these qualifiers, and there's only a few events that are really doing true natural qualifiers, and I think the PGL qualifiers have looked really cool. I've been paying a lot of attention to them, especially, you know, the European ones with a lot of teams, you know, four groups of bracket play into a playoff for one spot, like so many teams playing, and Legacy are a great example of why those open qualifiers, and this is open, fully open, anyone can sign up. Legacy are a great example of why these open qualifiers PGL doing are so important. This team came from an open qualifier in South America, and now they're here and they're beating up on Astralis. They've already got a win over Liquid in their pocket. Like, this is a super legit run for Legacy, no matter what happens in this tournament for them already, and that's come from an open qualifier, having to grind their way through. And yeah, we've got that in every PGL event this year. So we get a lot of chances for teams across every region, by the way, to gain a spot in the Tier 1 tournament that they wouldn't usually be at, because Legacy don't have those points. They don't have enough points to just get an invite like Astralis would, and they have to earn their way here. And now that they've done that, they show us how worth it is. Same for Apogee, man. They came through the open qualifier, and now look at them. They are within a game from the playoffs. So I think it's really cool. I'm glad PGL are doing these open qualifiers. And this event specifically, with all the upsets, has really shown why that is worth it and why we need teams to be able to earn spots at Tier 1 events. $10-2 for Legacy. Oh. 11-2 for Legacy.
Yeah. Well, you know, at least it was fast, right? Like, that's what you tell yourself if you're Astralis. You're like, well, yeah. At least, you know, it was real quick.
Go next.
Dude, I don't know. Like, where's anyone to bring the hope? You know, like who?
True, there isn't like
there's
one
literally
hero in this
no
game.
one.
Yeah, it's not Device. Certainly.
Device has looked lost. He's like wandering. He's like a confused old man wandering around the map. It doesn't know what's happening. Doesn't know who the enemies are. And then,
it's brutal.
and then, oh, bro, I don't know, man.
It's hard.
There's no one stepping up. Device 4-11. Stare has been fine. Yavi's been okay.
But no one's won a round for us. Not one player has won a round.
Stound's cursed. It's like, for years now, everyone's like, please, we just want you to play the same in arenas as you do in groups. And then Stound goes, yeah, sure. And so now he plays the groups like he did in the playoffs, which is horribly. And it's like, oh, yay, aren't we happy with this?
That's cursed. That's a monkey paw right there.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, don't say that.
Come on. Come on, boys. Astralis, come on, do something.
Yeah,
it's like that meme, just poking them with a stick. Do something.
Because I can't deny, I want these players to play like they used to, or play like they can. Like, dude, when Stound was really good, man, he was one of the best riflers in CSGO. At such a young age as well, so you know he's still got a lot of time in him playing professionally, but he doesn't play at that level consistently anymore. Strike's got a plant. Maybe they can win the round. D comes out for Stound. Gonna need a lot more than that, though, as Legacy are swarming the site. Some low health players. This is still on the... Oh, okay. Yeah, they're sticking. Safe plant. It's over. 10-second stick. Oh, wait!
Oh,
nice kills!
Big
Stair did it. That's sick.
Justice for Stair.
I can't believe they didn't cover him. 2v4 for Astralis. Bad cover. Stair gets through the smoke. Thought it was over. Little did I know, it's just beginning. More awkward that they didn't have a kit than anything. If they had a kit, would have been fine. Is there hope? Device with a tag.
All right, that's nice. Stair with a little bit more mileage. I think Stair probably is the most consistent player on Astralis, like without a doubt.
Yeah. But his peaks aren't high enough.
No,
to carry
and
this team.
that's the problem, right? Like the guy that is the most consistent for you is also someone who, like, on kind of his best days, just feels like a good to like very good player.
He's not like he's not the problem.
Like, yeah,
right?
yeah.
If Astralis,
He also isn't going to drop like 36 and haul you over the line in a win. He might get like 20.
But the thing that's crazy about that is before he was in Astralis, when he was in Sprout, when he was in some of those other teams coming up, like he was meant to be the prodigy Danish player, 17, 18 years old, was dropping 30 kills in star roles, winning matches solo, in CSGO, of course, but he was that player. Oh God, 3-on-5. This should be fine on the mid to B, but they are going into the stack. So obviously Stair's not in those roles anymore, but I still think he has a very bright future ahead of him. This can't get weird, right? Right? Oh, wrong. If he killed Stair, maybe, but Satin overwhelmed at the back of the site, and Astralis will find 4. But like Stair was meant to be a prodigy player, like a young prodigy player, and he's become more of a role player, which is fine. But it would be more fine if they were winning. Astralis, it's a long road back. Oh. Ism hears them all leave. But luckily, Legacy are stacked on the wrong site. So Astralis will get that mid to be off. Go on, you look like you have something you want to say.
No, it's all good.
You look curious.
No, you just said something that like triggered my...
Oh, did I say a word wrong?
No. You just mentioned how like Stair was meant to be the next Danish prodigy, and then I thought like, that's a phrase you hear a lot, I swear, about like different players who have been in and out of Astralis over the years, or alternatively, you know, the likes of even like Astound. He was supposed to be the next big guy too.
But he at least had a pretty high peak at his best, right? Like, he was...
Well, yes and no. I would argue
sure.
It's like his peaks were great and you saw them, but also you were like waiting for them to stabilize out in high pressure moments, and they never did.
I'm more just in that comparison.
Yeah.
It's like Stair's peak was, you know, before Astralis was online CS, playing really well, on everyone's radar. Stound's peak was major playoffs.
Yeah, no, it's fair.
Winning full finals. Like, sure, there's plenty of criticism you can levy against him, but you also can't deny what he has accomplished, so... Oh, dude,
Nissim the Sentry, bro.
Yeah,
Told you,
true,
he just
true.
locks down an area.
Yeah.
He will not let up.
Will Astralis let up, or can they complete this comeback? Can they make an 11-1? Interesting. Wait, was it 11-1 or was it 10-2? Sorry, 10-2. With a pistol, 11-2. That's on the fours. Cadian 4 and 15. These are just numbers. You can make of them what you will.
Well, it's a slow first rifle round out of Astralis.
Oh, lurk smoke out long, but they have a boost on long, so it doesn't actually matter.
It's curious, they're still keeping 2 players over there at the long doors after seeing that there's no one behind the lurk smoke, but still, I think, you know, you're going to be able to take pace out of this round in other ways. Flashing the mid-smoke was hopeful. You know, it was kind of like an info flash. You're kind of hoping you get a reaction there from anyone out in mid. And Astralis made the right decision and not fire off. As Lux swings this, might not have anticipated quite so many players downrange. And that's the job done for Astralis. This comeback starting to build.
That's a nice shot for Cadian. Got peeked into from the balcony. Nailed the headshot. Stare and down, follow up. Device trying to get some exits here, it seems like. Get rid of these guns. Legacy Gold is survive right now, and Astralis don't want to let that happen for free. Cadian has a molly, but he's covering the bomb, so.
Device finally with the good read, with the good position.
It's a crazy hunt. He went from tunnels to T-spawn to long.
Okay, look, man.
Yeah.
If they can figure out how to get Device back on, maybe Astralis are cooking. Maybe they are.
It's Dust 2
It's still a ways away, but
you need more than just your AWP. You need a rifling entry.
Well, no, but that's the thing. Like, there's 3 players right now with the rifles who are starting to come into their own. I think Cadian gonna feel like a bit of a lost cause here, but that's fine, right? Especially if Device gets online. The other 3 are looking good. Maybe Astralis can cook.
Okay, I'm here for it.
Because, like, that first half was diabolical.
Yeah.
But you ultimately win the game in the second half. So let's see.
True, good point. I do, this is why I don't like MR12. I think the comebacks are so easy. Like, you don't actually need that many gun rounds. You know, that's the difference. It's like, with MR15, if you win a comeback from, you know, 13-2, my God, did you have to earn that? Like 12-3, that's not, you really have to earn that. MR12 money, like economy, and you're 11-2 down, you win the force, and now we're talking about this like, oh, it could be an interesting game. It's way too easy, I think. Back in my day, Harry, you had to earn a comeback. Obviously, still do here, but they come so quick. Couple of gun rounds.
I like it, man.
Really?
I think so.
They're a good side to MR12, but do you like that part of it?
You know, you just
like how winnable a 10-2
you just get punished more for mistakes. You know, like you know, CS is a lot more demanding now than it used to be. Teams like default way less as a result as well. Like, you kind of always need to have an idea. You can't just play those rounds where it's like reaction baiting. And I like that we've cut down on that. Like, it's a test of, and sure, like, I'm not saying you don't default. Very much still do, but you get what I'm saying. Like, everything's more pointed. You need to have ideas behind rounds. A lot of old CSGO, you know, when you go watch it, like, so many of the rounds were just kind of defaulting, waiting to see what your opponent's doing, if they're doing anything, if you catch anyone, and then making your play.
Can I build on that, though? Because you're right when you say you don't, like, let's just talk over this round. It should be fine.
Well, hang on. This, you know, this could be Legacy getting onto that point if they win this with the hero gun, and it's looking pretty good. Lato with the deagle down in pit now complicates matters even further. Astralis trying to come out through short, but they are going into a 4-man stack here. This isn't plain sailing. Dumao on the jump up's been cleared. That's a good check from Device. Stair needs this double kill. Struggles to reel them in. Sats in with the delay. Device left up in this clutch. One more man from long, and Device can't do it.
Oh my.
Eco round with one gun in it, and that's how Map point is secured for Legacy.
Well, I'm glad I didn't talk over it because I had no expectation with that first gun getting put low, but traded out to Satin, who absolutely makes it worth it. That's a messy spray for Stair, which means he gets overwhelmed by the second player. And of course, at long, Lato, the unkillable double deagle, grabs the AK, finishes the round as Device is stuck in an awkward gunfight. That's an unreal round to win. And absolutely breaks the momentum of this brief Astralis comeback. Lato 23-5. And Astralis is just going to go all in to this B site. Lux with an AUG. We've been seeing Complexity run this on train, but this is a great position for it. He's got to be quick. Molly on his position, pre-smokes it as well. He was ready for that play. Stair gets the trade. Entry's good for Astralis. They're out B. On this save, let me build on that point, right? Because, yes, you're right. There is less defaulting. Yes, there are more set plays. But the thing is, the point you made in conjunction with that was like, oh, you get punished more. Well, that's the thing. I think... I'm not saying the level of CS is worse, but because there are less rounds, you don't have to default as much because you can have like a few set T, like call them gimmicks or call them set plays or whatever, but you can have a few like, oh, okay, we have like 3 or 4 really good T, XX or like, you know, default into XX that we want to run, and if we just run them on a comeback, you know, 4 gun rounds in a row, and then we default in the anti-ecos, and we run them 4 gun rounds in a row, suddenly this game is like even. Suddenly we've broken back into a map, and I'm not saying you can't stop a good execute or a good set play, but I think the level of CS is almost higher when you're defaulting because everyone has to perform rather than a set play when you just pop into a site and you're relying on 1 or 2 guys to win the round on the CT side. I think the point I'm making is like that's why comebacks are easier, because you can have your rounds scripted out. And you need less of them, obviously. I'm kind of all over the place in that one, but I don't know. I still don't like MR12. I still think MR15 gave us better CS. It also gave us worse games for longer. So, like, don't get me wrong, there are give and take for both. And let's be real, VP by the end of MR15 were not fun to watch. Games went too long. I just think fix the economy.
I think let's hold off. We'll bring this. This is a map 2 conversation. Okay. Come on now. Lux is about to win the whole map for Legacy.
True.
And you're out here talking about nothing. Device gonna try and get out through the long doors. Bomb on his back. 8 kills in the game. What can Device do? Armed with an AUG, he decapitates Lux down in the pit. And he does still have a teammate in Yabi over in the mid doors. Now, they are a long way away from each other. There's no denying it in this 2-on-3, so regrouping might be the aim of the game. Instead, Yabi's going to try and make this solo play out in mid. Collects the first, but isn't ready for a swing out of Doomau. So it comes down to this. Device, there's no ignoring the struggles he's had here on Dust 2. But if he can win this 1v2, he keeps the dream alive for Astralis just a couple rounds longer. Makes it across to the car. There's been many a Device highlight from this position. This isn't feeling like one of them. He's tagged down low on the cross. Makes it into the site with the bomb, but now Legacy have the info. They've also got nades and kits to work with. Time nor health is on Device's side. He backs up into the nade and goes quietly into that good night. It's Legacy picking up the dub. Dominant stuff on Dust 2 to open up this Elim series. Great to see Legacy cut the gate swinging, in particular Lato with an absolutely unreal first half of play.
I mean, he kept it up as well. He won them that eco round that they found map point on over at long. Some really good rounds coming out from Legacy. It's nice to see Astralis get a bit of warm up in the end there. Feel like they're actually in that game. Hopefully they can channel some of that for map 2 of this series. But as far as it goes, Legacy absolutely blitz their way through Dust 2. And they've got to be feeling pretty good about that.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. I think starting a series off this strongly only bodes well for this Legacy team, right? You see them, they like riding the momentum. They're still, you know, even though there's names in this squad that have been around for a while now, they're still a young and hungry team, right? Trying to throw their name out there, trying to secure invites in the future. And so, you know, you kind of get such a handy win over Astralis. That is going to reflect now across the series. You feel like they're going to be playing with confidence in every one of these maps. In every one of these rounds, they weren't afraid to take risks. They weren't afraid to play to the extremities of the clock. They had faith in each other, faith that everything was winnable. And you can't say you blame them with a first half like that. Lato got his first death in like round, what was it, like round 10 or 11 of that game when Astralis won their very first round. Yeah, that's it. That was the first time that Lato died. He was playing phenomenally, and that's kept up now across the last few games in the tournament. Him and Dumau kind of a threatening tag team.
Yeah, some had Legacy on their radar coming into this event. I really didn't. I underestimated this team, and they have played some very impressive team Counter-Strike. Their T-sides have looked really good. We even said that in a loss yesterday over GamerLegion. We said, hey, this team looked really, really sick.
Yeah, I think they also just like, it's very, very cool to me because they have a lot of ideas in the playbook, and that makes sense. This is a team that's like playing a lot, right? Because they are still like on the grind, securing those VRS points for tournaments in the future. And so, you know, as a result, there's kind of a very wide playbook, and you get a variety of paces. You get these cool little gimmicks that they'll bring out. Like maybe they really need to find some success in a force buy or a hero gun round. They will have ideas on how to maximize that, and they will be kind of out of the box, right? It's a very cool and interesting team to watch. Bro, look at that heat map.
Yeah,
there's so many dots, and he was all across the map. Lato was such a huge problem for Astralis.
Yeah, Long Merchant as well, both halves causing a lot of problems in that position, but all over the map as you are on Dust 2, and Lato is all up in the heads of Astralis. A 13-7 win, and the 7 makes it look better than it felt. That's just a few rounds off the back of Astralis' force buy on the T side, and now we go to Astralis' map pick. What do we think? Any reset chance here? Do we still have a series on our hands, Harry, or is this just going to be a bit of business?
I've cast Astralis a bunch in games like this where it starts off like worse than you can ever imagine, and then somehow they actually look all right in a second map. And Ancient is pretty good for them. I think the individuals like it. It's one they've always been keen to play since the formation of this team. So there will be more brought to the table. I'm hopeful of that. I think Stown and Yabi certainly two to keep an eye on. Stare as well. That's the 3 players I'm looking towards to kind of lead this recovery effort. But yeah, I think they could. They could. Will they though? We'll have to find out. Join us in just a moment as Ancient waits right round the corner.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Astralis are joining us here in Bucharest and they're ready to get to work, but the work we saw is still, I guess, a long way to go of this, Katie. And I'm going to be honest with you. For me, I want to understand how you felt about Lisbon, because we saw you play 2 games. Vitality, yes, best team in the world, very hard. But then even on the FaZe game where you had beat them here in Cluj-Napoca, right? We didn't see the same Astralis then. And people can say, yeah, it's FaZe. But for me, it was like a worrying sign the way you lost. Did it feel the same for you?
I think people are very sensitive to results these days in the Counter-Strike community. When you look at all the top teams, there's no team other than Vitality that people don't think needs a change. Like, they look at Spirit, Magic has to go. They look at Na'Vi, Wonderful has to go. They look at FaZe, they think 3 or 4 of them have to go. I mean, that's how the Counter-Strike community is. You know, there's only place for one top dog, and that's the only team that people don't believe should change. So, I don't know. We played Vitality, who's right now on a streak. Yep. That's one life out of the way. We had our moments. We also had times where we were just being outplayed by them. And in the FaZe game, they played a good veto against us and got some strong maps. We were a bit surprised that they changed their permaban. So, yeah, I think all in all, we were of course not satisfied with the way that the tournament went. But then again, I think also like when one of the games is against Vitality, they are just not just a better team than us, but a better team than the rest of the world right now.
Yeah.
I'm not as panicked as other people are about it.
Okay, so looking at that then, you're coming into this event, you've had a bit more time again to prepare and get ready. What are your expectations from where you feel is reasonable for Astralis right now?
It's hard to say. I think there's a lot of teams who is fairly equal at this tournament. Playoffs is of course a must for us. How it goes from there depends a bit on the bracket and how our shape is kind of turning up. We've had a bit of some slow starts. Like you kind of said, we went out early in the last one. Our nemesis has been that we get better the longer we get in the tournament.
Yep.
But you also need to get going at some point, you know. So yeah, I think that's one of our main focuses is to try and get a good start in this tournament. And then we'll see what that brings us.
Now, looking at that, the one thing I would say was always good for you is being able to read the game in the right way, right? Be able to see yourself around the map. Obviously, you changed to the rifle. Do you still have the same ability to have good vision where you want to see, to call the game you want?
Maybe not so much on the CT side, no. I think on the T side, I'm still most of the times at the right place at the right time to make those kind of decisions. But of course, we're not playing the same way that we did in the heroic days. On CT, you know, if you're holding ramp on Nuke, it's way harder to initiate what's going to happen on outside and telling the A guys to leave or rotate down the vents and stuff like this. It's not really my job. So I think on some maps it's easier for me. I'll have higher chances of doing it, and on others it's more difficult. But then again, I also need to have the trust in my teammates that they're able to make those things and share my vision in theory and in the post games, you know, when we're analyzing the games and stuff like this. So yeah, I think that still plenty of work to go, but that is also just part of not just Counter-Strike, but being a competitor at an elite level is a constant daily grind, a daily journey of becoming better.
Do you think that, like, if we're comparing what this Astralis can be, it'll be similar to the maybe MongolZ or Na'Vi style of not having a defined star, but being more of a team unit? Would that be what we're looking at for this version?
Yes and no. Like, if someone is gonna pop off consistently,
you'd love that, yeah.
Be my guest, like, but I mean, not even just pop off consistently, because like what they're doing is also just, there's 3 or 4 players in the world who does that. So there's also plenty of other teams who don't have that guy, you know. I think, you know, I have plenty of players who can be 115, 120 rating. And it's my job to try and get them there as well, not just their own. They have to do what they can, but I also have to try and support it. At the end of the day, though, I don't give a fuck if it's 1 guy or 5 guys lifting, as long as we win. That's the main goal. So we just need to get there to win more often and do it more consistently.
Hopefully it'll be here where that all starts for you, mate. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you, James.
It's time to play lineup landing, and I've got Astralis' device with me here. You've been playing for a long time. Are you still up to date on all the smokes, the utility you need to be throwing?
Oh, we'll see. People have crazy lineups.
Yeah, this isn't too crazy. I believe you should be pretty fine with this.
Okay.
We'll put your knowledge to the test of it all.
That's good.
We'll get the first one up.
Yeah.
Starting on a map that I think you enjoyed this one.
It's just the door on B.
Oh, nice and quick. Nice.
But I use a different lineup, but it's a door.
You use a better lineup, right?
Easier lineup.
Now, this one I don't think you're going to be too happy with.
It's Anubis. Then.
Yeah, the next one's going to be Anubis for you.
I think this one lands in, I don't know if I would call it pop or what it's called, in the little small room on the B side, or what?
The connector?
Could be, yeah.
So you got the connector goes down to water.
My other guess would be deep middle, like in the left side deep middle towards B.
Well, this one I don't think anyone's going to hold against you. Look at this special one.
Oh, so B rush smoke. B rush smoke.
Oh, B rush smoke, you said.
Yeah, okay. Or what? Yeah, otherwise you wouldn't throw it from spawn.
Well, we're going to Dust 2 next.
Okay.
So this one we should be back to normality, right?
Yeah. This is the molly that covers like both up and down in the cross. I don't know what you call it. We call it element.
Oh, you call it element?
It lands so it spreads down and it covers the default plant too short as well. And it covers down.
Okay, yeah.
It covers down and covers the plant if it's a good molly. It doesn't cover down, it's a bad molly.
All right, Inferno, this is another good one for you.
Okay, let's see. It's just a short molly that lands on the roof and spreads down.
Boom, correct.
Does what the Dust 2 one should have done as well.
So this one was the correct one.
Yeah.
Dust 2 one, we need Device to show us how to do it.
Yeah, for sure.
But you are correct again. Now we're going to Mirage.
Should also be easy. This one lands in connector.
There we go.
And it's actually a good one because it spreads out a lot. So you can sneak into underground. If you
okay, so you can pass through.
If you're a daring player, yeah.
All right, we're going to Nuke now.
It's a floor molly. Or is it? Usually you throw the floor molly there, but I think this one burns the catwalk. Because the floor molly is lined up differently.
So I'm going to take floor as your answer.
Okay, yeah, then
I can't see back.
This is also a skeptical lineup.
Oh, a skeptical lineup.
You needed to go in the right window. I think this one goes in the left window.
Yeah, he gone left window. All right, play it through.
It goes through the left window, right? Yeah. I mean, it sure looks like it does the job, but you want it to spread a little bit more so you can't angle, use the silos to angle HUD.
Okay, so yeah, you can't get the cover from
That's
it.
how the pros do it. They line it up a little bit more to the right.
There we go. And your last one.
Okay.
Because you've been on a roll. You only got Anubis wrong, so you're doing very good. It's
this
trained.
one is, we use it almost every round. So it covers T connector. But you can also throw it from some of the spawns.
Oh, you call it T connector? Ah.
We call it like main.
T main, yeah.
We know this one lands, unless they failed it. It can hit the train if you don't walk too far enough.
Oh, you messed it up.
Yeah, but this is actually, this is quite deep. This is quite deep, but I like it. It's a good one.
Well, 6 out of 7, that's pretty damn good.
Good, yeah, Anubis.
Yeah, it just had to trick you a little bit, you know.
That's true, that's fair.
Thank you very much for playing.
Thank you.
Legacy versus Astralis, the battle that just won't stop. Huge. It's Dust 2, yeah.
It could actually stop right here, right now.
So look, Dust 2 didn't really go to plan for Astralis. It's safe to say they had a downright horrible time. But Now we head to Ancient.
Yeah, better map, home map for Astralis. One where you'd like to think because of the few consolation rounds they get at the end of their T-side, they're going to do better. I also think there's a good chance Astralis they do start T-side on this map because Legacy picks CT. So I actually think that's better. I want to see Astralis' strat book. I want to see what they're doing on this T-half. We got to see a glimmer of hope at the end of Dust 2, but by and large, the game was at the whim of Legacy on Dust 2, right? Which XX they're going for, trading out on the A side, dropping into these mid to Bs. Astralis were just stuck in a box, frankly. Well, now, Harry, they own the box.
Yeah, I'm expecting a better game from them here. I think Stead does some really good work. I feel like he's a super pliable sort of A site. Donut Roma, he's sick there, and then over towards. I mean, I guess that CT side you just said they're gonna be starting T-half. Yeah. So yeah, we have like, you're gonna get more mileage out of Stown and Yabby. I feel like it won't be hard for Device to improve on his map 1 performance because it was diabolical. So at least from his POV, it's like the only way is up. It can't get worse than that. And if it does, well, then you've lost the series anyway, and you don't have to worry anymore.
In that situation, I think this would, if Astralis lose here 2-0, what is that for a tournament? You come in, you beat FaZe day 1, then you lose to 3D Max. I can absolutely forgive that loss. You lose to Apogee, and you lose to Legacy. You lose to 2 of the bottom-seeded, least proven, youngest teams in this tournament. Sure, they're upcoming teams, they're grinding, they're working hard, but, that is a very disappointing tournament for Astralis if that's how they fall out of this one with these back-to-back losses. So pressure really is on now for Astralis to show up in this series, and they've got to do it now. There's no more breathing room. Stare on the A side, faking a bit, but it gets blocked. Astralis are in B.
Oh yeah, good bit of aggression. Pushed up on Yabby, but Lux was able to get past him on those dual Berettas, and now they've got Device pinned in at the site. That's clean for Device on the opening, but no further. Stown, that's more like it. Quick double kill on the push up through short, and it's just Sadzin left. Tap on the bomb, hoping this brings a fight to him. Stown will just waltz out through that smoke and cement it with 3.
All right, this is Stown's map. This is what we said back on Dust 2. This is the one where we used to see him perform very well on Ancient, and we need that today. So can Stown be the guy for Astralis? You'd certainly hope so. Big 3K in the pistol. Decisive push in the post plant. Astralis win the first.
Lux. Ooh, style on it. And now down on the pistol. His time limited in the round. Still, he's done his part. Lato taking it one step further. Oh, God.
See that going wrong.
That's one of the moves that was available. Of course, not a good one, but
Stown, though.
Stown could win this. Even ready for the wraparound. Oh, gets the spot off. That's going to force him back into these 2 low HP players. One shot from the scout would end Stown's round as he wraps it over towards Long. The kill on Lato is free, and now he's trying to carve a path into the A play. Smoke dropped. He's faked them out.
Naughty.
Sadzin calls across to Nissim. I think he's going A. He'll float around over towards the V site just in case Stown's getting tricky with it. And of course, we all know Stown is getting tricky with it. He opened up the pistol with a beautiful little 3K. Now 2 kills on his way to a 1v4.
Nice read.
Gets the plant off. Stown has handled this really, really well. He's put himself in a power position here in this 1v2. Now he's just got to finish it off with the kills. Tucks himself in over towards the cave. Legacy are wasting a lot of time waiting for these smokes to fade. Time they simply do not have. No kit in the round. With this being the buy up in round 2 for Legacy, they need the immediate kill on Stown, and he won't be able to hold on. This is going to be real close for Sadzin.
No idea.
Hopping on this defuse, it's down to the wire. Has Stown clutched up 1v4? Yes, he has.
Wow. Really, really sick clutch.
This guy was nowhere to be found on Dust 2, but immediately on Ancient, starts things off with a bang. It smiles all round for Stown.
That's a brainy clutch as well. Everything about that is really well played, knowing which targets to prioritize. Legacy kind of screw their long player ladder by smoking short, allowing Stown to isolate, but every other aspect was just well played out of Stown. The post-plant position, the deep smoke CT, really, really sick for Stown. That's what we wanted to see. Nice little fist bump. Got the style points. All right. Astralis might be back in this map. Late to start. They are here on Ancient. Back-to-back 3Ks, forced down. And now the pistols for Legacy.
Another one of these openings secured. The site is given up.
Oh.
Stown. It's on rails for him right now. And Legacy just hoping to do a bit of chip damage in at the close. They've got Dumao wrapping around behind, joining up with him in Sadzin. So they're playing a contain, grouping up outside of the doors, playing over towards the short push as well. They want to try and take Astralis down with the bomb. At least do a bit of damage here after that last round comes down to the 1v1. However, Cadian has opened up a safer route to try and save here. He won't keep pushing, so they don't actually have that info. And as a result, they will go back to try and hold on to these guns. That's going to leave them in the prying eyes of Legacy on these pistols, who were hoping to just get out with a handful of kills. Doesn't happen. Stown continues his great start here to map 2.
Multi-killed every round. 3, 3, and 2.
He's given us his Lato moment. 8 and 1.
One more death than Lato.
Yeah.
We forgive him for that. He's single-handedly won these first couple of rounds.
But I mean, yeah, this is unbelievable.
True.
It's a hell of a recovery from Stown.
Orp out for Sadzin. Astralis very passive on this default. Outside of B and mid. Maybe looking to retake. That's a weird smoke. They're boosting? Yeah, I think it just boosted over it. They're finding Dumao spraying. Astralis get up B lane very late. 1 minute, but a 5-on-4. And Legacy lacking info. Going to go for control in red together. Ooh. Oof. It's rough.
Yeah.
Holding for the boost or something. Oh, and the wall back down just keeps it going. Astralis looking like a different team, to be honest.
I mean, they were certainly going to have more ideas and a bigger degree of comfort here on Ancient. As mentioned, this has always been one of the go-to for kind of like all levels of this team. When this squad was put together, the map they moved on to tried to make their home map straight away, but even thinking back to like the heroic core, used to love a bit of Ancient. And so I think that's reflecting right now. I also think like it's going to be hard for Legacy because you're dead on. It does feel like a whole different team when you put Astralis on this map. And so it's, you know, a bit of a shock, I think, to Legacy. They're probably thinking, you know, we were dominating these guys. It felt like we were playing versus bots in map 1. And now they're not just shooting back, they're hitting real hard. So 4-0 will be the scores on the doors. Lux gets hunted down, that gun removed, the save not even allowed. It's a punishing round out of Astralis. They have a lot of reps on, they have a lot of legit wins on. Even here in Bucharest, it's cropped up at every single series that Astralis have played. And that is certainly reflecting in the gameplay. Only pistols to get past now, and they're doing so with ease. So 5-0 will be up on the board. I also think for Legacy, this is a map where they've had a lot of success domestically, but this is the one where whenever you see them kind of face tougher opposition or international squads, this one has let them down. This wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah, lost to GamerLegion pretty one-sidedly. Majority of their games in Brazil or North America. So this is where Astralis should just have that different level. Clinical so far, not even a death in this anti-eco. Donut flank, yep, they go back, they cover it. And they keep it clean, baby. 11-2 on Stow. Keep our eyes on that. All smiles for Astralis, they are back. All right, this full buy has to be everything here for Legacy. Saturn with another orb. Last time held a weird angle on ramp. Is he going to feel the need to force a pick here? And that, of course, will depend on his spawn. Just playing standard on A. Supporting Donut in case Astralis go for a mid take. It's a wide insta smoke. I feel like that's definitely missed. But Astralis come heaven, taking middle from the top side, pushing Legacy all the way back. That is a confident opening move for Astralis. Look at staring red at 130. Options are really open for Astralis with red control, with A main, and tucked in on the B ramp. They're on the precipice of hitting both sites. It's up to the mid control as to where they want to end. Yabi faking on B. Good grenade and spray. There's a lot of damage on that site. Into the orb they go.
And there will be a bit of resistance as well to these players that are rotating in. Stair's not even needed to play because Stown has just disrupted everything. And now Stair gets to spring his trap.
Oh.
Chase down is Sadzin. Flawless still for Astralis.
Stown is just not missing. Where did this come from? More clean shots on that A side now. off by for Legacy. They are very static again. 3 on B is something, but Astralis don't seem to care. They're getting the entries no matter what. Stown is shut down on his first attempt. So Legacy with a molly down on ramp, re-smoke. They block that B bomb site. They stop Astralis from going into it. Astralis with no other map control look like they will recommit. Device trying to track with the smoke. Just this AK Lux has to be the carry. They've done a lot of spam on that cubby. Now the player goes back inside of it. So I wonder if this gets ignored. That's the pick that should make all the difference from Device.
Cleared Sadsin, yeah, he's allowed to fire off and get one for free. Now as they chase him down, that's when Lato attempts the swing. Nearly awkward for Device, but Cadian is there to bail him out. And it's well handled, looking to get cleaned up here. Dumao left alone on this backstab. He does have a pretty good timing, but Astralis taking control away. They've cleared out short. They're running a... That's mad.
Yeah, that's... Do they have time? They
Yeah.
have time, yeah. Bit crazy.
Very crazy, like the 1 second bomb plant. But hey, they got the timing right. They've nailed it. 7-0 for Astralis. You go, I know you like crazy stats, so I'm trying to get one for you.
All right. How crazy?
I'm like, it doesn't feel real to say.
Okay.
So I keep having to
You're double, triple, quadruple checking. Give me a clue.
So I was saying, like, I feel like this Legacy squad, even though their results on Ancient are good, and you would have seen them like win this map in times gone by.
Yeah.
They weirdly like only seem to match up well versus Brazilian squads.
Are you going to tell me they've never beat a non-Brazilian team or something?
Well, it's sad because like
as one example,
there is one.
Okay, so
Dumao and Lato. That's all.
That's not.
Yeah, exactly.
That doesn't count. Core.
Like the core of this team, the closest they ever come was they beat Wildcard once in like the 4 times they played them.
So you're saying that?
But that's it. Like
this core is only Brazilian teams.
Yeah, like every other time they've gone on to face kind of top tier EU or international opposition. The only win they have as this core is over Wildcard on this map, and that's in around around about the last year.
But are there many examples of playing European teams? This core.
Not loads, but enough for it to be a trend.
Okay. They've never beaten a European team on Ancient.
On Ancient.
Damn. It's a statement. Well, right now, it's proving to be true. Astralis hitting different. Oh, would have been nice. Wasn't. Oh, they didn't clear it.
Like, we even saw this in the GamerLegion game. Right, like Legacy looked really, really sick in that series, and then by the time this map rolled around, it all just fell apart. And now, after being the ones who could have dished out a 13-0 on the opening map, they're the ones maybe about to get 13-0'd. Here, Hugo.
Oh, you said it. Well, now, okay, Nissan, what have you got? This would be crazy. With no kit. He's heard
Oh, he's giving chase. Bombs at the back as well. Bombs at the back, but that's going to slow the bomb. That's going to slow it all down. Stown stopped to fight. Stair had to hit that. My God, thank goodness he did. Ooh, that nearly got worrying. Nearly got worrying.
Stair, Stown's taking the cake, obviously, but Stair's finding a lot of value from these lurks in red. He did it again. He cut them off to rotate the bomb back to A. He's finding a lot of nice positions as Stair. All right, 8-0. This shouldn't be the round that Legacy break in. A big mid-fight, and it's mid all right. Satin dropped his gun to look for an upgrade, and he can't find one. He's got his knife. Couldn't find a gun. Legacy looking a little silly in this map.
Yeah, but dude, I don't know. It's so weird where, like, I can understand that Legacy played this one well domestically. It's like, I don't know. It's not for them internationally, bro. I'll say that much.
We're
Like,
learning that.
It's very
well, at least they have a
it's
clear
very like
improvement.
awkward and split up, and like it just doesn't mesh well. They're often kind of left taking solo fights where it's so down to just the individual landing their shot. And, you know, not a lot of other teams kind of look to do that. It's you want to be starting with like a clear objective at the start of the round, whether that's trying to take lane with all the util jump up mid, whether that's fighting heavy in middle. I'm guessing this round is where they attempt a bit of a lane take, but
I love the
Astralis, of course, just going to run out A. Legacy are ahead of this on the rotate, and so finally they actually have a good crossfire established. Yeah, they're winning this round. That's unsurprising. They have everyone in the right place. 3 guns on main. A quick dismantling of the triple B stack at the start.
I think
padded out A.
That's Astralis, right? Thinking they're going for either a lane crunch or a mid take with 3. And Legacy have failed so many times at mid that they actually don't even play middle. They play donut CT. So that leaves them hilariously in a position to stop the A rush. But I still think it's a good call for Astralis. Like, everything's worked. Throw in an A rush, and now for the last couple of rounds, they're going to go back to something super default and just play how they've been playing, taking map control together, popping out mid, getting Stare in red room. So this shouldn't be the beginning of any worries for Astralis. This should absolutely be their half at still probably 10-11-1. Nice dead. Psych! You thought. I thought. But surely not. It's going to go for it. Nothing to lose. Who clears this, though? That's Device. He's going to cover the AWP. That's the call. Don't let them pick up the AWP. Actually, a pretty nice move. So Legacy won't have that, thanks to Device. So worth it, as far as the save goes.
Am I crazy for kind of wanting Astralis to go A again? Is that mad? Because I agree with your assessment, where it's like, oh, what the obvious thing would be to do now is like to go back and default and take the round slower and look for the lane control.
It's just that
and I think like if you're Legacy, you're going like, all right, boys, we're on the board. Like, let's get ready for the change. Let's try the lane take this time. You're feeling a bit.
They have a, not in this game, but they generally probably have a confidence crisis. So they don't want to, like, in your head, you're like, you don't want to give them 3 rounds here.
Yeah, okay,
you don't want to do the 1 round that didn't work. Don't get me wrong, it would probably work, I guess. But if you just play, if you go back to standard, you've won every round. So have some faith in your players to actually play the round out slowly. And so they do. Go for the heaven control. Good molly, pushing Lato back. Triple B. Of course, no AWP, as I said. They're good with the smoke. Cheeky for Stown. The flash is information, at least for Legacy. Looking for spam. But Astralis cross red. They've had this room whenever they want it.
Yeah, I mean, this comes to the fact that Legacy lost confidence in their mid-take a long time ago, and so as a result, they're only left with the passive mid-hold, right? This is where not having an AWP hurts them a little bit, and also, you know, nullifying Donut, at least with the goal of getting across into the red room, is pretty easy for the T's. And so that's why you're seeing Astralis in this portion of the map time and time again. Legacy, I think they're starting to feel a bit of pressure with like 45 seconds left in a triple B stack. They wanted to make a move, and I think that was them kind of poising to go aggro down the ramp. And they get caught rotating Lux over from the triple boost. That's a really nice use of that boost for Device. Stare through the red room, gonna uproot the backline. I think like Legacy have had the right idea in some of these rounds, but it just takes them too long to act upon, it. They wanted to go for some ramp aggro. There's 40 seconds left. 3 players B. They started to walk towards ramp. There's a player all the way back at long who's like slow walking, dies to the orb. The Astralis have had time to assemble. You imagine if that play 5 seconds earlier had come in and you're down the ramp, you're actually killing Astralis as they assemble that boost. And you could tell they'd wanted to do it for a while. Like the kind of short and close player had already gotten into position. It was the weight on the walk up that cost them.
It's just a very reassuring game for Astralis where everything has worked except one A-rush, and that's completely okay.
Yeah.
Stoun's 18-4. Dumao looking very lost, missing standard shots when he's not getting cleared. Just a beautiful game. And this is going to really bolster Astralis going into a third map as well on Nuke, where they're going to feel like they're completely a step above Legacy in every department. Dust 2 can be washed away, forgotten about. Quad B, Legacy getting desperate. It's a good move. Astralis are just going to waltz in. Probably they'll still win this, but let's see. Oh, double. Spotted, Cadian can help. Doesn't need to. Backstab for Yabi. Pack it up.
Yeah, I think a huge takeaway for Legacy at the end of this event needs to be like going over their Ancient. The times we've seen them play it, this has sort of been the vibe. In a competitive series versus GamerLegion, they died with a whimper on this as the conclusion, and then here versus Astralis, it's even more one-sided. They just don't really look comfortable. And like they have plays and ideas, but they don't feel like super fleshed out. There's not like
Util's not been that good.
I think like it's one of those scenarios where it feels like they know the things they want to do, and they have some ideas that maybe have worked before, but like they like don't go about getting to the end result appropriately, it feels like, right? Like they try to take lane there with like a push down the ramp and they go contact, but then it gets so messy. Like there was no plan for what happens. You know, what happens if they are holding and we do get spotted and we don't get ramp and they are in cave like we're worried they could be? Like, you know, what's kind of the protocol for then cleaning that up? Do we commit to ramp? Do we go back and fight together? They end up in like a horrible no man's land where everyone is clumped up in the site with backs turned. No one really sure what their role is there because it's all kind of on the fly and feeling awkward. And it's like, if all it took for the B ramp take to fall apart was the Astralis are holding ramp, you know, I don't think that's it, Chief.
Yeah.
It's kind of the fight you were hoping for, no?
No, and on the flip side, I'm impressed that Astralis have the resilience to, wow, what a shot from Yabi, lose that hard on Dust, where it feels like they're not even in the game. Device is irrelevant. Everyone's irrelevant, really. And now they're all having fun, goofing, gaffing, fragging out.
Well, you know, Astralis always had the comfort of kind of their home map.
Yeah.
You go from your worst map on your home map, having the inverse feeling to what Legacy are right now.
Right.
It's the decider where this one's going to be interesting. Nuke as the third. Stown tried to let them cross, tried to play the trigger discipline. Sadzin deletes him. Follow up from Nissim, but they're going into an A stack here. 3 more players for Astralis. It's a good realization for Legacy, who always intended to end B with this bomb.
They hear the rotate.
They get out early. They don't sacrifice anyone else to this A site. They have long control. Lato with a clean tap. Lux in the back. And only Stare remains. 1v3 has put a bit of distance between himself and the player in the red room. So for now has a 1v2 into the site itself. However, Lux is closing that gap, closing the distance. And Sadzin will finish the job.
It's just a T-sided series today. That's what we're getting. Dominant T-sides from every team. Astralis even got a few rounds on there. Second half after getting swept on Dust 2. Then they go on for 11-1. Legacy, hey, they get a pistol, but for all the talk we gave about MR12 last map and how available comebacks are, I'm not buying it just yet. It should be Astralis forcing up, showing us how it's done. Bit of a B for Legacy. No one here but Stare. Ouchie. Deep molly. Oh, I like the mollies though. Double molly makes it very uncomfortable. No one can play long now. Does he get that control?
That one kill might be enough to seal the deal on the round, but on the flip side, it's like Astralis, dude. They have so many chances. They could justify hanging around, see if anything else presented itself. It won't. And this team is spamming the hell out of that body. I like that. You know, you might be on the back foot, but you're still trying to toy with Astralis a little bit. The fact that Legacy are finding, like, already kind of looking better on T side, I think just speaks to the idea that, yeah, Ancient is a map they need to go and look at. I feel like on CT side, you know, you're reacting as opposed to being the team, like launching the attack with the executes, and that execute did look nice, and everyone knew what they were doing. There's stuff you can go over there, you can dry run, you can delegate in the moment because you're the one setting the pace and the tone of the round. Meanwhile, on the CT side, you feel like a lot more of it is unspoken, right? Like you should already know where you're going to be looking, have a comfortability in what your teammate's going to be doing, what your kind of responses are. Because you're reacting, you have less time to arrive at those conclusions than Ts do. And so it wouldn't surprise me if Legacy, suddenly we look at them and go, oh, why didn't they play like this in the first half? But I think it's because, you know, now they're the ones getting to set the pace and have all this extra time to figure out what it is they want to do.
This has been a super T-sided tournament. That's one thing. Like a lot of the upsets have come through on dominant T-sides. We've seen it even in some of the closer games, like that G2 call was 10-2 T-sides on Dust. It went overtime. Every team has been rocking that offensive half.
Going into the stack, but thankfully Katie and Heavy block each other. And so they make it real easy for Legacy to overrun them.
It's Legacy are sort of playing like the game's already over, so they don't feel any pressure. They're just running into B, back-to-back rounds. Couple of nades. The long mollies are nice. I've not seen that thrown like that before. 2 mollies to push a player all the way to the back wall. But there's only so many times you're going to be able to get away with that. Astralis soon will have guns. And it's going to be a very different deal. This theory is just Legacy doing what Astralis did at the end of Dust 2. Getting warm again. Resetting for that next map.
Yeah, something that was really problematic for Legacy was they lost faith in their first half in their CT mid-take very early on. Meanwhile, Astralis have at least gotten away with taking this real estate in their first rifle round.
God. Wow.
It doesn't feel inconsequential. Stown getting out will get chased down by the nade. That is a very huge pickup for Lato. Just the numbers of having Stown still in the round, having him be able to go back and feel like you're then playing on the back foot is a big deal for Legacy, so getting that puts pressure on Astralis. Means they've had to bring an extra player over towards B. You can see Stare now rotating away after he's put them up in this boost. And taking up mid control. But yeah, there is nothing left for Astralis to kind of take pace out of this round. Only one smoke for Legacy. We'll see them go back over towards this A site. Smoke dropped in to try and lock off this CT angle and make life a little easier for the players getting out through main and Donut. It's Device they've got to worry about. No one looking at him right now. He gets out with a double and actually goes back in for more. Device not content with just the two, wants to take it all away.
Could have stopped that bomb, I think, if he committed. Was right there. Legacy back up into this post block.
Astralis could dodge a lot of the worry of this ever getting close if they just pull up now thanks to Device's double and win this 3v2. That's going to put them on map point with a lot of chances to close, but you have to seize this opportunity. Lato 3 kills deep in a fire series. Sad's in alongside him, and Lato finishes it off with the 4K. That's a lovely sequence there.
Great post.
2v4 out of Legacy.
The post-spawn positions are what win the round for Legacy, because Astralis, for good reason, are scared of Donut. They don't have the mid-info. The whole time the bomb's for Donut, they never saw where that second player got off to. And so after his teammate baits him in, Lato from Big Box, Sadzin's able to get this crossing kill. All the while, Astralis are still scared of Donut for that last player. Good crossfire for Legacy. And Device's double is not finished off. Astralis playing loose now, playing a bit more aggressive on a half buy. Meanwhile, a pressure put on Device again, looking for more off the M4. The only M4 in this round. Unfortunately for him, they're coming his way. 5-7 is overwhelmed. Rotator in. On the flank as well, very fast. Dumal's got to watch his back. They're coming in. They've heard the steps. Device keeping the pressure on.
Oh, chased by the MP9. That's a huge bit of cover from Lato. I feel like he's been so good at playing around Dumal. These two as the tag team, this duo that have been together for a while now. Two OG Legacy members. They do play off of each other very nicely. It was in the last round as well. Lato trading out Dumao in the cave. You can kind of tell their synergy when they're in the server together.
Oh, Device is dead, man.
And Device is getting hunted down.
Knife? Probably too risky. Because he'll maybe run away at the end. So yeah, Lux just takes the kill while he's got it. Legacy 5 rounds in a row. Hot to trot, but Astralis just need that one important gun round that could end this game.
What Astralis, I think, need to do here is they need to inject some chaos. If you give Legacy runway to go over the game plan, have the util, have the execute behind it, they're a very, very hard team to stop, right? And on the CT side, it was in that chaos that Astralis were creating. The Legacy got overwhelmed. You know, they kind of didn't have the time or the just instinct protocols in place to react to it. And so I think if you put them under a bit of duress, that's a good way of stress testing this Legacy T side. Right now, they've been able to kind of sit back in the early stages of the round, wait for these opening plays, and then launch their execute and play in behind it. This gap is closing. It's a very real threat for Astralis.
This was MR15, it would already be over, Harry. No, I'm kidding.
Trying to piece that all together. What do you mean by
I
this?
I don't mean anything, I'm just trolling. If there was a 1900 man Astralis, I mean 1400 man Astralis would have won it. Okay, Legacy with an AWP now on the T side. Ooh. There, using his util, dumping it very nicely. His back player could get killed.
They're jumping up heaven. This is a really nice way to insert some chaos into this round. Stare, full blind. Only 8 bullets in this M4, but boy, does he make them work. Stoud doubles up in the downtime, and here's that heaven jump up now, playing a contain. Legacy can't go anywhere. This is exactly what the doctor ordered for Astralis. They fight for this lane control. They lock down the B site, they force the hand of Legacy into the stack. Now can they battle and brawl their way out through the heavens? Yabi goes unaccounted for, And Astralis with 2 players jumping up, 3 players in the B site, and everyone fighting and harassing for that control over the lane.
It's exactly what you ordered, and also it's just a really decisive rotation for Astralis. Once they get that heaven control, the support player mid goes back to B. We have 3 B, 2 heaven. They are full clearing lane, and lucky for them, Legacy are all there. Astralis kill every single one of them. That is exactly what we wanted, to just get that guarantee of overtime, but Astralis want to close this map here and now. And they have every right to. Been a very reassuring map from the Danes.
And I think, you know, you can tell that, like, Legacy just... one of the things I loved about watching them on Dust 2 was how instant and decisive some of the changes in their mid rounds would be, right? Like, maybe they've teed up off the rip to kind of take control of A, and they get short, they have long, but now they have the info that, like, there's 3 or 4 guys there. What happens in an instant? Long player's committed to a fake, he's like smoked across, short guys have already dropped, they're already into the mid to B, corridor smokes down, they're playing out through it, and it's happened so quickly that you never even knew what hit you. But it's like here on Ancient, you feel the kind of lag time between the idea and then things changing to accommodate it. Everything just taking a few extra seconds. It felt like by the time they learned about the heaven jump up, they'd already committed into B, so they're playing through a smoke now because that was the call. They feel boxed in. They don't feel like they can go back and make those changes. And so I think for Astralis, yeah, a couple more rounds, or, well, 1 more round like that would be enough to win this game. Just the type of round where you throw them through such a loop early that they don't get this kind of launching platform to actually throw their exec in. I also still think that Legacy don't have faith in their ability to take middle. I think that got taken off of them very early on in this game. Haven't seen them look to do it too much on this T side either. True. And so if you're not fighting mid, that's a lot of ground to give over to Astralis. It is going to make your life harder down the stretch, especially as they build up util, get better buys coming through on this CT side. Now they've got the AWP for Device. Gonna see them go back to trying to take this mid control. Doomau will make it across to the boxes, but it feels like Device or something. He's eyeing it up, holds for the jump up, and yeah, there's Doomau dead in mid.
He didn't know. There's no way he knew. He would have gone for the wall bang.
And I think, you know, the lack of mid control has been rough for Legacy.
What a shot.
It's left them constantly having to play the extremities, and as a result, they haven't been able to fake. They haven't been able to leave B once they get into the site. The util's all getting flubbed here as well. This feels like we could be reaching a bit of a conclusion.
Nissim's in A main. I don't know why they're running up B ramp right now. Nissim's not going to get to play. This bomb is going to get loosened up on this B bomb site. Can he escape with the bomb? That's your only hope in this round, but even Nissim hasn't taken the space. Scared of the Device orb that bears down upon middle. Device is cutting off this heaven play. Unless Nissim can creep under his scope and get that pick, I don't see a way back in here for Legacy. Device will have shadow advantage on this angle. Lato takes the cave, and Astralis just sit back confident in this triple B that they are going to be able to end this game right now. With enough time passing, they get a bit paranoid on the flank, but they still have a crossfire.
Yeah, it's awkward with Device in the donut, because as he checks behind him, timing's opened up where they could have crossed mid. That's why you see Stown going back.
Oh, wait.
That means that this B-side stack was dismantled for a moment, and that one moment of weakness has given Legacy a way in. 2 versus 4 looking to come through from Lato and Nissim. This would be the second 2v4 that Lato was a part of. Trying to keep Legacy in Ancient that much longer. Stown's regrouped with Device over at the cave, but Lato could stop this whole thing with 1 kill. Or just not giving anything over, and that's the more important.
A rare ball drop from Stair. He turns back as they get out cave, but they didn't clear him, and he fires off early and gives away his position. Gets nothing from it.
It was kind of a weird series of unfortunate events there, right? Like, Device left to hold mid alone, freed up 3 players to go and stack B, which seems great, but because he's donut watching middle, after like 20 seconds or so, he's like, okay, they could be main, they could be behind me. If I die, like they're in a post plant, we can lose the round. So just for a moment, he only turns around for like 4 seconds just to hold A for a moment and then goes back to middle. But that is still a timing, that is still a gap that someone could have made it across into the red room. And so you saw, I think it was Stown, like lean away from the B site, go and take red for a moment. And in that like period of transition, that was right when Legacy decided to hit B.
Oh, they're getting out mid. Dumalvo's solo on a mission. His flashes miss him.
It was still, you know, a couple of layers of lady luck to make that to make that 2v4 happen. But it's kept Legacy in the game. You can't deny Lato's impact either.
Nice.
But he's now out of the round early, lining up Util.
Device with a lovely boost.
That's so awkward. The guy that has won you 2v4s, multi-killing in both of them, has just been knocked out of the round, not taking a fight, not making a play, holding a smoke.
Do we have a repeat of Dust 2, but on the other side, Legacy 4v5 to keep this game going on this overtime comeback. It was an 11-1 first half for Astralis, and they're looking good to close it. Yabby peeking in red. Lux does get that kill, but Astralis is still stacked up to the 9s on this A side. They are ready for this hit.
Yeah, gotta get past 3 players. Cadian and Stare ready to swing out through CT as well, and Cadian puts the hurt on them. Now bomb plant will come in time, but still they lose both players in the site. Lux now falls as well. It's down to 2, a long reroute for Nissim to link up with Sadzin in the donut. Only 1 shot in this AWP before he's got to get the reload off. Every bullet counts right now for Sadzin, and they've baited it out of him. They're waiting for the reaction. Everyone's holding this. Another tap on the bomb. They know that both players were back in the donut, and so Astralis collect. They pick up the win on Ancient, putting it away rather handedly. That T side causing them some worries, sure, out of the Legacy squad, but when all is said and done, they emerge victorious. A lot of chances to walk that one over the line.
And you see the adaptations for Astralis as well come in quite nicely towards the end of the game. That B crunch that won them the 12th round. And then really, I think that was a great great retake for Astralis in the final round, because they don't overdo it. They're able to chase the plant, to put a lot of damage on. Cadian stays on default while he waits for his team to get set up, and they talk about how they want to attempt that together. Stare even jiggles with his barrel to bait this shot out of the orb, and then suddenly the round is lost. Astralis swing out, they close. They do right on their 11-1 half. A great first half and a map in their pocket. We go to Nuke to close this series, Harry.
Yeah, I think, you know, it was cool to see Astralis be able to bounce back at least, right? And at least give us a game that you feel is kind of up to the level you want out of Astralis. That's nice. But it just so happens to be their pocket pick map. They love it. But for Legacy, there were a lot of issues here, man. I think the CT side needs looking into a lot on their Ancient. They lack like that ability to react instantaneously, and I think that costs them a lot of the time in these CT rounds. And then in the T half even, because they had no confidence in their mid take still from that first half, and they seemingly didn't have any ideas in there for how to go about taking it, you know, slowly instead of out of spawn. They never had mid, and then that meant like they could never really fake. I think that's why you saw them in some of these rounds commit to like wild pushes. I remember that round where they're over towards B, they have Nissim at A main, 2 players kind of iced out at the top of B ramp, and you're thinking, well, guys, why don't you reset here? You know, it's a 3v4, you could slow the round out, there's a minute left to play with, but without that mid control, to be able to rotate around the map and kind of change your mind in those moments, you end up getting hamstrung and committed to bad plays. And I think Legacy found themselves in that spot a hell of a lot.
Nice to see at least Lato wasn't a one-map man, and he did it here as well, right? He performed out of his mind on Dust 2, and he's sure is the solo carry for this team. They do lose, but if we have him for that 3rd map, that's a great sign. Talk of resets, though, it's Stown who goes from an irrelevant Dust to coming in and carrying this team off the rip. He had an 18-4 first half. He looked so solid at the beginning of this game, winning them that clutch in the second round, multi-killing the pistol. He was like 8-0 by round 3. Really, really good game out of Stown. Keeps it going the whole map on that B bomb side, as we can see on the heat map. Lovely work from Stown. And yeah, I think Nuke's going to be exciting, actually. I think we're going to have a nice middle ground where Legacy surely still have the tactics on a T side and have some explosive pops, as we know some of these players have had in history. But also we've got everyone warmed up. We've got Lato playing really well. We've got Device hitting his shots now and Stown performing as he should in a series like this. This is a series for elimination at 1-2, and well, someone's going to go home after it. We'll find out who that will be on Nuke, so stay around and we'll see you on that third map.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Legacy fought their way through a tough qualifier in order to make it here, but they've managed to do it. Lux is now at the helm, in-game leading. People will remember you from the pain days as well. I just got to ask you, how has this changed for you being the main caller, the main in-game leader now for a team, and a relatively young team as well?
Well, in all my career, I always thought that I would be an IGL in the future, and I didn't think it would be like this young. I thought it would be like in 2 more years.
Yeah.
But now I think I have the experience that I thought I would need to be. And yeah, I'm really happy to be doing this.
And what's interesting, right? You joined the team, but also Nissim joins the team at the same time, who obviously you played with back on Pain when he was with you guys for the Copenhagen Major. A lot of people were very excited about that. Did you have input in that, or was it just a coincidence?
No, only a coincidence.
Oh, really?
Yeah, only a coincidence. They were already thinking about Nissim.
Yeah.
Because of the functions in game, you know, the holds and stuff. And he's, I think, one of the best in Brazil doing this role, like lurker and anchor. And yeah, it's good to be back playing with him.
Looking at the players you have and the team you have alongside you right now, how do you feel your chances are when you come to a big event like this? Because this is a whole other step now.
I have like Dumal and Lato, who play a lot of tournaments. They're really young, but they got the experience. They play like, I think, like 3 majors. And they got a lot of potential as well. Like Sedzin is like a new op on Brazil, new opper. And man, like you will see these insane flick shots that he was like, I don't know how much sensitive. It's like Woxki.
Oh, Woxik, yeah.
It's like Woxki. And it's crazy. And we got Nissim too, that player, a major, but don't have as much experience. But yeah, we are trying to find our space in this scene, and we are ready.
And in terms of being ready, you guys, you already spoke to me in this interview, but like, you practice and play from North America a lot of the time as well.
Yeah.
Why is that North America over Brazil? Because we hear about how many more active teams there are in Brazil, but what's the reason for you guys?
The reason why they they changed because it was in the last year, and this will be our last year in America.
Okay.
You know? We'll just play in this challenger, and we'll be back to Brazil. Like do like the same that PEN and MIBR is doing, like qualifier for the tournaments, play on Europe, boot camping when we need, and that's it. If you stay like 3 months, we'll be not as good because we'll be practicing against the same teams all day. You know. But if you play like 2 weeks, you can play against Call, NRG, and Wildcard. You know, so you can practice like really good.
Looking at what your expectations are from this event, to me it seems like you guys want some more experience for sure, but do you think you can do some damage here?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, we didn't practice 2 European teams, but I think we are practicing like really good. We are creating a good structure on the team. We need to be positive, we need to think like high, but we have our goals and we have our dreams. The dreams, of course, is lifting the trophy, but the goals is to make it to the playoffs. It's going step by step, map by map, and playing the game that we know how to play, you know.
And how do you feel now with all this extra responsibility on your shoulders?
It's more stressful, yeah. I need to have more guts, you know, because I guts to say like, guys, let's force, trust me, let's do this and that, and yeah. But I think I work like really hard, and I think I'm on the right way.
Well, I'm very excited to see it. You've certainly earned your spot here and fought hard for it. So best of luck going into the tournament, man.
Thanks so much, Max.
Astralis legacy keeps on going. Hugo keeps on going. Astralis able to turn it around on Ancient. We've had 2 T-side heavy maps thus far. Now we get ready to head to Nuke as the decider. Now the one thing that is kind of sick about this map is on the others, like from track record alone, you could have looked at a very heavy favorite on both maps, right? Like Legacy have the numbers on Dust 2. It's a provably bad map for Astralis. On Ancient, Astralis, home map, one of the only maps that's like bought them a good deal of consistency, and
Legacy never beat an EU team on it.
Yes, so, you know, there you go. The writing was on the walls. But now we head to Nuke. This is far more of a middle ground. There is parity between these squads on this one. And I'm hopeful that this should be a far closer affair with less of these insane, you know, built-up T-side halves where then you just have to struggle through like 1 or 2 CT rounds to try and win. I'm hoping for something far more rip-roaring.
Predictions are hard here because Astralis in their last 8 games, this is how it's gone. Win, loss, win, loss, win, loss, win, loss in their last 8 games on Nuke. But the last one was a loss.
What did they end on?
They ended on a loss.
Oh, so they're winning.
So in theory, they're winning.
They're winning.
Another note, Legacy also haven't beaten an EU team here. At least not in the last few months, probably ever, for that record. But
that seems crazy.
They beat Liquid. Is that an EU team? Sort of, I guess. It's got 2 Europeans.
It's a Polish team.
It's a Polish team. All right, we're going. Fast into this pistol. The T-sided start, as we've learned, is a bit of a benefit by now. Legacy running amok into ramp. Cadian with that pick. They get heaven control, but at what cost? Device follows up. Stairs waiting in the rafters. 2 from him. Might have Astralis starting with a 5 alive round, and they will find it. Stair, big triple, getting his props as Astralis put on a pistol. Now Harry with the weather. Is that bad, huh?
I died in the weather forecast.
Died in the weather forecast. You're back though. Kind of like Astralis in a way. We were never doubting Harry.
Imagery of that's good though, isn't it? I remember the last things he ever said to me. It's really windy here! And then...
blown away.
Yeah. All right, Legacy. Taking the full eco with the goal of...
losing.
Bringing out guns in the next.
Same thing, really.
Oh, KD and Betclic. There's one. And it's just the one, actually. Oh, no, it's not. It's 2. Oh, it's not ideal for Yabi, but don't worry. Cadian has been dispatched, and so have the rest of Astralis to go and reel him in out in the yard. So 1 kill off of the Glocks. It's all well and good. Now we get to have the guns come out for Legacy. Still an SMG in play on Cadian. So expect him to be in some close range positions here. Plenty of those for him to look to on Nuke. All by for this Legacy squad. No smoke's lobbed in insta out in the yard. Instead, it's just this first cross smoke and a player up on top of the silo. So if they are going for any yard control, they're going to be fighting for it. There's those smokes lobbed in a little bit later out from the spawn as they've scaled up to behind red. Give Astralis the lowest possible time to react to this. Lux is going to catch Device. That was a push out from Secret, and that's opened up his path. Dumao will make it, albeit at quite the cost. Low on HP and a double drop down to lower out of Astralis. Dumao's just hoping he can keep attention on lower, and he has managed that. 2 players down on B is no small feat for Legacy.
They're getting a bit paranoid now, just in case he beat that molly, but with the smoke down, do Astralis fall for it? Still remaining double lower. Legacy making a bit of a statement towards hell, but I think they still are going B. With Lux in this position, it is so tempting. Oh, they leave a player in ramp, so it is going to be the top hit. Nissan playing a late look up ladder.
I like this for Legacy. Dumao was too low on health to rely on him to be able to like open up anything meaningful at that lower site. And they know there's players already dropped down there. So instead, they're going to use him coming in a little bit later through main. Now, Stown should be able to cancel this, but the timing just missed. And so manages to get in through main, does Dumao. Cadian has no choice but to concede the site and push into the lobby. He's trying to secure a foothold for players to rotate up through the vent, unable to get that kill, and that should seal the deal on the round here.
Yeah, the big wrap up heaven isn't even really required. He gets up almost for free. And it's Cadian who realized what they were doing but didn't have the gun to stop them. Legacy get their first round.
Very reassuring that they take it cleanly, right? And I think they had some, like a great idea of how to respond given the situation of like Dumao getting tagged up, hearing players drop through the vents, getting mollied. Very, very good knowledge of what that means, where Astralis have gotten to, and what their best possible play is. And I think if you are Legacy, you feel very good that you win this one cleanly. 5 alive at the end of it in your first rifle round, building up some early money. You know you're going to have to do a lot of work on this T side. Both squads have looked real good on their T sides and kind of struggled through the CT half, often with only a few rounds to get. And so you don't want to start off with a whimper, right? You don't want to be kind of giving Astralis that free initial 4-0 by dropping your first rifle round. You now dodge resets going forward as well if you're Legacy.
Seems like this is going to be Lux's routing a lot as the captain of Legacy wants all the info outside and try to figure out, is there an orb here? Are they crossing red? Are they making a play? Drops back to do the cross smokes. Like that variation. It's going to let Legacy take secret if they want. Dumao again on the cross. Meanwhile, Legacy grouping ramp. Actually very excited to see what this T-side's going to look like here. They already seem like they have a good proficiency and know what they want to do. Lux has full nades on the roof to throw this execute into upper. Perhaps as a fake before this ramp play. Keeping it dynamic though, it's hard to tell. And with Dumao red, again, it tempts you into that A split, but Astralis are stacked.
And with good reason. Stown cleared the yard. He pushed through secret earlier on and Deep cleared it. And the fact that Dumao hit on red, never got spotted, he could actually be a real thorn in the side of Astralis if Legacy can get out in the ramp room. But they go walking into a double setup. Cadian, quick work made over the first players in. Dumao accounted for by Device on that AWP. That's heads up for him to go back and watch the yard. And Stound's already dropped down lower earlier, as mentioned, to hold that secret position.
Yeah, really
He'll get to play another round as Legacy set their sights on B.
Look at him go. Look at Stound. Very animated. Trying to pump his team up to close this map. I hope we have that on replay as well, because Astralis are in control of this game after that reset. Stound with a big read on lower. I like that. I like that. I think that's just what Astralis need here in this third map. I think they've already got a good understanding of what Legacy are doing. When they see Dumao is alive, they know he's going to be yard lurking. Legacy have done a variety of fake outsides into top hit or ramp hit. It's been pretty, I don't want to call it obvious, but Astralis just, in both of these rounds, kind of decide to ignore Dumao and play either heavy top or heavy lower. Stound gets that quick rotation. They still have a double setup on ramp. Device considers the lurker. I think Astralis know what they're up against. This is going to be a real test on the T side for Legacy. They might have to go off the leash a little bit. Get a bit rapid. Sink their teeth into this T side with a dry round outside.
They need to start punishing Astralis' secret control. This is the third round in a row now. A player's been dispatched to secret to go and try and clear the yard. And this time Legacy are facing here. Util comes out at an awkward time. Yabi might just never peek now. Right, he hears that was thrown in from close, but actually he will go swinging on up. They have to deal with him. This can't be the third time this secret push looks to work out for Astralis, and he knows he's got this timing. Backstab in, just the one and done. And so the damage minimized from Yabi's push.
This is so audible though. Action while we push together. It's a messy spray converted by Cadian. Gotta be aware of this having control. Device is holding it. Lux just fakes upper. His team are going secret. He's gonna silent drop down. It's gonna take a minute. Stound again with the read and lower. Early rotation on the weirdest off angle gets him one more. There's always another player. 15 seconds up the vent. This is crazy. And it's not going to work. Yeah, they know what they're up against.
Stound is on one. Where's all this energy come from?
I think from realizing that, hey, this is a T-sided series right now, but we have the read. We've had some great reactions. Everyone's holding their spots. 4-1 lead. Let's not screw this game up. This is a game that Astralis need to win.
I feel like, you know, for Legacy, they have to. I really hope they take advantage of like this guaranteed reaction of a secret peek out of Astralis. It's 3 rounds, 3 different players peeking outside when they throw the smokes. In the initial rounds of the game, it was Device. Follow-up round, it was Stound. And the round prior, Yabi. This time, Dumao runs it across the yard, gets away with an opener on the Deagle. But the bomb now is to try and join him, and it's been spotted.
The awkward thing about this is it just feels to me like, even though I like this T-side for Legacy, with how it's begun, they might need to kind of abandon plan A and call something a little more chaotic. Nice and clean for Astralis. The Eagles go nowhere fast. This buy is of utmost importance now to Legacy. Cadian praying.
Three times over, in fact.
Yeah, life in the Astralis jersey.
He's trying to... I mean, that's bad.
Yeah.
Numao has been getting wrecked out in the yard. Yeah, it's feeling very one note for Legacy.
The Cadian praying was before the round, Harry. That's how much they don't want to get eco'd.
Bro, the yard control just hasn't been working for this Legacy team. Numao tapped out early on. This time they managed to get Lato across, and he's got teammates with him. I hope they go really slow. Oh, they can't go really slow anymore now. Nissim's dead. Lobby's been taken. 3 in secret. What? Walk it back outside? Yeah, why not?
Couldn't really tell you what's happened here, but they've been sorry, they've been stalled out. They've been stalled out, Harry. And Astralis again, double upper, double lower, good setup, back sight. Crossfire in B. This is very hard to break into. It might have to be on, like, I would say a flash, but it's Lux with the molly in heaven. Could be good for back sight, but CT molly, how many positions will this clear?
It feels like they've gotten so tunnel vision, though, on fixing this outside control that now they've kind of given up all the other areas of the map too in the last couple of rounds.
There's 10 seconds. Where is your team? Oh, what a shot.
Lux the go.
That's it. That's a
but
round.
the bomb
Round's
is
over.
now gone, and there is no winning this anymore.
Run. Down the bed. Oh, he made
Okay, great routing.
That's good.
To
If
be
he
fair.
went lobby, he would die.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, I don't know. They are very determined to make outside work. And it's fair. I can understand wanting that real estate for sure. It's just, it's awkward. I think one of the best chances for a round we actually saw them have was the round where Numao was like super slow out in the yard, waiting at red, trying to catch players, peeking secret and garage on timings. I would love to see something like that because they've been trying to, you know, beat yard by just adding more players, but you see the symptom of this now. Suddenly Nissim, who's 0-6, is left holding lobby solo, and because Legacy have been kind of absent here and they're seeing more and more players in the yard, Astralis are taking liberties and taking lobby away. This is a nice time to try something different. I really like that they've moved away from the yard control. This is just a top site exec. Something to change the flavor. Something new on this T side.
Oh,
it's not really worked out though.
2 guns spraying the smoke. Bomb gets down vent. For the first time, Astralis aren't here, so that's a bit of money for Legacy, but winning this round is a...
I mean, Satin's already playing to save the AWP, right? He should not even think about going near this site. And so really it's a quest in how much the Tech-9s can do.
Seeing good ideas for Legacy, but inexperience definitely showing against top-level opposition.
Just don't lose this one. 5v1. They've taken a lot of time because they all went ramp, like loads of time.
They're lucky Satin's
almost
saving.
all the time has been used rerouting a ramp.
It's just free, just stick it, yeah. Okay, good. I was getting worried. Imagine losing 5v0. They're not FURIA though. Okay, rounds around. You do wonder if Zadzin played for it, he could have won it. But Astralis kind of can't really critique anything here. It's going perfectly well. Their reactions are good.
The other angle that's funny about Sads in there is, like, obviously he was T-roof.
Yeah.
If he was, like, back lobby trying to save the AWP, they all rotated through lobby to get to ramp.
Sure,
like,
yeah, okay.
I don't know, he heard them all going ramp. He knew what was happening. Damn, what could have been. Still, I don't think Legacy ever thought that that's how the round would go. I think they just assumed it would be the insta-lower drop into the straight-up round loss. The extra loss bonus helps get you everything you could possibly need and have cash left to spare going forward. Okay, they've really, really wanted the yard control to work. I want to know, what do they do if both these players manage to cross in a secret and no one dies, which is something that hasn't been... Oh, never mind, don't need to worry, this happens every time. In fact, they might both die out in the yard. That's an interesting change for Legacy. Usually, it's just one of them.
It's getting worse now. And this is into an upper pop as well, which is not happening, by the way, if that wasn't clear. The issue is, I think you need to do, like, to set the precedent, you need to do a round where you actually get players down secret and make a move to make Astralis scared of it. And from the get-go, it's only been, as you said, one player faking. Now, I will say that was easier in Go when you couldn't break the smokes. Really hard to get 5 players down secret against teams that use HEs on those smokes. Most teams do. But there's no precedent set. So Astralis just aren't really worried. That's a nice pick on ramp. Maybe you can open up a path here. 2 on B though. Again, Astralis. Rotates are so clean. Cadian already here. Traded. Yabby, that molly's not even going to burn him. He can play in front of the door. That molly really is a poor bit of utility. No prot allowed as a result. And they're going to trade out Yabby. Nice on the B site. 3 from him. I mean, that comes down to the miss molly. If they hit the molly correctly, Yabby can't play there.
There's just never any threat that, like, anything is more than it seems in this game for Astralis. Oh, they did the outside smokes. 2 players were out, and then they got a kill ramp. They're going B. So Astralis just instantly drop everyone B. Like, I don't know. Where's a slow outside round? If you really need it, if you really want the control, where's, like, a double pump of util, right? Think about it. A lot of teams, ever since, you know, you could blow smokes open in CS2, started doing that, where you would throw, like, the initial volley, the kind of wider wall of smokes, or hell, even the close cross ones. Get the first volley of nades out of your opponent so they can't break the smokes open, and then go back to yard a little bit later. Legacy are just stuck playing catch-up. The series started so well for them. Lato was playing fantastically. There wasn't a weak link for Legacy. Ancient happens where they get kind of steamrolled. They were hoping they could turn it all around on Nuke, but it's just been a non-starter. Astralis have flat out dominated them on these remaining 2 maps.
On the CT side as well, in a game that has been 10-2 T-side first half, 11-1 T-side first half, and this experience absolutely showing through for Astralis. Individuals are on point, for sure, but this hasn't been a game where you look at it and you go like, oh, they're just getting out-dueled. No, this is like out-positioned, out-called, out-read. That's been the key for Astralis.
They play with outside nades down a fake. And Stare has just farmed up the 2 players playing entry. All these other guys were kind of left lining up util, so it was really only a 2-man push.
Yeah. You'd like at least a 3rd guy coming out door there.
The quick double kill has lent a bit of intrigue here for Lux and Sadzin to try make a 2v5 happen. Astralis have split the defense as well. But I think that's fine. The B site is powerful as a solo hold. You can just play your timings behind Silo. Meanwhile, Astralis occupy a double setup in the doors. Device makes noise going back, trying to just bait them into Stare. That was supposed to be easy. Stare wasn't able to get it. A quick jiggle from Lux. He keeps his wits about him and anticipates that bait and switch. Now tries to slow it down in this 1v2. Hoping he can win this by out-positioning his opponent, but he's loud the entire way. Tries to bait Device out, but he just clotheslines him, pushing in with the 5-7 pulled. It's a confidence display out of Astralis.
And for good reason, with how this game has gone. This is an absolutely brutal way to get eliminated from PGL Bucharest. They came in so hot to Dust 2. Lato was 15-0. He stomped them into the ground.
Yeah, it's sad.
Back-to-back maps, Astralis do this.
I hate to say it, for Legacy, they've had some good maps and some good results, but it feels like they've been playing like they're eliminated for the last 4 or 5 rounds. There's not really new ideas being tried here. The entries look really sloppy in that top site here. Even though the util was good, Stare was flashed and mollied off of Hut, still got a double kill. Legacy aren't even really getting a shoot back in these rounds. It's staggering how one-sided they felt.
Stown has been a nuisance in the yard. Will not let them get far. Dumao actually crossed by. And because Stown killed an outside player, he hasn't realized just yet Dumao is here. Meanwhile, Astralis are playing triple B. But Cadian has his heaven control. Player coming right below him. Will he see? Oh, Dumao missing it. Might climb up the outside. Stown's coming back up secret after a vent drop. This is an important kill here. Oh, knife pulled. Stown gets behind cover though. Lato in the meantime, a pick on Cadian in heaven. Don't know where he went. Did he go hunting hell? That would be audacious if so. They have no real control on this A site. No, he's got picked. Lato with a good check. Stown on the big flank. I have the round. Oh! There's hope.
Yeah, Yabi should falter here. Lato through the heavens, that little hole he carved out by finding Cadian. Nets them a powerful post plant now to play with. Careful. And they might need it. 2v4 as this begins. Device opens. Stair trying to close the gap. They find Device back in main. And Stairs loud on the approach. Jumping up, mid-air shot required. One bullet would have done it.
Thought he would get that, to be honest.
But luck doesn't smile down upon Stair in that 1v3 attempt.
Yeah, that's finally around on this T side after so long for Legacy. They've been really going for this heaven control. And it finally pays off because Astralis are so stacked on that B-bomb site. This check plus this kill, back lobby, that is everything. It felt like Stan was ready to win the whole round there. Legacy looking for 3 on this half.
Yeah, good awareness and likely good communication from Dumao as to that being an option, right? It was him who spotted Stown at red. This is far more up tempo from Legacy. Ooh. They try to run it down out in the yard. Dumao versus Stown, and he takes that head-to-head.
Wow.
That was such a better look out in the yard. It's wild.
This is why I said at 5-1, I think they need to change the plan, go with a plan B, like just start playing a bit faster because this slow smoke executes. Astralis ready. Cadian's definitely ready. Backside, pulls out the AWP, put down. Plant faked out. In the vent for Device. You're not getting up here, buddy. They will stop you. Locked in, locked out. Legacy find a 3rd round. But however you slice it, Astralis are in full control, trying to eliminate the Brazilians 1-3.
Yeah, it really isn't much to go off of here for Legacy, but a handful of rounds in at the close. That's all they have to work with. For Astralis, a win in the pistol would lay any worries to rest, right? It would tee you up. You'd be on the finish line right there. All that's left to do is cross it, still in with a chance of making the playoffs here in Bucharest.
Definitely doable for Astralis if they go 2-2. It's so draw dependent. But absolutely not impossible here.
I'd be content with just seeing a bit more fight out of Legacy. Like we've been saying, I think they've had some good showings here. And there's been moments where there's a lot of promise. I think tactically they've been a fairly sound team with some cool ideas, but the wheels have really fallen off in the last 2 maps out of this Legacy team. I don't want it to end with a whimper. At least give us some excitement. At least feel like you put up a good fight here to close out your time in Bucharest.
Device to the PT50 Sand Dune. It's a classic carry. It's iconic. Legendary skin. Lux skins Stown alive though outside. Nissan peeking hell. Legacy 5v3 with a chance. Oh, woo! Wow.
All right. Maybe map 3 is CT sided just to really throw this series into a weird place because this is looking like a flawless pistol out of Legacy. It's that P250 Sand Dune left in the hands of Device you were talking about earlier. The skin may be old, but is it gold for Device? Is this P250 gonna give him an edge? Because he has boxed the hell in and nothing connects. 5 alive at the end of the pistol. Legacy show up convincingly in the first round of the second half. That's now 3 rounds in a row as well.
This is where the third map classic comes in, Harry. Do we have a competitive game out of nowhere? Don't write it off. They got just enough rounds. We had
problem is, I think like
11-1. Now we have 9-3.
Legacy entered like the mind hole for a while in that first half. Where
sounds like a good place. No,
no, it's horrible.
Oh.
Like this dark, horrible land where everything leads to failure. And they were kind of playing on autopilot for a while. Because Astralis is so close, I think they're going to play a far more dialed in and aggressive, varied game. Because they're the ones who only need to break through in like one of these rounds. They're playing from the front right now, and that will reflect in the cooling. Still, it's going to be even more props to Legacy if they can keep this game going. And that's the ace for Sadzin. So composed on the FAMAS. My God.
He one-taps that last player.
That was beautiful. Yeah, the ammo was running low in the end of the spray. Check it. Clean, real clean, extra clean. Oh, gleaming, sparkling, beautiful.
Spotless. Bring a lot of energy is Sadzin. This MVP for getting a lot of damage there. Set him up very nicely. But no, Sadzin with the ace. We're back on. Full buy for Astralis. Will they bring that aggression that you talked about? Will they come in? Guns are blazing.
I mean, Lux and Sadzin were sort of the two players keeping that first half going in any real meaningful way. It felt like they were the two trying to get the ball rolling, but Lux falls first out in the yard. So now just has to sit on and watch from beyond the grave. Trying to call a winner here from a man down. And Astralis just pumped the brakes. I mean, already, this is just a position that Legacy were never in that first half. Astralis have won the yard fight and now get to slow down with yard control. Legacy never got to do this. They always hemorrhaged players out in the yard. So this is already a very powerful position for Astralis to be in. Look at the pressure it's applied, even in positions like ramp. Sadzin has to worry about hell and the ramp room itself. And that's just like too much, right? It's too much to worry about. You can't be looking left and right and hit the right timing. Oh, but also they're in B, so not even your fullback is safe. Sadzin dies fighting. Nissim tries to help out from the double doors. He's at least kept this even in a 3-on-3, but gonna need more from Nissim before all is said and done, especially as Dumao dies in the meantime. If they can stop this plot, that's a winner! Lato barreling through the door, closes it out, and Legacy save themselves. That could have been Astralis teed up for a victory right there on the back of that round. But coming in, a man down, 2-on-3. Nissim from bottom of the board puts on a show. Sadzin's death is not in vain, and Lato plays it perfectly at the close.
Wow, look
that
at
is a gorgeous transfer.
Dude, they're playing like they got nothing to lose right now. And they may have a point. Only one buy round difference between Astralis and Legacy when you consider a couple of ecos in there. Suddenly this 9-3 is not looking too terrifying, but they've got to close against the Pistols.
You have to stop this type of play, right? Like, Astralis still in the lead, have that ability to throw in these fast topsides hits. And you don't want this to find success. You want to feel like you've removed it from the Astralis playbook for the next few rounds.
Huge flank.
But that early topside pressure has lent some room to Cadian.
Stalling this position out for a minute, seeing if Legacy give him a kill. Going through Hell's a high-risk move. But that ramp player checking it on timing. Does it favor Cadian? Can he get the gap? He has. out ramp. And Nissim missed him again.
He's missed the timing twice, and this time Cadian's way closer. Nissim's dead. He needs one on the ramp player who takes his attention first. He at least gets out with that. And now he's able to come across that there's a lot of players in the ramp room. Legacy with a flank of their own. This is the bomb on Stair. He's got to drop. Hung around to fight that for a moment. And in going back to drop the bomb, he will fall. Cadian dead as well. That's a quick reaction out of Legacy. A lot of moving parts in that round. A lot of ways that could have gone wrong.
Considering they don't know how deep Cadian is, that he's playing for that ramp flank, like Nissim's considering it, but he just dies, and already they're in lobby flanking. That's great awareness from Legacy to know what's going on, despite the lack of information. I feel like Cadian kind of let Device die there, but Device went too far at the same time. He made a step to bait for Cadian, but then he went for the fight. Timing just a little bit off to get that as clean as it could have been. And that could have made all the difference. Either way, an eco round put to bed by Legacy. Here's that buy that Astralis must win, or this will be looking at 9-9. One more and we're calling the police here. Astralis might need an ambulance.
My loves. My lovely ambulance.
Thank you, ambulance.
Ambulance. Call the ambulance. Oh, I said it right. I can't say it wrong.
Call the ambulance. Oh, you can't. Oh, you're too good to say it wrong now.
Yeah. Too perfect.
Here we go. What have Astralis got in store? Oh, Legacy playing real balls to the wall on the CT side. I think those last couple of rounds on the T-half reminded them.
Oh, Nissim has to dial in. Has to dial in. They creep past him. Gets out with one. Still, you'll take that if you're Astralis. It's good real estate. Losing Device, though, that one's going to hurt a little bit more. They get players down in towards B. Lato already dropping in here. Certainly had his moments in this series.
Smoke's annoying because Legacy can still play the double door in front of it if they want to.
Double door's just such a strong post plant as well, right? It's kind of the preferred area for the T's to try and grab. So Lato's done a good job of denying them some key real estate in this post plant, and also this keeps the vent rotate open. This means Legacy get down in a B way quicker. So they have the man advantage, but they are the ones up against the pressure of the clock. This is a power position at Astown. Astralis trying to make the most out of the hand they've been dealt here. Denied the double doors control. They'll take positions and crossfires between the site and ramp, but with Lato doubling up, Sadzin flooding through, they needed one of those early fights to go their way, and none of them do. This is now a one-round game.
Oh my.
The biggest of leads for Astralis stands to crumble to dust before our very eyes. That bomb plant at least means they can come through with another buy. It's no longer the case that they're eco giving over a tie match.
They're all just so split in that post bomb, right? Stown, yeah, great position, but it only is valuable if Yabi's alive and he gets cleared hard on the door. Stown suddenly a sitting duck, unhelped on the ramp. And even nading the door there for Stown allows them to get a view into the site, allows them to molly dark, clear more positions. It doesn't help him out in the end. He's trying to force an early kill. Astralis crossing quick with the smokes. No nades for Legacy. Molly beaten. They get down secret. Cadian crossing late. Relatively undisturbed are Astralis in this lower site. And Legacy have to be cognizant that this is possible. Lux is on his early rotation. Lux has been in a lot of very high information positions in this game. As the captain, it makes perfect sense. Push lobby last round, got that kill on Device. As Astralis were going for a B hit. He knows they're now not doing it this time. Astralis' goal is back round the world to upper. Sadzin. Got to be very careful. Getting baited in right now by this spray, but it's Stown who's gaining space. Back to enforce upper here from Astralis.
Dumau can hear this. They lose Lato. Dumau has really struggled here on this third map, but if he can go huge, if this can be Dumau's moment, Legacy would serve to tie this game up from 9-1 down. Dumau puts on a clinic, gets out with 3. It's left to Lux. Late rotate in through the lobby. In the first half, this guy was the one player hitting for Legacy. Can he do right by the squad now and pick this one up? It's not an easy clutch. Stare entrenched, back of the site, fed to him. Just device, left to B, and Lux lines up the double. The comeback is still coming in. From 9-1 down, they've tied up this game, 9-all. Lux delivers 1v2.
And you cannot say at this point that Astralis have not been in winnable positions, have not been in rounds where you would expect them to close them out. The last two of the first half, you can forget about, but they've had opportunity, and Legacy have ripped it away every single time, playing loose, playing fast, playing together. Legacy looking for a legendary upset, the likes of which some of these players have never seen.
9-1 down, now 8 rounds in a row. Fast top site hit to set the pace. Now that we're at a level playing field and Astralis get mauled. 3 players dead straight away out through the hut. And still committed to the call, still trying to make it work. His device, death by 1,000 cuts as he's spammed out in the door. Yabi falls, a damn near flawless A-hold. Legacy in the lead with 9 rounds in a row of their own.
This is anything but a level playing field. This is an elevated Legacy, top of the server, not just in rounds, but momentum, style, hype. They've got it all. And Astralis must be feeling downtrodden right now. This has been an unbelievable comeback. It's still going on. Astralis yet to break in. 9 rounds in a row for the Brazilians. Can they keep playing this way? Or will the pressure eventually hit? They are so close. Huge
That's a
kill.
really big pickup for Device. Saturn has been hitting very, very hard in this game, and losing him early, that is a death that will be felt by Legacy. 2 players spotted going down the vents for Stown as well. It's a lot of info to have picked up. Add that to the man advantage. Astralis are in a powerful position here. They've got to seize this opportunity.
I like this. Stown is scaling off Device's control. He has the open garage. He's holding his hell heaven for him. Stown takes a lot of space. They have to hit this A site.
This is the best position Astralis have been in since that 2v1 that Lux was able to pick up. This is a very commanding spot to be in the round with Stown in the heavens. They have lost lobby. That was the reaction from Legacy. And as Yabi drops in, it's going to get flanked by Nissim. That's an equalizer at least. Lobby info gain. Lux fighting from hell. Spots the bomb, make it across in a secret. Tries to go back and fight Stown for this heaven control. They know the bomb isn't in a position to link up with him. And so now with Lato finding Cadian down on the B site, that's the bomb away from Astralis. This 4-on-3 starts to fade away before your very eyes. Stown and Device have got to combine to pick this up, but there's 15 seconds left. There just isn't time to win this for Astralis.
That's a desperate call to go down secret. They had Stown in heaven. They wanted to use it as a fake there after realizing that Legacy had lobby control. They didn't like what could have been available. Quick retake on that top site, but Astralis cross past an open path down B. They give all the info, and Legacy await in lower to receive that package. They tear it open. 11 rounds now.
And this is a Legacy that is no longer on autopilot, not just going through the motions, letting rounds play out and slip by the wayside. They are proactive. There's a lot of movement here. Fantastic reactions after they lose that yard control.
That's 4v5 in a mid-round as well.
Taking lobby away. Lux pushing into hell to get the info, and an instant drop at lower from Lato to find the bomb. And you can see how the vibe has changed for Astralis. Stare and Katie just exchange glances. They both know this is happening. They can feel that this game is so far out of their hands now.
And Cadian still has to make the call to break this massive streak of 10 rounds in a row. Still has to find the solution to keep Astralis in Bucharest, or it's going home. A daunting prospect right now
And
these days.
you're so all in this round that even with the loss bonus, you need a plant if you want to have guns.
And even then.
In that follow-up, this is the best chance Astralis are going to have to keep this game going.
Stairs on a Deagle, we got Galils. It's not even an AK in this round here for Astralis.
There has to be a Device AWP round. Like, this is the big ticket item. Device has had a pretty quiet series as far as they go. Even on Ancient, the map they won, he was fine. But this has to be the Device round.
Yeah, they're giving him room to go for this pick, but nothing's going to appear. The smokes come down as a cross. I like this. If Astralis can cross 3 players secret, that gives them a good platform.
This, however, is the very first time Lux has played in this position in Garage. He has not been playing here. Stown still will go for the clear, but Lux is going to take that initial fight. They need this trade. They know they need it. There's a lot weighted on it, and so Stair chasing that down is big. Picking it up, Dumao moves in.
What a move.
Dumao had 3 kills coming into this second half. But he had a big triple kill on the top site. He's dodged Device's AWP, getting all the way into credit. He won't be expected here.
No.
Dumao is in the swing position.
He might win this round.
To win this round, and by extension, the series for Legacy. He's got 2 on the plate, but only manages 1. Device with a quick turn. Dumao can't end it now. They've got to win it in the long game. A-site broken apart, and Sadzin too far away. Astralis, after 10 rounds of absence, finally looking to break through. That nade so close, but just misses its mark. Cadian gets out at 2 HP.
He doesn't have to save, but it does make sense for him to do so, given he's got no money, he's on the AWP, but his team have the cash. Either way, this is too far gone for Sadzin. He's realizing now no kit. That hurts, man, for Dumao, because I think the trigger discipline is nice, but in retrospect, if he took that first kill, he might have had 2. It's the fact that Device turns around with the AWP and dishes him a great shot. Against a rifle, I don't think they turn around in time and get that headshot.
Oh, that's so brutal.
It could have been 2 kills, bomb stopped, players in position. Instead, Device wreaks havoc, picks that top hut, wins the round. Nice mid-round and call for Cadian to get that secret, go back up.
That's the first knock that they've felt in a long time, Legacy. Is that the one that throws them off balance, or can they get right back to their winning ways? Huge round from Device on that AWP as well, right? The key trade on a Dumao, follow-up kill as well to bring them into the top site. We needed that to be a Device round. And he lived up to his end of the bargain.
And Astralis reignites with that 1-round win, finally breaking this monumental streak. Or is it a flash in the pan on Legacy's burner? Crossing outside quietly.
Lux has played a very varied game out in the yard, and this round is no exception. He started the round off dropping down lower, already down here, and tucked in close. Stair will be testing the waters of this B site, and Device is nearby to lend a helping hand. Still, it would be so much easier if Stair was good for the opening. Instead, he just gets out with his life. And honestly, I think that's fine. You wouldn't want Device attempting that trade on the AWP. They quickly change their mind into the top site here. Yabi and Stair with the openers. Dumao already dropped down the vent. Now is to risk flying up if Legacy want to attempt this.
Astralis have figured out the reaction and they're exploiting it. They do the same round as previously, but they do it on a quicker timing. Showing Secret, immediately flying back up top site, and it's the double vent rotation that cost Legacy everything. Now they must save. Now they need the money.
Yeah. If they go for this round and came up short, they would be broke. There are kills available to them out in the yard. Missed shot from the Device orb. At this point, you know there's only 2 players in the top site, and they do have kits. I wonder if they're going to try and go for this late. They're teed up so that they can. Astralis have given them a way back in. Dropping into the site is Lux. Another kill out of Dumao. Yabi had to hit that. Yabi has to win this, and that double kill keeps Astralis in the game. Last second retake attempted, but that baited Legacy to give up everything. Their money is now gone.
You can't blame Legacy for trying to win that round right there, but it costs them everything just as much. They lose all their guns. They have no money, maybe a couple of rifles, certainly no AWP on Sadzin, and the cost of that attempt is brutal. They don't even really make the wrong call, they just make it so late. And Yabi, look at them, they're playing for overtime now. Have to rely on the next round bye. Astralis, a second wind right before closing hour. Oh my God. And now they actually commit with the smokes, but they do it silently. I've got to say, these calls in the last 3 rounds have been pretty solid. Abusing the secret rotation twice over, and now actually committing to lower. But Legacy can gamble because of the fact they're on eco. So they move 2 players aggressively together. First kill should be there, stairs low, but anything further, optimistic. Astralis can stop if they want.
Drop down the vent, should have been heard by Cadian as well, and so he's quickly called them back up. This kind of decisiveness and speed behind the calls is, yeah, something that has only recently made its appearance for Astralis on this T side, and it served them so well. Hinging on Cadian's every word of when and where to rotate. And it's that speed that's kept them away from the Legacy CT side, constantly catching them out of position. They've also had this yard control whenever they've wanted it. That's something Legacy didn't get to do in their T side, if you remember, right? They could never crack through the outside yard control. Astralis were too strong there. There was smoke kills every round, it felt like. Nade in the smokes, harassing the yard players. And Legacy have not been able to come close to that level of success at stopping these yard plays.
Yeah, I gotta run here.
After 10 rounds in a row, getting all the way to 11, being the team in pole position, it might matter not for Legacy. Astralis dig deep, and they have found the exploit. They have found the gap, and it is this yard control, and they've used it devastatingly so against Legacy all game long, whether that was in the first half or now, where it really matters at the tail end of this T side.
And this is where you dread to be an in-game leader. I think even Cadian's talked about this before, right? Everyone's happy to call. Everyone wants to be an in-game leader when you're 5-0 up and you're on the T side and everything's worked, you're running at them. No one wants to be the in-game leader at 12-11 when your opponent are calling the tactical timeout to try and figure out the solution. Astralis have done the same start 3 rounds in a row. Are they going to do it again? Do they adapt? How do Legacy respond? It's the mind game that comes with round 24 call that Cadian has to piece together and put ahead for his team. How do Astralis play this round is the big question. Legacy looking for the answer.
Lux, not just the player tasked with coming up with the solutions, also the man out in the yard. He has to problem solve in more ways than one for Legacy. And we do have a position change, right? Nissim taking up Garage, taking up the yard control.
Just so audaciously confident.
Lux playing in main. They've got a double yard setup, right? They're playing a crossfire. Lux is hoping to swing out late by the time they get to Nissim. This is the perfect call from Lux. He has cooked here. This is a great solution. They pincer Astralis as they try and cross into the garage. That's the bomb dropped. Legacy continue to hold on. Credit's got to go to Lux. He had the answer in this round on the back of the pause. Some time to figure out how they want to address this yard control. And Legacy finally hit the nail on the head. Device 1v5. Holds for the right peak to open up. But it's just a tag on Lato. And so this becomes an even more impossible mission. Nissim just swings the yard. And the outside battle is won. But the war is just beginning. This one drags on into OT.
I'm glad we get there for Legacy's sake after this comeback. A monstrous comeback that felt like it was all going to be stripped away by Astralis. And now we really get to see who can cut the mustard in overtime for elimination in a third map.
The thing I love was you talked about the mind games. You talked about, you know, are Astralis going to do it again? That's what Legacy are having to contest with. The fact that not only do they read Cadian correctly in terms of thinking he will just repeat the call. But then they have the perfect setup to deal with it. I think that's a very confidence-inspiring round for Lux and the rest of Legacy.
Astralis still go outside as well. This time with smokes. Last time was full dry, right? They let Device work the pick with the AWP. He's not had many kills, but his kills in this T-side have been, or have come with big complications, big implications. Drop down the vent for 2. Again, Astralis making no secret about this. In lower, they are running amok. Dumao goes through the smoke. He gets denied, pushing the wrong side of the smoke. Nissim's flanking as well. There's still Lux coming down the vent. Legacy want to contend with this.
Oh, and there's Lux springing his trap. The second player in the vent room. Good for the double kill. Nissim will go and feed himself to Stare. But that only feels like a small misstep in an otherwise perfect round out of Legacy. You can tell Lux, all of a sudden, is feeling a big degree in comfort that he can offer up the solutions. It's another good call. In the same way, Cadian got a couple of repeats of successful rounds, right? Getting a call, these 3-yard plays back to back to back at the tail end of the game. That was Lux's time to call a bit of a repeat, right? It was the exact same setup. Nissim back garage, Lux in main. Dumao also nearby, ready to help. That enables the double lower drop and the fast flank out of Nissim. And so both captains now have got to play the classics, you know, the set list that gets the people going, the familiar ones. They've done that.
It's provocative.
This is where they have to get to the innovation. This is where you got to see the wheel reinvented.
I mean, we've seen nothing ramp and nothing upper since, yeah, 10 rounds or something. And I'll say this, didn't work for Legacy, did it? Some of those convoluted outside smoke crosses into upper hits, so they need these CT rounds. There, checking his back, faking the secret cross. Are they just going for the instant main split? It would be quite a call, and one that Nissim again is looking out for on a tight line.
It is the repeat once more, right? This crossfire between Lux and Nissim. This is now what Legacy have done 3 rounds in a row. Astralis have to be ready for this. And they're not. Back's turn to Nissim in garage. He gets out with a double. Rotate of the AWP as Sadzim proves to be very important. He gets to the heavens just in time. Once more, it's Device left in the clutch.
He's got really good timing, though. I don't think they're ready. He might get a free kill from this reposition. There it is. Nissim dead. Device goes back.
Device has been left in a lot of these clutches, still has yet to stick the landing in any one of them, but one T-side round is so valuable in OT, both these squads. Winning hard on the CT side. If Device can provide that one T round here, that would be massive for Astralis.
The repos is so nice for Sadzin, and he's considering the Device has already caught the timing. This cross, surely uncleared. Legacy find 2. Dude, I love the hit for Astralis. I just wish they would do something about back garage. A smoke or a flash in this position would just win them the round. The hit is nice. They found the weakness. These main splits are good. Yami's door lurks are impactful, but it's always the back garage player getting multi-kills.
Yeah, but it's the team playing from the front that dictate the mind games, and that is now Legacy, right? As mentioned, in the same way, the big question was, is Cadian going to call these outside hits over and over and over again till the end of the game? Now the question is, does Lux and Nissim keep running their garage main setup? It's feeling borderline predictable. It should be. And so now they will change it up. Final round.
I like this. You got 2 on
the
OT.
first half of OT.
They're taking a risk.
They do something different. Nissim starts off at ramp. When you see him in the kill feed, that's going to be rage-inducing for Astralis. Feeling like once again they've been outmaneuvered, outpositioned. Stare making it into secret, collecting his freebie. That's Lux getting aggressive out in the yard. 2 players at the ramp room. 1 from Sadzim. Nissim can't deliver anything else, and so 2 versus 3 in this lower site. 1 player already here. It's Lato. He's got to be a difference maker. Temporarily has this 1v2 laid out in front of him, but he's missed both timings.
Oh, climbing up.
Teammate makes it down. For the time being, Stare is nowhere near this round. Gonna have to vent drop.
Should be impossible.
One back from Device, and Dumao knows this one is just too far gone. Full sight control for Astralis. Crossfire set up. There's no world back into this for Dumao, and he's even getting wrapped through the double doors. Astralis will find their one T-side round when all is said and done.
Hey, it's enough. You can't deny it at this point, right? T-sides have been a trouble on Nuke for these teams, and so Astralis have done the bare minimum. They may have choked a huge lead, but they are absolutely still in this game with a shot to close it out. The question is, can Legacy adapt from what was arguably an uglier T-side? At least it felt like it. A one-note T-side. They did the same thing. It never worked. I want to see them off the wheel, let off the leash again. Play a bit looser. It's what got them their last 2 rounds of reg. Fast A hit, denied immediately. This never worked, and it never will with Yabi in this position. 3 kills. The door shut, slammed in fact. Could this comeback be all for naught?
I do love how safe Astralis are playing this 4v1. They're not leaving anything to chance. And now they split the defense 2-2 between the top and bottom site. There is something a bit weird with like lobby control taken, but you should be able to fly up the vent. Even if Sadzin gets a kill, when he goes for the bomb plant, you know you can rush him, you know you can close the distance. And Yabi's having a hell of a round. His 4th kill, he was ready for the heaven rotate. So there's the equalizer out of Astralis.
Does feel like they're favored to win now, right? On the better side.
Well, I hope for Legacy. I think it's so easy in the heat of the moment to conflate confidence with speed and aggression, right? Like, they're playing far more confident now, but I hope this isn't just a series of super up-tempo rounds trying to scrap early. I want to see, because, you know, the Astralis util's been really good. And sadly for Legacy, they line up a lot. It feels like every one of these top sites, they're just getting, you know, players aren't like transferring them. It's kind of awkward lineups in the door. Another quick, pacey round. I'm really worried about that link between confidence and aggression and speed. They at least get out with an equalizer again, a 4v4 found. You run the risk of this T-side feeling like it ended in about 4 or 5 minutes at this rate. And so the slowdown here in the 4-on-4 is nice. They take the pace out of it.
It's going to be that heaven lurk again.
Oh, going back in the yard is huge. Stown is getting aggressive. Stown is moving in. Oh, they pulled util, but just got away, and Lato has saved them. That is such a huge kill to find. 4v4 was already hard enough for Astralis. They had to split the defense. They were making info plays. Now they've lost that info. That's going to trigger more reactions. A Legacy ready for those reactions. They hold on to the lobby. One more man where that came from. Cadian now tangoing with the entire game on his back as he fights for this lobby control. If he falls, that's opened up the path. That's opened up the route into this A site. And it's just Yabi, the hero of top site in that previous round, has to try and do it again, and he can't find his footing.
Dude, what a heaven lurk for Nissim again. He got so much control. It trapped Cadian in that position. I think Cadian had to take the heaven fight. That was his best fight available, not the door one. He got stuck between engagements, wanted to get out. He had no choice. He had to fight for his life, and he picks the wrong punch. Great cover from Lato. Stown could have upended that entire round. But it is Lato and Nissim to find 15 for Legacy. 9-1 down. We are now re-entering the conversation. Can they eliminate Astralis in first OT?
a good way to start, right? Stown out in the yard with these smoke spams was a backbone of that first half, and that initial 10-1 lead for Astralis. Keeping up in this round, knocking Lux out. More than just the brain in this third map, he's also been the brawn, a big part of the success of this legacy crew.
Are they holding secret? No one's holding secret right now. Coming up is Stown, looking to finish what he started. If that orb took a peek, it might find that trade. Instead, Stown patient. He knows he's done what he has to. He's still in a position to stop any further progress from Legacy.
Up until now, this T-side in overtime has not felt like regulation, but this round is them going back to the call from regulation after the wildest of departures and how long this series has ended up being. But they actually changed their mind, and I like that. They haven't committed to an idea that wasn't working. Now, they do have the troublesome task of trying to retake lobby control, a position that Astralis have played for in this 5v4. But there's the opener. Yabby dies first. Device now makes his presence known from ramp and gets one on that AWP. Oh, and another from Device. Fights through the lip of that Molotov. Gets Legacy down to 2. Sadson dead in the door. Nissim with a key trade, but still has so much more to do. 1v4 as this begins. 10 seconds left to work with. There just isn't time for Nissim to make anything happen here. Another overtime required. OT mirroring the results of this game in regulation. Heavy CT side favor. It's feeling like you're going to need to go flawless on this CT side if you want the win.
Does feel likely, right? And now Astralis have a chance to kick that off on this CT half. A game that definitely deserves overtime after the 2 one-sided first maps of this series. It felt like that was going to continue on Nuke. Legacy have lasted longer than anyone could give them credit for, but they are still no closer to closing this game than Astralis. Device's orb finds a first. Cadian in close ramp as well. Same situation. He's going to drop off. Good move for Cadian. Doesn't overdo it. Legacy can have ramp. Will they just do the same as usual? Leave Nissim on this late lurk. Let him flank the heavens. It's a position that has been underguarded for Astralis. And with 2 AWPs on this B bomb site, that will remain unguarded. I bet Nissim feels it's all too predictable right now. And so they will go for something different. Ramp slow into B. They need to get their ducks in a row. They need to get the right util in place to make this work. Cadian with a great angle.
Device nails a second on his orb. Cadian able to help out. Oh, one more. These orbs deliver for Astralis. And it's just Dumao. He's encircled, surrounded, and knocked out of the 1v5. That's 4 kills off of the 2 AWPs for Astralis. First on this CT side, and the second OT goes their way.
And that's why when you get into a game this deep, you don't want to always do the things that have been working and the things that you've done so many times, right? We've seen that even for Astralis, but right there, Nissim doesn't want to go for the health control. He feels it's too predictable. Device was outside with the orb. Why would I do it again? The Device had already dropped B. Double orb B, no chance for Legacy. Sadin looks to put his to use. Out-fragging everyone in the server. He find that opening kill. No one seems to be giving it away. Legacy do cross many down secret. They've typically not gone for this, and Astralis want to gamble. They're going to clear lobby again, but they find nothing. That's good information for Astralis, realizing now that Legacy are down lower indeed. And look at the heavy rotation. Cadian Device. Only 1 ult between them, but they make it into this B site again. Stare is so aware that there could be a lurker in position. He's not wrong. Go back cuppa.
Oh, you feel like that's playing right into the hands of Astralis with how they're set up right now. The cross in a main would come through uncontested, but I feel like you're going to be tempted to try and take hell or heaven.
Oh, they're going B, all right. They can't make up their mind. This is pretty indecisive right now for Legacy. And so Astralis haven't moved a muscle. Lurker dead. It's all down to this.
Yeah, still too strong down in this B site as well. Device's orb. Gonna try and strike first. Knocking out Lato, and they've got him pinned in a corner, sure, but Device doesn't feel the pressure to peek. His teammates are inbound, and Device hits the no-scope.
They're wallbanging him, it's doing nothing. Full health behind that box. Cadian baiting for him on the top. Perfect setup for Astralis. No one moves. They get in their positions that they want to end the round in, and they do exactly that. Legacy have hit a brick wall. You said it needed to be a flawless CT side, Harry. It's looking possible.
I mean, you can see Stown was getting pumped the hell up.
He was doing that at 3-1, bro.
Yeah.
How's he still doing it?
But he knows the importance of just how, you know, clean this CT half has been thus far. The potential now to win 3 straight on your CT side. And then just needing 1 T round to break through. Feat that both squads have been able to accomplish in these, or in the other OT. This is it. Astralis. The requirement is felt like a flawless CT half, and they're about to give it to us.
Classic
Once more back to the fight out in the yard, and yeah, Stown opens. Yavi adding 1 more. Smoke spam connects. More for Stown! Biting down on Legacy. Is ready to send them packing. Only Sadzin remains. In the blink of an eye, this round is over. Stown, the destroyer, tears through Legacy. And Astralis now have 3 chances to eliminate Legacy from PGL Bucharest.
Hard-fought game for Legacy today. Would be an unbelievable one if they kept it going, but it does feel written in the stars that Astralis can finally shut down this 9-1 lead of a game in double overtime. Stown has had enough. 4 kills outside. And Legacy got to dig deeper than before. From the open qualifier all the way to match point against Astralis, they couldn't do it. And Astralis might. Deep breaths. We're going back in.
You know, I think that's the thing that's going to hurt for Legacy, is knowing that they've been, you know, in spite of the ones who were like getting wrecked to open up this map and having to launch the comeback, they were the team to have chances to close out this series, the team to arrive on match and series point.
Twice over.
And now that goes to Astralis. They're the ones with all the chances. They're the ones in the driver's seat. Legacy are now being tasked to dig deep all over again. They've done it once already in this 3rd map. They need to showcase even more resilience, and that's just to get to another overtime.
Oh, I don't think Sadzin saw them cross there, but they are going to hear them down lower. Lux again, early warning system, won't even hang around for a kill. Just wants to live, just wants to put up the barrier on this B-bomb site. Is he going to go searching? It is tempting, but he climbs up instead. Astralis, they love the wrap back to the main split. This time no back garage player. A man down.
Saturn's getting aggressive in lobby with the AWP in the meantime, which is a really solid move. It's just helping Legacy that much more. Know that no one is in lobby, everyone is outside, or they're in secret ready to go B. And so you have that much of a better idea of how to play this 5v4. You know to worry about main, you know to worry about heaven, and to hold on a B. Those are all the positions you have to account for right now if you're Legacy. That's really it. Also this ramp control, and you can see that that's what Sadzin's trying to watch out for right now. Moves back in on the AWP, but he just departs the angle right as they moved in, right as they took ramp out from under his nose. Sadzin now trapped in this smoke, just playing a delay, playing to stay alive.
10 seconds.
Bomb just retrieved by Stown, but there's more players here. There's more to get through, and Stown won't be able to do it. Legacy take the first on their journey to a third overtime. They now need a flawless CT half of their own.
Hey, anything's possible. That's what we've learned today. Nothing is off limits. A little slow on that ramp to B, and Sadzin, despite an awkward timing miss, he really bought more. Dropped a smoke, stayed inside, got that few seconds for the B players to come and assist, and Yabi and Dor got shut down on lower as well. That's a reason Stow doesn't even go for it. He knows, oh sorry, Cadian rather, he knows that he can't get that plant. So Astralis, 2 more tries. Back outside.
As we were trying to make this OT happen, one of the demands was that Device could cook something up. I feel like with opening kills weighted so heavily, he would be handy, but Yabi's actually been able to answer that in this round, providing an opener. And that is like worst case scenario for Legacy. At the end of the day, they still need manpower here. Lux is super low. Sadzin out of the round. Someone trying to make a hero play. It's Dumao getting aggressive, but just the one and done. It's not enough to change the fortunes of Legacy here. Molly gonna burn Lux out, and this might be the beginning of the end. 2 overtimes required. A comeback out of Legacy from 10-1 down to be the team arriving on match point first, but unable to close. Twice over, and now coming to terms with the weight of their failure there. In this second overtime for Lato and Nissin, a 2 versus 4, Astralis not moving a muscle. A cold chill creeps through Legacy as they know their time at Bucharest now hinges on the performance of just one man, Lato, to try and keep them in it. And he's a long way away. Astralis finally have the answers. Finally look to lay this series to rest, and after a diabolical start from Astralis, course correcting over the remaining 2 maps in the series, pushed to the very limits on Nuke, but good to reply and good to close. It's Device on that AWP, the last thing that Legacy here before their time in Bucharest is over.
An admirable run for Legacy, but Astralis survived the night. They survive another day. They go through 2-2 to play for the playoffs still here at PGL Bucharest. They made it last time in Cluj. They're looking to do it again. It was no easy feat for Astralis. That was a 9-1 lead. They almost choked to oblivion, but Astralis do get it done. They do right on that overtime, and that is a devastating loss for Legacy, who you feel like they gave it their all. They gave it everything they had, but eventually ran out of steam. Astralis with the experience, Astralis with some unbelievable individual moments, and Stown really stepped up today here.
Yeah, you know, you'll notice it's not some kind of crazy, outlandish celebration from Astralis. That's because there's still a lot of work to do, right? This was a super tight win. It was thin margins on this game, to say the very least. And in the end, being able to drag themselves through overtime leaves them in with a chance still of reaching the playoffs, but it's a spot they're going to have to earn. The battle continues for Astralis.
It's a
1 BO3 left to play. It's all or nothing for the Danish squad now. And yeah, Legacy, I think it's always going to hurt because this was so close, and they had their chances. They launched that insane comeback, and in many ways, once you've done, you know, a 10-1 down, you know, reverse sweep, winning all those rounds, locking in match point, a part of you, I think, feels like the job's done. You're almost there. You've basically done it. You've got multiple chances, and I think it was getting caught up in the occasion, caught up in the moment. Heading into those OTs, you could like feel the kind of angst and aggression around how they were playing early. And Astralis were able to use that. They kept their composure throughout. The hype didn't start shining through till the very end when Stown was getting fired up.
Still, I just still think there's some really good signs for Legacy. It just felt like, yeah, they didn't have the depth, I guess, of Astralis, especially on these T sides. Had trouble adapting, hit overtime, started going for A rushes. I mean, they were getting a little bit desperate at times, but some of these individuals are super sharp. Lato, who we already knew, proves it again here on LAN. And Sadzin, an AWP that I hadn't seen play like this ever. He really showed up almost every map for Legacy here in Bucharest. I mean, what a series. 2 stomps, Dust 2, Ancient, both one-sided as hell, 10-2 and 11-1 opening halves respectively, and then this one where, sure, Astralis, they did choke a 9-1 lead. It did get a bit too close for comfort, but they close it out, and that's what matters.
I also think this was nice, like, when you look at the individuals there for Astralis, Stown top in the charts, and right in behind him is Device. Well, Device was kind of not really in the series up until this third map, but you'll take that, right? If your veteran shiny star of an AWPer can bank it all up and then unleash it on map 3, you know, that's kind of what matters if you're Astralis. When the going got tough, Device got going. Same can be said for Stown, who under the pressure has been known to crumble ever since Ancient. He was a whole different player. Was horrible at the start of the series and then went from strength to strength over the remaining 2 maps.
Literally 0 to hero for Stown. I mean, that Dust 2 was abysmal, but he clutched up early on Ancient, got him yelling. We saw the hype he was bringing to the team as well. Hype they probably needed a lot as well. Astralis maybe in Crisis or maybe in the playoffs. Again, depends on that draw on that final day. We're really just going to have to wait and see at the 2-2 match.
You know, I think the Stown energy did uplift the team because it felt like communication got better. As much as we can glean communication gets better just from feeling, it was like the decisiveness and the speed of some of the calls and changes. It felt like everyone was so responsive and hanging on every word of Cadian and what he was calling because it was so instant. There was no lag time like there was on some of the other maps, right, where maybe someone's gone a little too deep and they've ended up in a position they're committed to. Now the players to slow down as a result. No, it was like finger to the pulse Counter-Strike out of Astralis. And in the end, you know, I think Legacy, even just requiring like an extra half a second sometimes to process things or to react, that's what ends up costing them in the grand scheme of this whole series. Wow, that was only Series 1. That was only Series 1. Legacy now done at PGL Bucharest. Astralis keep on fighting. We'll see them again tomorrow with a chance of playoffs. We get ready now for Rare Atom versus the Falcons. I think this one's actually going to be a bit of a banger, but we can talk about that, Hugo, in just a moment. That next series coming up soon, so don't go anywhere because you won't want to miss it.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Rare Atom have taken quite the journey from the qualifiers all the way here to Bucharest. I've got Kaze joining me here to talk things through. And Kaze, first of all, just for you guys to be able to come to Europe to play here at Bucharest, What does it mean for you guys? How important is this event for you?
To make it to PGL Bucharest is quite an important event to join.
How ready do you feel as a team for this event, for this challenge ahead of you?
We are quite ready in kind of situation. If we started off well, if we start slow, maybe it will be hard for us. So it's kind of see what the momentum we have.
Looking at trying to start well, is there something you guys talked about or something you have mentally done to prepare and make sure you can start the way you want to?
Because usually in most matches we always started slow. Yeah. And maybe later on second half we'll get back the momentum. So usually we try to get our started off good first, then we'll see what happens.
Now, looking at where you're competing when you're back home, you guys are doing very well. You also made it through the Chinese qualifier for Astana. You sat there, you won the Mesa Asia Masters 2025. Do you feel like you guys as a team are seeing good improvement that you wanted to see?
I think beating an Asian team wouldn't improve us much, so we are trying to compete against Europe and see where our potential is. So maybe we'll try to see what we can do in this tournament and see where our improvement will be going. Yeah.
And for you guys, obviously, when we look at the Shanghai Major, it wasn't the results you guys wanted in the end, but you were able to gain some good experience there. I remember just seeing you guys up on that stage, you know, and doing that. How much have you missed being able to do that, and how much do you want to succeed in some way here to show the best version of the team?
Making it to the major last year was important for us, and it's definitely meant a lot for us because it's our hometown.
Yeah.
And playing in front of the home crowd definitely gave us a lot of happy to play in front of the crowd. And also our results wasn't good, which is kind of disappointed for the fans. And we have learned through that to make it better, and we'll see how we can make it far.
Well, I wish you the best in luck in trying to make it far. I got also one final question for you. Obviously, we saw what Tyloo did back at ESL Pro League, you know, making it through the first stage, showing some good CS. Does that also inspire you guys to have some more success and see that it can be done?
Seeing what Tyloo have done in Pro Leagues is also kind of good that they made that far. And also proud to see our comrades make it far. So we support each other, how they made it far, and it's kind of proud for them to make it the group stage to the next stage. Yeah, we also support them. Yeah.
And hopefully that's what you can do here and keep that going for the guys out in the Asia region, man. Thank you very much for your time and good luck at the tournament.
Yeah, thank you very much.
It's lineup landing time, and I've got Nico from Falcons with me here. And I chose Nico because last time we had a fun game, you got very competitive, you weren't happy with the result, but this one I think will fit you very well. Am I right? This is good for you?
The last time definitely didn't go my way, didn't go as expected, and this time around I should do better. Yeah, I should do better, but again, let's see what you cooked here.
All right, so let's start this, and the first one is Dust 2.
This one, I would say B split smoke.
Where's the smoke? Like B split smoke? Yes. Where's it landing?
I think it's on the ground.
Let's have a look at it.
This is not how we throw it, at least. Don't go on the box. Don't go on the box. Don't go. Yeah, nice.
There we go.
I was right.
Accurate, even to not being on the box as well.
Just don't use this smoke, guys. It's not good enough in CS2.
All right, we're moving to Nuke next.
Actually, this smoke I have never seen, but I would assume that it goes for heaven.
Okay, I like it.
And I would say that it's going outside heaven to cover, so you cannot peek tier it.
Even though you haven't seen it, you gave very good, accurate analysis on it.
Let's go.
Boom. Perfect of what you said. Ancient.
This smoke should be the CT smoke on A side.
Yep, let's play it out. And we just keep ringing the wins in for Nico on this one.
Let's go 3 out of 3.
All right. Next one, we're moving to Inferno.
Okay.
I know this is a map you love, but do you know the utility for it? You're normally the one fighting.
Yeah, this should be the D banana smoke that covers both pit and banana entrance.
Let's have a look at it. Was he perfecting it further?
But again, I don't use this smoke.
Someone usually throws this smoke for you?
Yeah. But yeah, that's the smoke.
Very good so far. Okay, next we're going to Anubis.
Oi. I would say that it should go and cover the small platform outside B. So when you go out B lobby, it should be covered. Or it's right side mid. Fuck. I'll go with the B stairs, the platform.
You are correct.
I am correct? Okay.
Yes, you are correct. This bit down here.
Yeah.
Now this might be the one to throw you off. We're going on to train next.
This smoke should be landing, I think, for connector or something like this, or right side. Oh wait, is it maybe electric?
Oh.
I'll go with electric.
He's going with electric, okay.
No, it crossed my mind because we used this smoke at the start of the train. We thought it, to bring the old meta, but it's just useless.
All right, you got a chance to go 7 for 7. The last one is a historically great map for you. It's Mirage.
But this is my smoke. This should be for top connector.
Oh,
this is the one I use, yeah. Then I started using it very recently, so.
So this is the smoke that Nico approves. He uses it.
It's a good one. Just a bit slow to pop, but you need to time your molly correctly for connector.
Okay. Well, there you have it. Look at this. We bring you back.
Let's
7
go.
for 7. I knew you'd be good at this one. Good stuff. Thank you very much.
The next event, something in the middle, not too hard, not too.
Thank you very much for playing, Nico, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
All right, then, we promised you another series, and I think it's time for us to deliver on that, Hugo. It's Falcons taking on Rare Atom, another one of these 1-2 matchups where the loser is going home. The winner keeps on battling one more BO3 in an all-or-nothing game for playoffs.
Yeah.
Or a swift exit from PGL Bucharest. Hugo, how are you feeling about this one?
Oh, it's so clear, Harry. It's the Falcons 0-2 reverse sweep all the way to the grand finals again. This time, no Miles in the playoffs. They're going to do it. It's a last hurrah before Tesses and Dexter get kicked. They're going to make it. Confetti raining from the ceiling of the Bucharest studio. Falcons, are you not believing?
I'm not believing.
Yeah, fair enough. Rare Atom.
They have one win thus far, Hugo. It was over Pain.
Yeah.
They went 0-3, did Pain Gaming.
True.
The losses they have, GamerLegion, I think that one's actually fair.
Yeah.
Complexity was the surprising one. Complexity then going on to play in the 3-0 match, falling down and finding themselves in the 2-1 position. Still, It's been a good tournament for Complexity. Falcons were one of the teams they had to eat up along the way.
I think when I look at these results and I think about how Cole and GamerLegion have played, I go, okay, actually, they're not this result, you know, on paper doesn't actually look that bad. 0-2 versus pretty good teams right now who've been playing well. What worries me, Harry, what worries me is the fashion of these losses. Falcons getting obliterated. I'm talking 3 rounds in a BO3 against GamerLegion. They got 3 rounds in 2 maps. They played Complexity. It didn't go much better, did it? They got about 12 rounds in 2 maps. So, yeah, it's just been really, really dominant losses for the Falcons. That's been the worry. They woke up yesterday versus Pain. They had to grind for that win. Nico really had to carry them over the line, especially on Train. And now it's Falcons v Rare Atom, who they're an enigma, no doubt about it, right? Hard to read Rare Atom right now. They came in hot against VP. They've fallen a little bit short since that point, but to say that Rare Atom can't win this game is unrealistic. They've had really hard draws. They played G2 and FaZe.
Yeah, and even in the FaZe game, they had Ancient, which ended up being close, if you remember. 13-10, FaZe like picking that one up right at the close. They pushed into the limit on one map. Then we had Dust 2, if you recall, and that was a bloodbath. It was not competitive. No. Wonder if that could pay any mind in how the Veto plays out today, although I doubt Falcons are feeling super comfortable on Dust 2 after the beating Complexity handed them on that map.
Also true.
So yeah, I don't know. I'm inclined to agree with you. This one, I think, is a pretty unclear victor because Rare Atom have certainly played far better teams throughout the entire competition and had some close games in there as well. G2 series was kind of the most one-sided one that they had to face, but G2 then went on to 3-0 the group, and they've got multiple players sitting in the top-rated section of this event. montage and Heavy God, notably, having a great event. So that one, you know, maybe unsurprising. As mentioned, one close map versus FaZe.
Yeah.
And an impressive win on day 1 over Virtus.pro.
I'm just kind of excited for the Veto because I don't really know where Falcons are going to go. If I'm then, maybe I'm even looking to like an Ancient on this one or a Dust 2.
I feel like surely Rare Atom...
Dust 2's been their go-to.
Don't you think Rare Atom could take us? Oh, okay. They take us to Inferno. Train for Falcons.
Rare Atom Inferno makes sense, but Train is an inquisitive one for the Falcons. I guess they liked their game on it against Pain. It was pretty clean. It's a map Nico's been playing well on as well. And to be honest, like, you know, we have expectations at this point. Nico is going to play well, more likely than not. It's these other players, Harry. It's the players with all the rumors surrounding them. It's the Dexters. It's the Tesses. It's the, are they getting cut? Are we getting new players? And if that is true, or actually, sorry, regardless of whether it's true, and we know it is for montage at this point, that's clearly impacted how these players are feeling and how they're performing as a result. We were wondering, because Tessus looked really good coming into this event. He's looked shambolic here in Bucharest. So that's been a bit of a shame, but I guess these circulating rumors are affecting the players right now. Yeah, Inferno, Train, Mirage to close. This is, I don't know what to expect from Rare Atom Train. I've never seen them play it. They haven't played it outside of China. So that one's going to be fun. As a guarantee to get Train in this series, that will be fun. Falcons heavy favorites, but yeah, there's definitely upset potential. Unless Nico just comes through and goes God mode and wins the game on his own, which, hey, is always a possibility in a game like this. Fist bump's going out though. Getting ready to lock in. for a BO3 for elimination. It's Falcons trying to make the reverse sweep from 0-2 to the playoffs. This would put them one game away if they can close it out here. We need good performances from the Danes on your screen as well. Tesses and Magisk, both relatively underwhelming as of late.
The Inferno pick, Rare Atom are going to have a lot of ideas here. That's one upside. They play this map a hell of a lot, but it is a map they don't frequently play versus top opposition. And that's even linking all the way back to when we saw them at the Major. First time we've seen them play it here in Bucharest, so let's see what they bring to the table. Opening up, it's a fast wrap over towards long. Tesses and Dexter. Whoa. Well, these were the two you were talking about. They've been the talk of the town since the rumors dropped. They open up the pistol cleanly for Falcons.
All right.
3 from Tesses. Beautiful stuff. Already, this is one of his best performances.
It's a good joke. It's not wrong, though, is it? It's not wrong. Maybe one of his best rounds in the tournament. At a good time as well. Falcons need a strong start here. We've seen a lot of tilt from Nico, him shouting at the walls. So Falcons can't afford to get swept under early in this game. Saw what Tyloo can do recently in Stockholm on Inferno. Some of their fast execute rounds. Especially on these low economy ones, but no flashes here, just looking for Deagle picks mid. Tesses ready to farm, plays on his teammates' contact, and simply done by the Falcons. Kakar.
And there you go. Tesses has now already outperformed his end of game scoreline in the GamerLegion match on Inferno. Just 2 rounds into the game versus Rare Atom. And, you know, that very much has been one of the problems for this Falcons squad. It's not just like players are playing a little worse, it's that they've been going missing entirely. In that aforementioned GamerLegion game, it was a 5-kill match from Tesses.
What idea? It's already breaking even.
Woo! Nice stuff for Child King. Nico. Been a while since he was a child last.
Okay.
Quick work made and the first player's in. Nico still good to withstand it, was ready for a third. Regardless, Child King holds W, gets all the way through the spawn. And Tesses domed out of play, leaves Magisk far removed from the round.
Oh, crisp round for Rare Atom. Despite Nico putting on a good show, it's not enough.
Outside of Nico,
yeah,
and weirdly Kixan, I've been kind of let down by a lot of the individuals here. Magisk.
You mean at this tournament?
Yeah.
You mean since Falcons had this roster? Because I would say, okay, because Tesses looked really good in Cluj. That was so shocking.
Also, I'm talking about Magisk here. So Magisk, like, he's been rough around the edges. Weirdly, in the old version of the squad, Magisk was like the one guy you were going, yeah, we could keep him. I could see that being fine. But now in this version, I feel like Magisk has been having a really bad time.
Speed, man. Summer is already moto at 130. He finds that pick into pit. Somebody comes through the app smoke. Get ready for a lot of that. Get ready for some smoke pushes from somebody known to do it from time to time. We saw it in that FaZe game. It was very something. What would it be? It was very... I was going to say surprising, but it's not, because we see him do it all the time. Outlandish. Criminal. annoying.
You're just somebody that I used to smoke.
Nice.
He's hunting them down.
Very aggressive player. So Rare Adam, don't wait long to kick the door down, breaking Falcons money in round 4.
Terrorists win.
Cracking open a can.
You got it. You got to do it sometimes. You know what? I agree. Hang on.
No, don't open a new one, Harry.
I agree.
Harry,
Let's
you've
go.
opened so many.
Yeah, but what's the limit, really? Oh, man, I'm just cracking open a cold one, bro. Oh, it is good, though, isn't it?
That's like
it's refreshing.
That's like your 5th today, man.
Yeah, I'm wired.
It's horrible. Dude.
I'm locked TF in.
Yeah, I can see that. You got cans everywhere, man.
There is a lot of cans.
And half of them are full. Half full.
Check out the cans on me. Look at this. There's like 6 of them. Kicksan always looks the part.
Yeah, the glasses are nice.
Shame about everything else, but not on him, like on the team.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
okay.
Jesus. Your glasses comment nearly threw that off completely. Yeah, it looked like we lost someone from the server. And nearly, not somebody.
Someone.
Somebody
Could
is
be
in.
anyone.
Yeah.
Anyone but somebody. Someone somewhere.
Somebody's in. Someone else is out.
Wait, who is? Who do we not have?
Now, if I am, playing CS at a competitive level in China, and I'm trying to get to Rare Atom, right? That's my goal. I'm trying to join that team. You know what I'm making my name?
What?
Someone, or someone else. So you have somebody and someone else on the same team? That would be so good.
I don't think they'd like that. I think that would be getting in the way, It must be hard when you're Falcons and, you're calling off positions and you kill X player and you go, somebody's B. And they're like, well, that's not really helpful. But
what's even worse is
you're not calling the player.
No, what's even worse is for Rare Atom, because when they ask, they'll be, oh, can somebody smoke Moto? And then he's sitting on banana and he's like, well, shit, I guess. I can try. And starts running and it's like, no, somebody go back B. And then someone else starts rotating out of position. It's like, oh my God, change your name. But we love it.
We love it, yeah. Gives us so much to do with it, really.
There's so many ways to take it. That's his brother, of course. There he is.
Somebody?
That's somebody.
That is somebody, technically.
Tesses is his name-o. And as you can tell, feeling good today.
Head in hands, of course. The king of children, though, that's who we're waiting for. Quick PC swap, apparently, Harry. How quickly could you swap a PC?
Oh, I'd be diabolically slow.
Oh, well, that's why you're not an admin.
It would be an offense to tournament administration.
Yeah.
Come in, wouldn't have the right wires, wrong cables. I bend the pins trying to take out the display port cable. And then I'm like, we're going to have to change the graphics card. 1 sec. Let me just YouTube tutorial quickly how to do it. And then I'm watching the tutorial. It's playing out loud on the stream.
Got ads on.
Yeah.
Sorry, man. 30 seconds. 30 seconds, man.
Ooh, no insurance. And I'm just sitting there absorbed by it.
Staring at it.
And then I'm asking the players, any of you guys know how to reseat a GPU? Now they're involved, and it's a whole thing.
And the coach goes, somebody does, and you go up to somebody, and you go, no, I don't think he does. Someone else does. Surely, somebody does.
And then at the end of it all, Dexter goes, cheers, bro. Give us a high five. And I flinch away, punched across the room. But no. The admins are very, very good.
Yeah, stick to talking.
At swapping out PCs quickly.
True. Had a relatively... Well, we've actually had a rather fast tournament in terms of the games have been quick.
Dude, it's crazy!
And we've had kind of no tech delays. He says during the one tech delay, but you know, you got to have one.
Yeah. Maybe this is the brainwashing. Guys, there has been no tech delays. There is no tech delay happening right now.
You are watching the game. It is live. It is live.
Ooh, what a shot from Nico.
Ooh, Nico. Hands off the keyboard. How's he doing it?
You will make a Reddit thread saying, I love how there's been no tech pauses.
Shout out PGL.
Well, they shout out PGL.
Yeah, shout
and
out
there have
PGL,
been no tech pauses other than this one.
Yeah. What? Which one? This isn't. We're live.
Who's out? It's Child King.
Child King, I said. Yeah.
King of the children.
That's how they know him.
I hope Rare Atom win.
Yeah.
Full disclosure.
We say we're not biased, Harry. That's
I'm not biased per se.
That's exactly what
I just think it's cooler if they do.
Yeah, the story is definitely cooler. I think also when you have Falcons, we kind of know.
It's only because of the rumors that, like,
this team's
yeah,
done.
exactly.
So
it's like if that didn't happen, I'd still be all aboard. But
would you though?
Well, yeah,
you would be more down the middle. No, I think it's a cool story. I think it's nice to watch.
Certainly more impartial.
Yeah, certainly. It's nice to watch these Asian teams really come up as of late. Like Tyloo in Stockholm, looking really good. Obviously the Mongols, a bit downtrodden at this event, but I actually think the Mongols could reverse sweep.
Yep. Chinggis Warriors, obviously.
Chinggis Warriors, the Huns.
The Huns, yep.
Yeah. We've got you know what we've got that's fun actually? If we're talking about
a bull pit.
No, Bouncy Castle. That is fun, though. No, Hotu qualified.
Who?
Hotu. No. Hotu.
Okay, yeah.
Qualify on that thing.
Yeah.
Qualified for PGL Astana, Harry, coming up in a few weeks. And you know who's the coach of Hotu?
Who?
Mo. Kazakhstan major winner, legend Mo is coaching that team.
For a second there, I thought you meant NA.
Yeah, NA. He's moved to Kazakhstan.
It's like, wow.
He's a local.
What a crazy change of direction.
He loved the real estate options out there. And so Mo will be in Astana coaching his team. That's pretty cool. Just a cool story, I thought.
Mo,
throw that in there.
Freakazoid, Marky.
Stewie. Coming back.
And
Jordan Nothing Gilbert.
Yeah. Making a triumphant return with Hawk Tour just in time for Astana.
I hear they're launching their own crypto as well. Sure.
It's going to go down really well.
Yeah,
and we should all invest.
It will go down, that's for sure. We're back in though, folks.
You like rugs? Here we are. Bit of control taken.
Pull up.
Look at the banana. Rare Atom. Take this real estate. I think they're giving it for free. Falcons are grouped though inside of the B site. And ready to launch an offensive of their own.
Oh,
the timing for Child King.
Might be fine. Oh, that's a team flash. Luckily, flashes both teams. MongolZ.
The time for this hit might have passed though. And children of the future. This man is the king of them.
Oh, wait to... Oh,
my
this
God.
is cheeky.
Dexter.
Yeah.
Dexter the GOAT. P250 in a dream. Come on. Oh, see you later, Crocodile. He's dead.
Why Crocodile? Not Alligator. In a while, Alligator. That's your fault. All right, it's a bit off the rails here. But enough about Falcon CT side. Because they've got a buy round coming up next.
I want Magis to start like really fragging again. Because whenever I see him, and as by extension, the times we get to hear him, it's always him like, oh man, you know, like getting like really angry and like upset, and I don't like that. I like hearing Magis happy. You remember the other time we got to hear him where he said, guys, remember, it's just a game. We're having fun at the end of the day. Like, that was at EPL.
Are they losing? Or?
Yeah. But then they turned it around from that point on, from his little inspiring speech. Yeah. So I like seeing Magis in a good mood, and I think he brings a lot to the team. And when that's the case. Well, that M4 save was denied. So more expensive on the reinvestment here, but a reinvestment nonetheless for Falcons.
Wow, speed. Straight up, middle, the short smoke. Tesses does make the right call of moving back, assisting with this hit. They're going through their own smoke, try and hit this A site, but Falcons have cottoned on. They're not giving them the kill. And I like the Rare Atom disengage. They would have gone, if they got an entry there, they would have just gone for the A hit. They had somebody deep in apps, but instead, reset the round. Cancel the plan, make a new plan. Resmoke a B, well timed. Stopping this hit. And there's no HE to break it, so if you want to go B, you're going to have to go through this. Nico's here as well. Just falling back in time. A, B, back to A, triple rotation this time. Falcons have no nades. One flash, that's it. So right now they've got the wrong read. Rare Atom had the timing. Can they overwhelm the site?
Oh, they're going contact here. Full quiet as they walk up through short. Just this motor smoke to obscure some vision. Magis has to finish his meal, gets out with 2, but sadly that's not enough. Needed a third, and even then it still would have been a tricky retake now for Falcons. Only reason they might even give it a glean is that they're both here, but I don't even think it's worth taking the chance of peeking in for this one. Got to recommit to that save, meaning Rare Atom continue chaining these rounds together. I've also just been checking out some of the other games we've had going down today. Yeah. Hugo, would you like a little update? There's something quite exciting coming through. So you know how we were saying that Complexity have been playing well? Well, today they played FaZe Clan for a shot in the playoffs.
Don't tell me they won.
Now you'll recall FaZe Clan have a new player in the team.
Heard of that guy.
His name is Elige.
Didn't he play for Complexity?
He actually did play for Complexity,
so
and when he left, he went to greener pastures, of course, going to the legendary FaZe Clan. Well, in a shocking turn of events, Complexity picked up the win 2-0 over FaZe, beating them on Dust 2 and Anubis to lock in a spot in the playoffs.
Ooh, that's a stab of celebration, right? Celebrating that Cole win. That's crazy. Congrats, Cole.
Yeah, that is
the playoffs. Really cool. Bit of a tilting round, apparently. Dexter got stuck on the site as well. He got caught out of position, dodging a flash. Half by 1M4.
Still Graham Pitt coaching Cole.
But he was manager, but now he's coaching
like
temporarily.
Interim, while because
TC went to Passion UA.
Bro,
Passion UA roster is sick, by the way. No one's talking about
I'm wondering, Messiosi takes over as the coach, and they go to playoffs instantly.
Yeah,
I think Graham Pitt is the best coach of all time.
I think he's the best North American active coach, or active coach for a North American team.
Yeah. Kind of the death of coaching.
In a way, there are comparisons to draw there. He's near flawless. They only lost that G2 game. He was 100% till then.
100% playoff success rate.
Well, they won 2 online qualifiers before this event. Like, they won 1 in NA, and they won 1 in EU. And they didn't drop a single series. So
that's crazy.
Almost 100% win rate for Graham Pitt as coach.
All right, Rare Atom. They don't have a Graham Pitt in their stomach. They're feeling quite good about this. Push out into the top of mid. Nico swings and a miss.
Flash
Summer Flash does ruin his day. And that gun, irretrievable. Tessez getting hounded down. The Dogs of War chase him over towards the Archers. And that's opened up the route for the B split. Now, Rare Atom getting tricky with it. They feed Summer in through the back line while the rest of the gang get ready to explode out through the mouth of Banana. Kixan tucked in at the oranges, but this ain't no fruit machine. No luck there.
It's good.
The jackpot for Rare Atom, 5 alive, bomb planted, and a 5th round banked up.
Pretty dominant right now for Rare Atom ever since the guns have come out. Full control of this game. Looking bad here for Dexter, no armor, so he gets aim punched out. Rare Atom 5-2 up. Very good start. It's inspecting. Yeah, you mentioned TC. I wanted to talk about Passion UA. Don't know why, but that roster is actually really good right now. They got Waro, they got Demka, reunited. They got Kavem out of contract jail, who's also a real talent. Unlucky Nico. And who else have they got? They've still got, who am I missing? Chakasmo, yeah, he played well at Shanghai. Who else? Who's the 5th?
Their captain.
Remind me. Just remind me.
Hopper.
Okay.
Hopper? I don't know how to say
I know where. But generally, very good team. Anyway, Rare Atom looking like a pretty good team right now. Just charging B, punishing Kixan. Nico gets out with a Molotov. He won't give away the kill. Very good for Nico to keep this B site and therefore the round alive. If he weren't more aggressive there, they would have picked him. Oh, Lihang cut down by Dexter in apartments. Falcons needed that advantage, but there's still a second layer of light. They hear him drop out of apps. Peeking in again, Dexter denies.
Oh, God. Summers. He's seen how well it went for the ones that went before him, and he's now decided he will attempt the palace entry. Or apartments, rather. Lord, I see what you've done for others. Someone says, do it for me, and Dexter will oblige.
Bakaze. Oh, this is... No, he's saving. They have a lot of money. But it's kind of unwinnable, so... Big round for Deggy. Old Degster. Old Degaroo. Degging him.
Counter-terrorists win.
It's going to be a big bank the Falcons have to break on the Rare Atom side.
That was like the most satisfying camera angle and trade ever. Yeah. They both fell like and landed at the exact same time. Oh, that's like a visual niceness. Nice. Nice. Rare Atom fast up Banana again. Nico and Kixan like to fight for this control, but Kixan out of the sandbags will get forced forward by all this util. Has to play an aggressive hand, and they need the smoke open.
That's his teammate nading the smoke, but he just turned at the wrong time. Nico, I'm doing it alone, as he so often does. Unbelievable triple kill. The turret in Banana puts this round back in Falcons' favor. Nice shot. Is he going to ace this?
If he gets 3 on the AK in like a lovely spray, but then finishes it with the AWP. That's immaculate. He's not hunting for it, though. Nico knows better. He's low on health, wants to try and keep numbers alive at the end of this round, and so extends that to Tessez. That's a big up from Zonic for Nico, as he does save that round from getting out of hand. And it's reassuring to see Nico looking like this. Now, something I think that's interesting here out of Rare Atom is that when we saw the GamerLegion game, GamerLegion largely stayed away from this B site, and I think with good reason. The one guy who's had, you know, some good games for Falcons at this tournament is Nico. You just feel like even, you know, if he's having an off day, if everyone on the team isn't feeling it, Nico is still going to be the most threatening. And so GamerLegion largely stayed away from B. They found all their success in A plays. Rare Atom have tried contending for that side of the map a lot more, and it's not to their benefit. That 3K round from the Dexter AWP felt like it put a bit of fear in Rare Atom in taking this A site. Safe to say that Tessez, Magisk, and Dexter were all playing horrendously in the first Inferno we saw Falcons play at this tournament. B site was not the problem.
True.
Falcons were constantly left playing retakes, so I think if you're Nico and Kicksan, you're quite happy at the level of involvement you've got to have in these early few rounds.
Yeah. Dex is still pretty far forward for this late in the round. He might even get a kill from it. Holding Boiler gives him a fallback after one shot. Ooh, playing with fire. Ollie goes in. Still hanging around 40 seconds here, and the smoke in the face of Rare Atom. I mean, they're going to go through it. Somebody, after all. They've got to break past this AWP. Magis needs something impressive here up the balcony. Dexter's off the angle, but he wants to go for more.
Oh, that's nearly the collateral, nearly the lineup for Dexter. Magis lending a helping hand from up on top of the apartments. Even follow-up dink on Akaze will finish the job, but down to the pistol. Magis holds on. No business winning that. It's time to get the reload off, and there's no time for Summer to win this anymore. Magisk's valiant stand is so valuable to the Falcons. It keeps that round in check.
Gotta say, it's really ugly for Rare Atom. They have one flash, they throw it. Dexter doesn't fire, which is really smart. I don't know why he made that call, but he didn't believe it. And I think maybe they're waiting for him to fire so they can swing after the fact, because you've seen so many times you flash an angle, you swing it, you get blind killed, right? But he doesn't fire, and then they just stand still and they wait 3 seconds and they start running. It's like, even if you want to delay, throw the flash, wait, then just go. It was still working. It expired. It let Dexter repeat, get his pick, and fall back. They really gave Falcons everything in that round. I would love to have seen Rare Atom actually play off the util there, and they would have been able to overwhelm Dexter. Instead, he gets a free kill. Magis collects a nice combo in apartment. Somebody playing a little later, and they just get no success, so he can't come out haps either. Really weird timing play for Rare Atom. Getting a bit nervous there on that hit. So Falcons are back in this game. It's a solid start for the Chinese side, but starting to run out. Chasing. Dexter looking good today. Oh, there's somebody. There he is.
I love it. It's so him. Oh, but Tessez might be him. That's mad.
Nico helped out. Can he finish what he started?
I think he can. Safe pair of hands. Oh, hold on. Kase's added a bit of intrigue here. Finding Nico there out on an island, gets it down to this 1v2. Damage done on the Dexter earlier as well. Leaves only Kicksan with HP. They send in Dexter first. Kicksan, 1 kill in the game so far. His second carries tremendous weight. Stops that 1v3 clutch. Coming through for Kaze.
I guess he felt like they saw him cross in. I thought they did because Kicksan was shooting, but he might have been blind. And he just gets back sight. He could have let them cross. They had no idea. They molly like pit or short. They were hunting him, If he didn't take a shot there, he would have both kills back turned. But nice trade from Kixon, baiting Dexter just enough. It was this massive multi for Tesses after the round gets collapsed upon by somebody's Apps push. Falcons keep on building in this game. A strong lead, no more for Rare Atom. 5 rounds in a row, and now 4 straight back for the Falcons.
Back to these banana fights. So much of the success here hinges on either getting past Nico or finding a way to disrupt this double hold, because this is a real, Falcons classic. They love the double setup in at top banana. Still one of the squads that very actively look to fight for that control. For a lot of teams now in Inferno, it feels like that's sort of the play, right? Like you might every now and again throw in the banana take. Meanwhile, for Falcons, they love having that real estate up to the half wall. Only falling back now at the 40-second mark into the passive B hold. The A players kind of bracing here as B's gone quiet. They're anticipating the A play. They're teed up in good positions. One player up here in the apartments. Magis down in the pit. Dexter responsible for watching this mid control, but there is a motor smoke down, so if they manage to get past his AWP, which they certainly will now as he rotates over towards B, Dexter won't even get to be a part of this. So what was looking like a pretty convincing setup for the Falcons is now just down to this crossfire, split between pit and the apartments. Magisk firing off, trying to take the attention away from Tesses, who has been teed up for a spray here. 2 quick kills on the transfer. Plant will go in just in time for Rare Atom, but they're a man down. 2 on 3. They've got to act quickly here to set up this post plant because Falcons are moving in.
Nico's on low health. Might have to rely on his team. Kixon could flash him out of apartments here. Somebody in a committed position must beat Nico first before this starts off. Nico hard peek, somebody holds strong with a double, drops it. Now they know Dexter's giving away his position. He can't get the kill. Low on ammo, the Deagle's out. They're going to peek him together. Oh, somebody goes for it, and it will work out. All 5 for somebody. Entries and the closers. It looked like a pretty strong pit app setup for the Falcons, but the post plant even better, a man down. These retakes on Inferno are no easy business. We got a game.
Yeah, reassuring for Rare Atom being able to come through at the close there. That's in spite of losing a man early and being on the back foot in that round. Somebody delivers. It was also him in the wild round with the back 10 hopping out. He's playing a very confident game right now as somebody, and he's had a good tournament, so it makes a lot of sense. Long history for somebody, a player who has never felt risk averse. In fact, you can argue he loves a bit of risk in these games. Signature move being the somebody smoke shuffle. So Rare Atom have tied us up. Remember, this is their map pick to open up this series. Now they move on to the CT side. Falcons deal them a fast long wrap. This is the similar looking pistol to what Rare Atom brought to the table. They do have Child King entrenched, and no one cleared him, but Ugly on that spray with the dual Berettas. Summer taps out one more, and a bit of aggression from Kaze. He plays a long game in this retake, pushing all the way through the apartments. Gonna try and close the gap on this pit player.
Gotta be Nico though.
Kixan with these retrieved all Berettas. Causes chaos. Now is to get the reload off. He's getting chased down. Kaze with the tap. Knows that Nico's down here in the pit, but can't find him cleanly. Big stuff for Kixan and Nico. That pairing from the B-bomb site that we're finding a lot of success for G2. Open up the pistol in the same way.
Can't believe Kixan gets a double there. Last bullet with the Julies as well, but excellent backside hold. Woo. And Nico reliable, aids his teammate just enough to win the round. Not trying to fight, not trying to overpeak, can't bail him out, doesn't need to. Falcons with a pistol on the comeback, back in the lead. Mag 7 on B.
I'm glad that throughout all the rumors and rumblings in Falcons, there hasn't really been anything said about Kixan. I feel like him and Nico actually do work well together.
Yeah.
I feel like they've synergized quite nicely. It feels like they're often on the same page. They share a similar philosophy, at least on Inferno, about how to go about this B control.
It's also hard to find good in-game leaders right now, that, especially ones that can put up numbers.
Yeah, that's the other thing, right? Like, Kixan is usually very stable and solid in the fragging department.
Yeah, he's not going to carry the game, but he's not like a in-game leader who's going to be going, 1 and 10.
And I mean, that was even the case back on Heroic.
What do we do here? That's a weird smoke thrown in by Kaze to block this long control, so Nico will just get tunneled in as they go for an A split. I mean, there's not resistance here. It's a Deagle and a Mag 7. No excuse not to trade this Mag. Kaze is stuck in a corner. He can get maybe 2 if he's very lucky. But we should see these entries.
I bloody hope it's a Mag 7 highlight, but he's so blind, so incredibly blind, that he never even gets to fire the gun he's brought up in this Force Spy. Now look, if you only came for the Mag 7, I have good news. Let's just say somebody else has a Mag 7.
Who?
Just that somebody does. How do you feel about the Mag 7, Hugo?
I played it for a while, and it gave me too many 96 and 1s. So
Yeah, my take is...
I swapped to the Nova.
Mag 7 is simultaneously the best and worst.
Yeah, it can absolutely destroy, but it can also
every shot
let you down.
Every shot is like a skill check dice roll as to whether or not
100%.
it's good.
100%, and you can get the most BS kills, but you can also feel like you get robbed.
Dude, I've seen people where it's like your gun is physically inside of them, and it'll be like 12 in 1, and I'm like,
no, actually, I swapped to the Nova, and like
the Nova's so good. The spread's
less
so tight.
versatile, but at close range, it eats. It will eat an AK armor.
Oh, I think the Nova's more versatile.
Can't
it has
jump
more
with
range.
It. Can't jump with
no,
it. Not as much.
Not as well.
No, it's a different gun. I just think it's also cheaper, so it's like it's way more tempting for that reason. No, actually, I guess it does have good range. No, it does have good, sorry, it's
better than the Mag 7.
No, you're right. It does have good range. I don't know. It's just its peaks are lower, but its floor is high.
Mag 7 effective range feels like 2 meters.
Yeah. But even then, like you said, you'll be in them with the Mag 7 and you'll not kill them. And that happened enough times, I'm like, okay, I can't in good faith use this gun anymore. Like, somebody could kill 4 people right now, and there's only 3 in Banana, but he could also kill none.
Shotgun in his mouth at the end.
The things I've seen. The things I've done.
I did it all for the money. I'm $1,800 richer and no close to happiness. That's sad. Here we are.
Yeah, all right.
Falcons. They are going to go into the Mag 7. So if you are a Mag 7 fan, and you were sad that Kaze didn't get a chance to even fire 1 bullet in the last round, here is the second chance.
Psych.
Never mind. They're going A. Mag 7 dodged. Mag 7 fans, stay waiting.
And he's going to upgrade it next round anyway, so...
No.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
If you got a Mag 7, you play it in Banana. No way you do.
Nice clean entry. Through the smoke is risky. Alright, some exits maybe. How going apps? Peak balcony. I'd be down for that. Peak balcony at the last second. It's a backside plant. They might try stay in pit. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
And it's Nico, of
Tilt
course.
him. Yeah.
Yes.
Feels like body shot's better than headshot with this.
Lee Hang, go get it. Go get the Max 7, bro.
Yeah, make some money. Make some money, Lee Hang. Your turn. Oh, short though? I would like dabs. But he's trying to lock
This is a guy who does not use the Mag 7, you can just tell.
Yeah. Where's he going? Because they're going pit. You may as well hunt them. Or save your armor.
Oh, there's one more in the apartments. Lee Hang.
No.
They don't upgrade the Mag 7.
All right.
No way you do. It's too good on banana.
On banana. Harry, have you heard of grenades?
Yeah, I have.
You're going to play banana.
Simply shoot them away.
You can't. Alright, let's see if he upgrades it. That's the question of the day. Meanwhile, Falcons are just starting to run away with this game.
They are.
Hasn't felt close to a minute. We do have a 4x.
That's to be expected. You know, they won the pistol, they stuck the landing on the conversions, and they left it. Well, rare atom. Whatever happens in this round, they deserved it.
What, like a win?
Triple B start.
Would only need 2 if there was a mag. It's such an important gun round at this point in the game. They need this one badly, and the flashes are so punishing from Degster. Mihan can't see a thing. Still too strong at B. Oh, through the smoke. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Summer comes swinging. The only chance, Nico denies. I like that. His team is scaling close to the smoke, and he's just standing still. Because the only way that can go wrong is if they get lined up and someone flies through with a flashbang.
Where all these pretty expensive guns are gone and left behind. Where is that Mag 7? Still the old faithful sitting back in spawn, left to the wayside in a lost round.
Alrighty.
Timeout called in. Rare Atom. They can feel this game starting to slip away from them. That is worst case scenario, going into your first rifle round and losing it handedly. It leaves them with, I'm going to guess, a partial investment around this hero AWP. Figure out how somebody can afford this. I know he got the 1 Mag 7 kill, but was it really that valuable that he could buy an AWP and armor and still have 2K?
Why are you
That's
doubting your
crazy.
favorite gun?
He's just so loaded with money.
Saved AK, didn't he? So he made money off mag.
Yes, of course. There it is. Yeah. Thank you, Hugo.
Just maths, innit?
So yeah, they have put some money in around this AWP. Somebody tries his hand at the pick. That's the AWP gone. The big ticket item, the big investment in the round.
Dude, I mean,
lost instantly.
Let's just compare banana control for these two teams after this round, because they're popping out apps. Tessus gets the kill. They beat the flash. Child King up close. Oh my! Oh, why did he change his mind? I thought he was going to just squeeze that kill on the pit player. Like, the banana control is the opposite, right? Falcons gave it up. They played occasionally kicks and fighting. He would go 1-for-1. Then Nico would be this safe pair of hands. He'd always get the nades in. He'd force B executes. Rarely did Falcons, get double killed at top B. And Rare Atom are dying at top B every round. And they're not getting to play their grenades. They're not getting to call for a rotate. They're not even seeing an execute on B because they are just feeding top banana in this game. Falcons doing a great job of getting those entries, but it does feel like Rare Atom have been very underwhelming with their gunfights at car. So this game is just drip and dry pretty quickly. Falcons 2 away from taking their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, and that's going to put them in a very powerful position in the remainder of this series. As mentioned, it's Train up next. Not just one that Falcons have been playing and developed a bit of a connection with, but one that Rare Atom do not play a lot.
Yeah.
They don't have the reps in.
Certainly not in Europe. Haven't even had a chance
even you know, back home, it's not one of their go-tos. Far and away from it. 4 maps played. Compared to the other totals, you know, it's night and day. All their other maps having between 14 and 22 times played in the last 3 months. Train only 4. So they needed good results here. I kind of put it in a similar category as well to how they felt yesterday when they played FaZe, right? They open on Ancient, which was their map pick. Second map was Dust 2, their second least played map after Train, and it felt like they had to win on Ancient, and they got it really, really close. Finished 13-10, but then they got blown out the water in the second map. And so I'm worried the same thing could happen to Rare Atom here. This is after day 1 of the event. They took down VP. That was their debut in Bucharest. A hell of a win to have squeaked past Electronics Virtus.pro. But then setback after setback for Rare Atom.
Yeah. Say what you want about Falcons, there's plenty to say, but this game has been really, really clean from them. They started slow. They've come in with a huge streak of rounds now. Walking out Abs cars, they just can't pull the ball back in time. They find a double, looking for the third entry. This is a round winner right now. Chalking denies it. We're still on. 15 seconds. Can that all cross in? Dexter got to prioritize the plant, but he gets stuck on the truck, and Nico can't win this. There's simply no time. They go for the fight. Nico, it's a messy spray. Oh my God, he's got the stick. They have to run him down. Chalking chasing into the side. Nico, 1v2. He's built for these rounds. He's going to force the 1v1. Nico does it alone.
That is picture perfect.
It's so Nico.
Everything about that timed to perfection. Leaves himself with just the right amount of time to get that bomb planted. He can feel them scrambling. He can feel them rushing. And in that moment, Nico knows he's got them right where he wants them. These are the moments that Nico is made for. Oh, and that is just a beautiful sequence out of Nico, the heavy hitter for Falcons, living up to the hype.
Oh, Zolly just struts over. He knows what he's got. Absolute gold mine of a player, just gifting you rounds like that. 17-7 on Nico. An unwinnable clutch, 1 out to give us map point. Falcons trying to level up in Bucharest. They went down 0-2. They say they're not done without a fight.
I mean, a clutch like that is game defining.
Game ending.
Rare Atom comes so close to getting that round that would start to maybe build something on this CT side, only to have Nico rip it all away. And those are the crushing defeats. They're the ones that do you in, that put a stop to the dream, and Nico just keeps the great times rolling in for Falcons.
Brutal.
An opener after his 1v3 clutch in the final round of play.
Again, like that, that's just like, what's somebody doing? Swinging dry, no teammate, no flash, nothing. Just, this is the banana control we've been talking about. It's been so appalling for Rare Atom. They are cooked, they are done. This one's over, folks. Pack it up. Rare Atom's map pick put in the pocket of Falcons. Train up next. Very excited to see what that's got in store as the Falcons will be looking for the 2-0. And with a performance like this, they're stepping up in this game in a big way. Seemingly no weak link in this match.
Oh yeah, from top to bottom, this has been night and day for Falcons. Everything has been better. Every individual has felt better. You're getting those big Nico moments, those clutch plays. those opening kills. You're getting Dexter delivering on his AWP. Tessez looking solid. Magis holding his own. These were all traits that Falcons did not have in any other stage of the tournament. And so coming alive, right as Falcons have been a BO3 away from elimination, they're looking to save themselves here from being a squad that could have found themselves 0-3 down. They're hoping for a reverse sweep. A win in this series would put them at 2-2, one BO3 away from those playoffs.
Yeah, Rare Atom looking pretty dejected in the cams there after that game. I mean, they went 0-2 down, they won 5 rounds in a row, and then they only got last round of the first half. Then Falcons just sweep together 7 straight on their T side to close out this map. Rare Atom don't get a single defensive round.
And, you know, I think this is the thing with a player like, you know, Nico, when you get to watch him in his element like he was in this game, is, you know, Falcons might be a bit of a dead team walking. Nico still is worth all the intrigue, all the attention. It's still great to see him playing so well. And there's no question about it, right? Like, that 1v3 was the final nail in the coffin for Rare Atom on this map. Don't get me wrong, it was already a game that was very far gone, but that eliminated like any hope, any belief that Rare Atom had in the comeback. And that next round was ludicrously flat, in the same way that it was in the heads of Rare Atom that the whole game had just been given away. It also bolstered Falcons, it felt like. Suddenly, Kicksands running it up through mid, playing with real confidence. Yeah, that was a solid victory for Falcons, one where there was never really any concern about the opponent getting back in, with the exception of somebody. It was a bit of a rough go at it for a lot of the Rare Atom guys. Felt like Child King, someone who you've seen some fantastic moments from, never really got the ball rolling. Kaze, who certainly had his clips as well across this tournament, never really felt like a force to be reckoned with. And so outside of somebody with his risky smoke pushes and the likes, there wasn't a lot to look at there for Rare Atom and feel happy about.
Yeah, and I've said it a few times this tournament. I'm going to keep repeating it because we're seeing it, especially from some of these smaller teams. It's like this banana control. It's even harder now on the CT side to stop T's from getting up close half wall because of the widened banana, how bad the CT molly is. There was already a good chance a T could stick in a cubby unless you had a really good Molotov. But now there's literally no way to stop a T from being in banana at the start of the round. Your best value you're going to get is HEs down banana to do damage. You're not going to stop a T from getting close on logs or the other side, or maybe behind the half wall off of a really good spawn. And most Ts are pre-smoking banana molly as well. Like fighting for your whole round at car doesn't seem worth it anymore. I think that's only going to become more and more standard to give up banana pretty early, more early in the round, and play inside of the site. And it's something Rare Atom, Nico did really well CT side. Even though he had setups with Kixon, he knew when to abandon him. Kixon goes 1-for-1, Nico blocks well. He calls Tessez rotate, it's fine. They didn't get BX-ect at all, really, in that CT side. And then you look at Rare Atom, and it's like, even when Falcons actually end day, most of the time they were killing 1 or 2 players at car and sandbags. It was just kind of, it was a bit too free. And I think a lot of that comes from when you're Rare Atom, you're playing domestically, you're beating up on teams back in China, you're going to be playing more audacious, you're going to be playing really confident. That's good, but there's also certain positions where you're just not favored to win those fights. And so Rare Atom felt like they gave it away in banana in that second half.
Yeah, and now, and this is where, you know, we talked about it in that game. In the FaZe match yesterday, it felt really, really dependent for Rare Atom to win their map pick, to win Ancient, if they wanted to have a chance. I think one of the problems this team has is they have a tendency to need to win a series in 3 unless their map pool lines up well with the opponent, right? Because they have 2 more strugglesome maps, and those maps are Dust 2 and their Train. They just have a kind of lack of reps in, lack of exposure. This was the map they're supposed to have all the ideas on, and it still felt kind of flat. They couldn't match up to the individuals. Now we go to Train. They don't have a lot of reps in. I doubt they have a crazy high depth. I think the map as a whole is still evolving to that level. And so, yeah, I think Falcons very firmly in the driver's seat now. We're going to see if they can close this out in 2 as Falcons look to commit to the reverse sweep after dodging the dreaded 0-3 yesterday. Can they finish today 1 best-of-3 away from those playoffs? We'll find out in just a moment.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Falcons are flying on into Bucharest to see if they can have some more success at PGL events. Obviously, last time around it was pretty good for you guys, but I need to cast your mind back to the last couple of events you guys have had. It didn't kind of trigger onwards from where you were at Cluj to the follow-up events. I wanted to just first get a feeling of how it feels for you guys in the team right now. If we look at EPL, if we look at Blast Open Lisbon, like, was this kind of feel like you're going backwards a bit, or was there still some positives you're taking away from it?
Well, obviously the last two events, Blast and EPL, were not the best. Like, we had higher expectations, especially after the result in Cluj. So, yeah, I mean, there were still some positives. I guess there were more bad things than good things, and obviously we expected more. But yeah, it's been rough recently. I think mostly because we are going from event to event mostly, and the practice is limited. So we're trying to do our best with the practice we get.
Can you feel like you've had time to develop what you wanted to do and make some changes that you wanted?
Yeah, obviously. I think we had a lot of time to change some things on almost all the maps, and I think we're coming confident into this event, because last time we had a lot of time to practice was actually PGL Cluj, and we played really good there. So yeah, hopefully we can repeat the way we played from last time here, and maybe make one more step and win it this time.
Looking at the team list we have here and what's expected of Falcons, do you feel like you're coming in as one of the potential favorites, or are you still outside of the favorites for the whole event? How do you see it?
Well, if you look at our last two events, we are obviously not the favorites, I think. But if you look at the general picture and let's say the whole year, I think we're one of the top teams here. So I think we try not to think too much about this and just try to focus on the next game, because we don't want to put additional pressure on us by thinking in advance if we should win this event or if we should get to the playoffs. So yeah, we are just going to take it game by game and see how it goes.
Obviously, there were some things that came out in media in terms of rumors of what changes could come. Is there anything that maybe disrupts the team, though, in terms of this event because of that, or are you not worried about it? Is this something you've discussed to focus in for Bucharest?
No, I don't think anyone is worried inside the team. Yeah, there's not much to say about it. As I said, there's a lot of comments from the community about everything, so we just try to focus on ourselves and do our job.
Overall, what do you think is maybe the biggest struggle or the biggest challenge you guys have as a team right now? Because I think like there's some games where we see the A game from you, and then there's other games where it's like, for example, the Huns game that you played, it got maybe scarily too close in a game like that where I wouldn't expect it to be. Is that a worrying sign for you guys? Like, can you kind of characterize it for me?
Yeah, I think it happened actually a few times during the last months where we play good, we have a decent start of the game, maybe we are really close to finishing the game, and then suddenly we lose maybe one round that we shouldn't lose, and it somehow affects the other rounds, the other next rounds. So yeah, it's something that we've been struggling with, and but we are aware of this problem, and we have been talking and working on it. So yeah, sometimes we just, maybe without noticing it, we change our play style when we are about to finish the game, so we don't do the things we usually do. So yeah, but I think recently it has been getting better, especially also in practice. So yeah, I think it will be good.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it all. Best of luck going throughout the whole tournament, man. We'll see you on the server real soon.
Thank you.
Rare Atom, yes, but an even rarer Falcons win. Map 1 goes their way. Now we get ready to head on to Falcons map pick. It's Train.
Yes.
For Rare Atom, I am pretty nervous. I think this was an event that started off so strong. When they beat VP, I was like, oh my god, the sky's the limit. Anything's possible. It turns out we learned the limit is a little lower than that. And as they've gone on to face top teams, sure, they've definitely been on the rougher end of these draws, right? Matching up against G2 and FaZe Clan on this journey, seeing themselves go down 1-2. I'm worried this is where the journey ends. This is the final train ride of Rare Atom.
It definitely should be. Falcons dismembered them in that second half of Inferno, and now we go to a comfort map for Falcons. I say comfort, they've had a fair share of losses here, but they've been trying to play it since it dropped, and they played it pretty well yesterday, all things considered. Took down Pain, I think it was 13-7, looked solid. We had Nico 1v3 to close it, kind of similar to Inferno in a sense. And ultimately, Falcons, everything's kind of hitting right now. The players playing well. Tessa showed up. Unblemished T-side, didn't drop a round in that second half, so good calls for Kixon, but a lot of it was carried up by Nico having a great game. And I think more of that would just put Falcons in that 2-2 spot. It feels like signed, sealed, and delivered. They've just got to do it now. Map 2, Rare Atom. It may have had a dominant opener, as you say, over VP, but that might be all they leave Bucharest with. Yes, the draws were hard, but you can only play who's put in front of you, Harry. That's what they say.
Well, here they are, playing who's in front of them. Ooh, it is hard to hang with Lee Hang. We know that.
Yeah, true.
Oh, no, it's not. It's actually super easy if you're Magisk. He loves hanging out with Lee Hang. Well, this is a pistol round for Falcons. Unless something goes really, really wrong. Can Child King have his moment?
Probably not. Execute ready. Look at Nico, man. He's through connector.
Oh, it's so gross.
They don't even need to go. They can just wait. Out he goes. Nico with the round. I'm excited to see Falcons T-side on this map because I want to know, like, they're keen to play it, they've been picking it, they know they're starting T-side, which a lot of teams have had trouble with. So what's the go-to? Like, what do you do when you're winning? Are you going for those quicker A pushes? Oh dear. Or are we going to be seeing, you know, more B control taken, back into pop, and A splits? How fast you really want to go, Falcons? Let's see.
I don't know about you, but I feel like Train is in like an odd spot as well, where I think other maps when they came in, the kind of meta was figured out faster, I want to say. Maybe I'm reaching here, Hugo, but you know, like when Ancient came in or Anubis, I feel like early on there was like a kind of established way of playing it. And sure, it kept evolving, but I think no one team has really ironed out like the 100% do's or don'ts of a Train yet.
This one's still really yeah. I mean, the fact that it's been 3 months since this map was added, and a lot of teams just aren't first banning it. They still have the insta-ban, but no one's picking it. You know?
Exactly, right? And so, like, as a result, it's
like
kind of odd. It feels like no approach is...
No one loves it right now.
Yeah.
Complexity love it. They've been, you know, they lost Vertigo, so of course they were going to learn this map, and they've actually been playing really well. They've been running Orgs on CT sides. It's been quite fun to watch, but for the most part, teams don't like playing this map. It's a second ban map. It's a handshake. We won't play it. So I still think, you get a big advantage if you actually learn to love this map. And it's a bit of a gambit in the veto, so I like that Falcons have tried to put it in their pool. This is a bit sticky right now, but the scout, more damage, 2 of 3 players low. If they could calm that position, Tessa's would have just spammed. Instead, the cover's out from up, and Nico ready to win the round on his own, as he often does. Kaze, no kit, it's going to take a kill eventually, and there's a shot.
Oh my god.
Great exits, he can't win though. All of them, get them all, no. Denied by Tessa's round win for Falcons. That was a 3-on-5 technically, but the trades were super quick.
Yeah, I guess the reason why I talk about like the Train meta still feeling like it has yet to fall into place is like For Rare Atom, if you had the choice, say, at the end of this event, going away and working on either Train or Dust 2 to kind of get it up to snuff for top-tier competition, which one would you pick?
Sorry?
If you had to pick, like, kind of upping your level on Train or Dust 2, like really diverting some time to nailing that down, which one do you do? I feel like Dust 2 is going to be easier because there's so much more like to go off of.
Though. They so depend on the team and like what their map veto is. But you know, I mean, you can cop out. You can do both, can't you? You know, like I think Dust 2 is more like if you want to innovate, Train. Dust 2 if you want to just follow.
Like plug and play and
I don't
take
think
some.
Dust 2 is a map where you're like, oh my god, they're doing this meta breaking idea. It's like no, you actually just it's really standard and it's actually just about not over rotating, but also rotating hard when you need to. And Train is like, oh, we have to come up with this stuff.
Yeah.
So it depends on what kind of team you are and also what veto you have. Like, but I think for a team like Falcons, who are struggling to score wins, a map like Train being a pick of theirs is a great thing to force.
Yeah.
Because other teams are uncomfortable here. So it makes perfect sense. Like this, you know, you don't see Spirit mastering Train. They don't feel like they have to.
One back for somebody, but they know where he is now. And so he will get dealt with cleanly. 3-0 secured for Falcons. They win the pistol. They stick the landing on the conversions. They get through the 4 spies out of Rare Atom. And now in comes the gun round.
Do you think it's funny that Spirit instaban Inferno? Probably just for Donk. Because I looked at Donk's face at like, this was a couple months ago, but I imagine it's still true. He had 0 Inferno games ever played on FaZe in CS2. 0. He must have like...
God, that's so based.
Like that means whenever he said ban Inferno, they ban Inferno. Like he doesn't let them... I don't know if he's dodged
I didn't think
games.
he could get better, but he just did.
I don't know if he's dodged games that are on Inferno, but like he's never ended up on Inferno, which is actually kind of crazy.
Oh, he does have good taste.
Yeah, he does. Dude, that is hard though. 0 games. Obviously, he had some in Go, but he played for years.
Inferno cringe map.
I mean, I find Anubis pretty insufferable right now. I think that's just kind of unenjoyable. Could be okay to watch at best, but playing that map that's my new Inferno, Harry. Too RNG to play.
There's just so much standing around,
No,
man. I
agree.
can't stand around that much.
You
It's
gotta
like,
keep moving.
please,
Keep
dude, can we
moving.
just do something?
Gotta be running.
Oh, yay. I get to run through one of 3 choke points, do I?
True. I mean, fundamentally, Inferno is unique in that sense. And I don't mean that in a good way.
All right. B play on the cards for the Falcons.
Thrown in AXX, and look at the rotate. Kaze bought it, back turn, they run out.
Yeah, that kill's gifted over for free. And, well, storming the border, the Falcons, it's really gone horribly in their first rifle round for Rare Atom.
That's a panic right there. You know the comms. There's no way Kaze does that unless the comms are panicking. Not a single player of Falcons was out A. Not a single player was seen. But 2 smokes, some flashes from Pop, out from B upper. And Rare Atom are going, 2 smokes A, they're hitting A, I'm blind. There's a molly at and all those comms just make Kaze knife out, turn around. If he stays on his angle,
I want
a shot.
I want to see what Rare Atom do, because I think there's like, you know, there's different schools of thought on where the CT side it should be pressuring. There are some teams that love to go for the deep A main smoke, take this main pocket away for as long as they can, and they kind of play almost the entire A site hold around, you know, doubling up over towards main and just wasting as much time. That's a huge hunt down at the end. Wow. But then, you know, I think of squads like 3D Max where the pressure points change a bit and suddenly it's a lot more about B upper peaks with that smoke lobbed in, or double ramp push with flashes through the window. Maybe you have them taking Pop and they sandwich the upper play to take real estate away on that side of the map.
Yeah, originally we had a lot of teams like pushing up B ramp early, but now you just, the default nade of the B player is throw the molly HE on the top of the ramp, so you can't actually do it anymore.
Well, that's where like the 3D Max smoke little innovation of pre-extinguish is really good.
But look at, they just double HE'd it just there.
Yeah.
So it's like, even if you, on a low round.
Here's a pressure point though. They're trying to take away the pop control. They've run it across. No pressure from main, and it's smoked anyway. So trying their hand at taking away pop and getting in through upper, it's not a bad idea. The execution's a little rough there for Rare Atom.
Yeah.
Timing's not perfect on those peeks in through upper. But this was the low econ round. Nice to see they've got some ideas for things they can attempt here.
Super clean for Falcons so far this game. Barely dying. Tessa 7-0. Trading well. And Falcons aren't running out A. They're getting B upper control every single round. Because they know that means the Rare Atom can't stack 4 outer. Because they don't have B halls control. So at any point, Falcons can just run down B ramps. Rare Atom have to play numbers on B. They've had 2B a lot of these rounds. And that's not really enough with all the little timings open on A. You can't hold everything at once.
I think Ivy's a pretty interesting position on the new train because it's like a weird X-Factor position. I feel like it doesn't get used as much as old Ivy did. I think because there's so many more contact points over towards like B, pop, main that you have to worry about. But on the flip side, whenever you do get that control and you do make a play that centers around it, I think it's a very strong position for either side to be able to hold on to. It's weird, though. It doesn't get a lot of the resources considering the importance that area can have. And it's because these sorts of fights, these like scraps over towards B, feel a lot more constant. But I like that Falcons have already used Ivy early on in this game, right? Just the walk out there, you kind of saw the strength of it. They have all these long sight lines to take control of. They get to sneak in through the A site. They're also not getting bullied by this util in main. They haven't been respecting the smoke the few times they've tried to go there. And there's not much in the way of util to like punish them for taking that early. An attempted aggression out through Ivy, that's just being held by Tessez. You can tell that Falcons have their finger to their pulse on train. Yeah. Rare Atom, every play they've tried to make has just been hard cancelled straight away.
And Kixon just dry peeks out main, kills the E-Box player. And as you said, yeah, Tessa's holding Ivy. So the fact that even Kixon gets away with his kill is pretty impressive. The AWP wasn't holding him. Now it is. They have Olaf control, but he can just double up. Tessez could come to him. He's presumably lining up a smoke. And so the default with 2 A picks, it's very tempting to commit. Kaze's scared of Ivy the whole round. Lihang, a very nice position, but they're going to come out pop for the most part. Will that draw him the wrong way?
I feel like this position, yeah, you stick out way more. Yeah, I was going to say, like,
yeah, I didn't like that angle he was holding. I just like the box.
No, I farm kills like that all the time. And things, bro. We're on one. Yeah. You think you're safe behind that white box, but actually...
No, he is safe. He's just holding right side main, and there's a player already in left side. That was a mistake there.
That's what I'm saying, though. Like, the only way to be safe to every angle is just to actually, like, hide and have no vision at all.
Yeah. Oh, he was flashed by Tessez. Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, like, I don't think Lihang realized Kixon was still a main, but it seems like an oversight. Good patience. This is, I can't deny it, this is a beautiful game out of Falcons. They have just covered every bit of the map. Every move Rare Atom have tried to make has been stopped. 4-1 again. Now the AWP gets to play, and easily done for Dexter. Boost, perhaps? Wouldn't be a bad shout, but pistol up close.
Falcons just have such a clear image of every play available. Like, even now with the 2 smokes down in main, the instant worry is, oh, they're low money. What if they're creeping up around the smokes? Kixan, he's read this one perfectly. Dexter just takes the line. Molly was pulled anyway, so even if Dexter misses, like, that fight would have been forced forward into the double hold.
Tessez gets tagged by the scout Ivy. He could reset if he wants and just group up for this B hit.
You know, like, for Rare Atom, as we said, not a map they even get to play a lot domestically. For these guys, some of these rounds, it's going to feel like the first time they've seen them played in this fashion in an official.
Nice push for Summer. He's committing.
You're not drawing on like pools of knowledge with how to counteract some of these plays. You're having to figure it out live in the moment.
Okay.
Some nice shots though to help make this one happen. The Kaze Deeg delivers.
Somebody's missed the fact that Magis is upper, but oh no, if he goes back, they both go back. This could go very wrong. Bomb is still in main, and his kill. Integral, Kaze connects it, bomb loose. Now somebody commits. Magis is stuck out, but he can't really help. Did they hear him? No, doesn't look like it. Kaze's considering this, but he doesn't know for sure. Magis gets a free kill. Oh, it can't take you 10 seconds. Oh, Kaze dropped the bomb, and they have no idea.
They have no clue.
That he walked past somebody and popped the Mag 7. Is going to come through with some damage. 2 shots, needs 1 more, and he won't be able to get it. Rare Atom, first round on the board. Nothing Magis could do. Weird round, very weird round. Can't deny that. There's the Mag 7 though. Coming through in all its glory.
Yeah.
In all its glory. 2 body shots. Yeah, a bit of a throw. 5v3. This is unlucky, but Nico walks out alone. I wish he waited for his team, and it would have just been fine. Kaze, huge round on the AK. All right, a low econ win gives Rare Atom a big economical boost. So options open up. The ambience of trade, nothing better than that, Harry. The thunder, crackling, the rain pouring.
I listen to rain and thunder to go to bed.
Me too.
So this map is a bit of a weird one for me.
Falling asleep.
You try and lock in, but your brain is telling you to switch off.
Open your eyes, bro.
Oh, an Ivy walk. Kaze is on this line. Tessez actually gets ahead of that, and now, if anything, the Molly gives Tessez the knowledge that he is ahead of their timing, that he has beaten their timing over in Ivy. Nico and Tessez collect kills out on A. Rare Atom don't even know where these players came from. One back from Kaze.
That was Nico's kill. Close, mate? No. Did he wallbang him? Like, Nico's A main. I'm so confused where he got that kill. Guess he just peeked pop? He was in pop. I'm still lost. I'm still a bit lost. It's fine. Maybe we'll see it in the replay. 3v3. Wow, double smoke gives them so much room. There's no one even here in the site. Free bomb plant.
Bomb has been planted.
Triple pop retake. I don't know if that's the nicest sentence I've ever said. It's a very small choke point to try and break through. And Nico didn't even tag in the Molotov. He even looked shocked by that. So they don't know that he's close on this angle in main. Oh, Summer apparently does. Clean tap to get rid of Nico. Kickstand forced forward, but funneled into the M4. Tessez's gonna have to stop this with the spam, and he can't find the connection. Gets it last minute. Back on the bomb now, but Kaze doesn't have the time. Tessez with a clutch of his own. 1v2 to find a 7th for the Falcons. Tessez steps up. Great round from the guy. Starts with him hitting that timing out through Ivy. Ends with him clutching up in the 1 versus 2. That's very well handled from Tessez.
I just want to see the Nico kill because I was wondering if he did it from like the windows up top. He could have been a pop. I might be confused. Really nice round for Tessez on that lurk out Ivy. Close made again. They've got this control before Kicks is running through. Ballsy run and gun. That's random. Shooting Lee Hang while moving. And now we have the outer rush. We've been waiting all game for it. 9 rounds deep. Kixon sends it into the site, and he might be having all 5 for dinner today. Easily done for Kixon. Captain carries him through.
Go get the ace, bro. Why not? You deserve it. You've called a banger here. You've played good.
Oh, yes. No.
I'll notice the 2 that tried to steal the ace, Dexter and Tessez.
Yeah, noted.
Nothing significant about them.
They want the stats for any reason.
Oh, an accidental double. Kill number 4 is my favorite.
Wahoo!
Oh, it turns out everyone can hang with Lee Hang in this game as well. He's having
Lee Hang can't
It's a shame because he's actually in Rare Atom's map picks. This guy looks really good. And then throw him on like a. He's on the board. Let's go.
Set him up.
Lee Hang, come on.
Hello, hello. He's walked through their smoke. They've got B.
Now he's really far forward on the timing as well. Oh my god, that looked so intense, but he's made it past. Lee Hang gets deegged out, or tapped out rather, with the tech trying to come through on this pop flank.
And it's those rounds that you hate when you're 8-1 down, because you don't want to save, but you know you can't win it, so you've got to save. But you're going to hang around, get an upgrade.
The kind of like big takeaway of this for me is Rare Atom, on a handful of maps, they do have good game plans, and there's some very genuine stuff to build up here, but they're in a position, I would say, similar to like that MIBR team were back at the Major, where you just can't have like a kind of 4-5 map pool. Because you've got your 1 insta-ban. You don't like playing Nuke, that's fine. You're allowed to have 1. But then also, you aren't really up to par on Dust, and you don't get to play Train ever, so you're also not up to par there.
And this is sort of what I mean when I was saying earlier. It's like the handshake, well, no one will pick it, we'll second ban it, you still get your insta-ban. Like, that's also what's probably been going on in their region. No one's picking it, and everyone's second banning it. So they're also not playing it there, but they don't feel like they have to even perfect it because it's not getting picked. I think it's like anything. It's like when any new map enters the pool, you want to get a leg up, learn the map. But I'll admit, it is a very difficult map to play. Still hasn't had any significant changes since it got added into the pool, worth noting. Been hard to know what you would change on this map. New pop is strange.
That's kind of, that's why I think if I'm Rare Atom, at the end of this event, I feel all right about how, your Ancient, your Infernos, etc. looked. I think these were okay, and there's stuff to build on them. But I would say, look to Dust and uplift that one, because it's the easiest one to get more reps in on as well, right? God, that's lovely.
Still another player in pop though. Magisk walks back, he doesn't realize he's being tracked. Oh my god, in the side decks, he kills his teammate. Magisk, some reason, holding that push. All right. His team have been eviscerated in the meantime. He was waiting for the B flank. Instead, Rare Atom all on outer, dropping that bomb.
They are very split up though, aren't they?
Are you prophesizing something, Harry?
I don't know. I'm just... Child King's holding for the fullback in a T-spawn, which is fine. I just feel like you could run this same idea where you're holding all the extremities, but way tighter, because the bomb, which is dropped here with somebody, he's all alone. At least he gets the spot, and now everyone just starts rotating over. Okay, it's fine. Magisk has given them enough time to react. They get everyone back to play around the bomb. They went looking for the info early, and now just played a group. Magisk has hit 2 bangers in this round.
Sure. Got a third in you? Oh, dude, if he just cleared that. was on for the clutch. Took a bit long, gave away his position. Not a worry. Bit of damage on the way out here for the final round of the half. Rare Atom scraps at best. Very nice T7 Falcons. Key takeaways. They're not doing A rushes. They did one on like a low buy. They are taking B upper control before they do anything. They are doing the default nades of Molly HE on the ramp to stop the B push, even though it's not something Rare Atom have tried. I think they know. They did it on one eco, but they know those nades are going to come in. And then they just kind of strangle the A site. And Nico's gone for some timing plays in pop that haven't always worked out, but Falcons are hitting.
No, I'm liking the pacing that they've chose. I also think, you know, you are the more experienced team on this map in this head-to-head, so why leave anything to like these crazy fast plays where you are at the mercy of some early util. They will have those forward positions and be expecting fights. Win the game in the mid-round. You feel like you can read the map better than your opponent. This time it is going to be a little more up-tempo. Magisk guns it through pop, doesn't fall back this time around. Instead, he's guns blazing, straight out the pop dog, out to E-Box, looking for further fights. Gets away with a lot of damage. They know they've got Summer trapped. Nades would get rid of him. They keep missing the mark. Kicksad gonna uproot Child King in the downtime. Not before he takes one of the graves still. Kicksad tapping out from Olaf.
Clean.
Extends that advantage into the 3-on-2. Teed up back in the connector. Is going to be somebody playing over this smoke as it comes on down.
Very cool smoke.
Now he has vision on players crossing at Sandwich, so you don't want Kicksand being the guy to crawl forward here. Tesses and co should be able to slip under the smoke, obscured from somebody's view, and you can see Tesses knows that, crouching down. Kicksand also makes the passage. Kaze brings us back into a 2v2. They know where both players are, do Falcons. And so they've been able to get set up here. Also, as far as Rare Atom are aware, Kicksand shouldn't have made it to back six, shouldn't have been able to get to Ivy. So I wonder if that's going to come as a bit of a surprise. Tesses taking first contact, gets rid of somebody. And they don't know where Kicksand's gotten to. You can see Kaze going and clearing main. I think now the penny drops down. He must have made it, but they don't know when. And Kicksand deals that killing blow. Double digits secured for Falcons on their T side of train. They're just 3 rounds away from eliminating Rare Atom from PGL Bucharest.
An undeniable result here for the Falcons. I mean, it was always meant to be, but we had certain worries with this team all tournament long. They went 0-2. Some of these rumored kicks coming in and these individuals playing very poorly, but Tesses and Dexter have looked good today. Dexter with a great previous map, Tesses the same really, and it's not even just the Nico show here on train. Everyone's had their moments. Kicks them with some nice calls, and just a default of Falcons being too hot to handle for Rare Atom. Falcons looking like they're ready to go 2-2 and fight for the playoffs after all. Would be a really impressive placing given that they started 0-2. But that final day draw is the big one, Harry. There's still some very strong teams left in the mix. FaZe are still hanging around. Astralis the same. No free ride to the playoffs here. It's just one stop in the direction. Falcons have at least boarded quick. What have Rare Atom got to show on T? Smoke Molly, a couple of new kit for the Falcons. Fast out.
Oh, Nico. Accidental one in the back.
Yeah.
Li Hang falls first, not the intended target. But yeah, this continues the dominating win for Falcons. Taking this pistol means it is 100% a done deal. If it weren't feeling like one already, Nico looking to make it so. Hasn't really been a game about Nico here in the second map, but in the pistol, 4 kills propel him up towards top of the board.
He's back. Never left, but he's back. Carried the map 1. It's crazy. Second shot. First kill. Off the flash. Finishes them all. Oh. Don't know, the view model's working for him. Can't deny that. What a shot. Doesn't look like there's much to this round though, just Deagle Armor trying to get kills as individuals. Somebody taking the bomb Ivy. 4 and 12, Li Hang 1 and 13. I mean, Kaz is the only guy in double digits.
I mean, Kazi has more kills than his whole team combined.
There you go. He's been playing well, but too little and perhaps too late. They try to do the con smoke. They miss the con smoke. Bombs out Ivy. Oh yeah, I can see that happening. Let's convert it, but he's trapped. The box. And what feels like a foregone conclusion, Falcons find their 12th and set themselves up to eliminate the Chinese squad.
Yeah, I'm sure Rare Atom are feeling pretty down in the dumps right now. This won't be a nice feeling, right? Getting blown out the water like this on an unfamiliar map versus a suddenly in-form Falcons. It's a pretty rough combination if you're Rare Atom. But I hope they don't beat themselves up too much. On the maps that they do have their reps in on, you see the work, you see that things are improving. I think they've had some very, very close games here and moments where they could have taken down some top teams on what I consider to be Rare Atom's actual map pool. In the last 2 games though, actually 3 of them, it's been clashes on Dust 2 and Train that is really throwing this squad into disarray. And so a very sad ending to this one, as it's not competitive, it's not close. This wasn't anything resembling a triumph for Rare Atom. It ends with a whimper.
Yeah, you know, you've got to remember the teams they drew as well. FaZe, G2, Falcons. I mean, the last 3 were a little difficult, a little tricky. FaZe and G2 especially. The Falcons have made an impressively easy job of this series. Nico gets that spot on Ivy. I think they just saw him. No, they didn't. But it's okay, because Nico's got it. 14 and 5 in the bag, and 13-2. Falcons eliminate Rare Atom here from PGL Bucharest. They're 0-2, back to 2-2, and looking still for a spot in the playoffs. We're calling it a dead roster, but it might still have life in it, at least in Romania.
Yeah, and you know, I think the idea that you know, now that they're launching this comeback from 0-2 down, I think everyone was sort of ready to just go, oh, okay, they're truly locked out. They're over this event already. They're looking to move on to the next one. But no, there is a showing of resilience from this Falcon squad, which
something worth fighting
for.
You
know, given the circumstances around this team as well, I think that's admirable. They are still in with a shot to make it to the playoffs. No one would have seen that coming after the first few days from the Falcons, putting up just 3 rounds in the game versus GamerLegion across that entire series, having some real rough results go against them, but now stumbling back to their feet. Gradually, the performances of every individual starting to get uplifted, no longer relying super heavily on Nico to haul it over the line. It's building into something, and I'm excited to see who they draw next. Did not expect we would be ever having the conversation that playoffs could be on the line again in back-to-back events now, or back-to-back PGL events for this Falcon squad.
I mean, made it all the way to the grand final in Cluj, and was a very exciting run for the Falcons there. Here, yeah, I mean, I will have to. I'm looking at the other games to see what's going on the other streams. We've got Aurora, Apogee going on, Aurora map up, FURIA, MongolZ to finish the day after this with Anders and Vince. And yeah, I think it's definitely possible. You can't deny that Falcons definitely could go through to the playoffs at this point. We've actually played a few decent maps here, and dude, a team with Nico is really hard to write off. He's had just a phenomenal couple of games, and even in that 0-2 when Falcons were like getting destroyed, Nico was the only guy in the server, it felt like. You know, and these were games where they would get like 3 rounds and stuff, and Nico would still be holding his position well. So played really good today, did Nico. And yeah, Rare Adam, GG, go next. We'll see him again, I hope. They have been winning domestically a lot, and of course qualified here as well. So I'm sure they'll be back in Europe learning from this experience and hopefully getting more tape.
Yeah, and they certainly have a lot to go back and look at. I think especially, you know, just with matters relating to the map pool for this squad, I don't think you could subsist on having 3, you know, pretty good maps and then the rest of them kind of not being where they're supposed to be. But, you know, on the few maps that Rare Atom do like, their picks in all of these BO3s, they would always give us a close game, right? Like, on the maps that they pick into, it's always down to the wire. When you look at who they've matched up against being, you know, a lot of the top dogs here, I think there's something positive to draw from that for Rare Atom. Sure. Still gonna have to go back to the drawing board, finish ironing out some of these issues on their map picks, and then start looking, start exploring into the dusts, into the train, because I think, you know, there's still more to be seen yet from this Rare Atom squad. There are some legit pieces here. There are some experienced pieces. It marries together quite nicely, that mixture of new and old from the region. So yeah, I hope Rare Atom continue to go on this upward trend, because I feel like there's already been some improvements over what we saw from them at the major.
Yeah, there's definitely some strong individuals in this team. I mean, there's one thing we always say about Asian and specifically Chinese teams is they shoot hard. They really do shoot hard. We saw that from Tyloo recently, and yeah, some moments with some of these guys chowking somebody, showing up individually, so that's really cool. FURIA MongolZ as the last game of the day, also down 1-2. MongolZ, similar to Falcons, are looking to make that reverse sweep from 0-2. Definitely a team that could do it. A pretty decent matchup for them against FURIA as well. We've actually avoided FURIA entirely. I haven't seen them in this tournament. Don't know what's going on with them, but MongolZ, I would gamble on them. You know, I would bet that they could go through and still make it to the playoff. A bit of a slow start. But that is us done with PGL Bucharest. Me and Harry will take a back seat and watch the rest of the games. And we'll, of course, throw it on to Anders and Vince as well. So thank you, PGL, for having us. And enjoy the show. Playoffs as well. Coming up in just a couple of days. No big break like Cluj. It will be played in the PGL Bucharest studio. So plenty more CS this week. And we'll see you soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
This will be the last game on the B stream for PGL Bucharest, but we're not leaving you with on a flat note. It's going to be a real strong game. The Mongols and FURIA with reverse fortunes. FURIA taking the first win against Apogee, losing their next two, and we've already seen the Mongols and as twice struggle, although yesterday they did keep themselves alive in this tournament after taking down Liquid. I'm really excited for this game, I've got to say. I think this can be a really, really interesting one.
Yeah, that's a great... I love the framing. Like, we're watching two teams on sort of opposite trajectories. Obviously, we're all really disappointed with how Mongols started the tournament. FURIA, I don't know if I would say I'm impressed that they took down Apogee, but I guess in the context of how Apogee went on to play, it is still kind of important. Both teams need this. It's elimination on the line. Falcons have also managed to avoid elimination, at least up until this point. So taking out Rare Atom, that was a bit of a one-sided game, I guess. And Astralis also are living on. So I think we've got some very interesting results here on the B stream already. And I mean, the Mongols, they've got to be the favorites here, Vince, right? Is there any story that we construct in which that's not the case?
I guess like they have just gradually warmed up as the tournament's gone on, but they're still nowhere near their A game as far as I'm concerned, Anders. There was a lot of problems against Liquid. I think it's like Liquid just were kind of their own worst enemies in a lot of times, losing rounds they really shouldn't have. The Mongols have got stronger, but I think if you're FURIA, you're looking at this team and you're thinking, this is a very winnable game. And they haven't played each other for over 7 months. And the last time they did play each other, it was FURIA that actually won on Nuke. So it's a lot of things that I think FURIA can look into this game and think, like, we're not the complete underdogs. They still got crazy talent, but I think the issue for FURIA at the same time, Anders, is they've been pretty underwhelming for the most part. Like, they have a couple of big results, a couple of solid ones, but you can see here, even within the standings of the losses they've taken, after beating Apogee, losing to Complexity, fair enough. They've actually looked really damn good at this tournament. True. But losing to VP, super one-sided, I think was more of the problem.
Yeah, that's not a great look, is it? And it speaks again to the consistency that we're always going to be looking for. We always care about that. If you're going to be making deep runs at tournaments, you do at some point need to, to find some flaw in your gameplay that's not going to be too low. So I really hope they will turn it around. I mean, obviously, I myself, I'm a big fan of Fallen, and going all the way back into somewhere in 1.6. So I'm never going to be, I'm never not going to be excited to cast Fallen and to watch him play and all the rest of it. And with the team, I mean, I think it is going to be interesting. Plus, I think Brazilian Counter-Strike is in this sort of weird state where, obviously they have a bunch of people that are really great at Counter-Strike, but they're not always putting them all in the same team, and it's a bit of an interesting scenario. Now, we got the Veto coming up here. We are going to be watching Mirage, Nuke, and then Anubis. So those last two maps, could, I think, spell quite a bit of drama, especially with Anubis as the deciding map. That always just has me thinking, ooh, we could be seeing some real heartbreak there.
But ordinarily, Anders, you're asking me before, is there a way that FURIA can get this W? And I would say, right, well, this Veto, probably Mongols, right? Like, Nuke's maybe a little bit of a weakness. Again, the last time they played each other, FURIA did win. Anubis is a bit of a coin flip as well. But Mirage, yesterday, they played against Liquid, and they were getting absolutely hammered at the start of the game. If you remember, it was like 6-1 in favor of Liquid, then Twist went for that really audacious overextension peak, died, and then the comeback started to come into fruition. But there were a lot of issues with that Mirage performance. So I'm looking now at this Veto and I'm thinking, actually, FURIA have a real shot at winning this.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they will. We're going to find out. We're not going to delay any further. The casters are going to stop talking and start casting instead, which is what we're all here for anyway. FURIA going to be starting on the CT side. The Mongols going to be on that T side. I'm seeing a smoke and a flashbang on Blitz, and not really much more to play around with in terms of the utility. So that smoke presumably going to be, if they end up going for that B bomb site, which I guess we don't really know yet. If they don't, maybe it's just for the jungle. So when they run up connector, they can smoke off jungle and just focus on that CT spawn position. This does actually, now that I look at it, feel a little bit more like it could be an A split. So timing here for 9-10. Serato in such a weird position. Why is he looking into, what is even happening? Where are they all shooting blanks? We are live, right? I can't believe what's going on.
I know you were playing some deathmatch just before we got started. It was probably like, I'm still playing, aren't I?
Yeah. Is this me?
Oh. Well, Cello's at least alleviated the pressure on middle, but he's going to have to fight off against 2 more players. Blitzdo's lost his head as well. And suddenly FURIA, even though that very strange position from Serato got punished, they do have the advantage, but not for much longer.
Yeah, look at the push coming in. They're just trying to rescue the bomb. That's in lower. Dark Fallen with a great headshot injury. Takes down Senzu. What an absolutely bizarre way to get started. I think the plan was definitely there for the Mongols. No question what they wanted to do. They just ran into so many players in the middle and unfortunately missed about 80% of their shots. And typically that does make for a very hard pistol round. On the other hand, the USPs here. Cello with some very, very fast kills. It's pretty good stuff here. FURIA is going to pick up the pistol round, and I'm sure that is a nice way to get this game started for them.
The only thing I can really maybe think of to give KSRADA the benefit of the doubt is maybe they'd been reading a lot of the Mongols' pistol rounds on Mirage, and they felt like mid would not be contested, and therefore KSRADA's chair position is actually pretty strong. But once he committed, he would have been very worried about being pushed from underpass as well, which is why he kind of fully committed to that 1v1 duel.
True.
Didn't work out for him, but at least his team picked it up anyway. So the Mongols on the back foot, having no post plant to play with.
And no bomb plant, so gonna be a little bit of a slow round. You waste the grenades from the CT side. We all know the speech by now. They have a couple of deals too, so there is always a chance you can find some real damage with that. But there should be no real opportunity to actually win the round. If they get the bomb planted even, I would be pretty impressed. But I guess Mirage is one of those maps where one good deagle headshot and you can clear open a space to plant the bomb. Pretty far back is Yuri at the moment. They've got this double setup in middle. Fallen's rotated really far away. So actually that does massively increase the chances for a bomb plant. Again, probably will have to try and get this kill on Yuri rather quickly. But, I don't know. They've made it a bit easier, FURIA, for Mongols to maybe find a path to the bomb site. Some good clicks coming out. Really conserving that ammunition.
Lack of smoke's always going to be a problem trying to force that plant down. Jungle and connector. Going to be real issues to contend with, and it looks like it's going to be a clean sweep, pretty straightforward as you'd expect. Oh, I said that Senzu does peel back the dome with skulls, and he was another player that did have his struggles on Mirage. You know, we talked a few times. He was 4-13 at one point. He was on 36 ADR, but he did start to awaken on the second half. That being said, the second half was the T side. It was the CT side where the Mongols really struggled. The T side against Liquid was pretty damn good.
They're gonna need to show up with absolutely everything here today. There's just no question about it. Again, it's a long road back once you end up in that 0-2 bracket, or the 1-2 bracket in this case. I mean, like, you're gonna have to really struggle to get back into it. Backs to the wall, and elimination on the line. We do have AKs coming out now for the Mongol side of things, and quite a lot of smokes, one Molotov as well, and an insane flashbang that just completely wrecks Techno. It looked like he didn't even bother to move. He just accepted his fate at that point. He was like, oh, well, yeah, I'm dead. I'm not even going to try and look around or shoot or anything.
It's like the Jurassic Park. If I don't move, they can't see me. Unfortunately, they could, mate. You were easy pickings. Maybe he thought that 910 had his back as well, because he was just around the periphery of the ramp side for T-Spawn. But he wasn't in position to thwart that push, unfortunately.
Just to say, the don't move thing only works with dinosaurs, and they don't have flashbangs. But it is a horrifying thought if you had T-Rexes with flashbangs. I won't lie. That is obviously that's a real nightmare scenario.
I'm just thinking about T-Rexes now with AKs in their little arms. I don't know why. It's buckling me.
Dino Riders. If anyone ever watched that television show, it's fantastic.
Classic.
Anyway, that's only for people who are like, you know, essentially boomers like me and Vince. 40 seconds left here, and they're going to be pushing the bomb site. Skulls is going to die one way or another here. They're going to be coming at him. He's got nowhere to stand. There's one, but Blitz will be quick on the return, and they actually gave him even more space than I was expecting. Bomb looks like it's going to be planted here. The Molotov actually does rain in, or the Incendiary, and 910. He's going to be forced out, and a little bit of panic on top. He probably didn't have to go that deep, but he did. Trade comes in. KSRADA to take down Blitz, and a very, very nice round here for FURIA with KSRADA picking up 3 kills. And to be honest, Skulls, even though he didn't have that much of a chance, just even getting the 1 kill there and buying a little bit of time is pretty good news.
Oh, no doubt. I think the reason why 910 goes for that wide swing as well is because, like you mentioned, they Molotoved and flashed on the site, and he's probably cognizant of the fact that there could be a catwalk push coming in from short as well. So trying to get to that close angle where you can watch the windows from the market being pushed in. But unfortunately, it doesn't make too much of a difference as FURIA do speed to a 3-0 lead. Good news for Mongols, a bit of saving grace at least, as they did get another plant in. So they can rustle together a hero AK some Deagles and some Tech 9s, and we saw just how powerful they were with these weapons yesterday. They got a lot of rounds with these weird sort of bargain buys, so FURIA can't assume anything.
AWP out in the hands of Fallen, and it's not that much cash really on the FURIA side. You look at the scoreline, you say 3-0, but it's not like they've made that much money yet. So kind of important here to keep it going. Don't end up in a position where you end up losing too many rifles if you could avoid it. Blitz does have the AK, and he is going to be hanging around in that underpass position. Bomb is slowly but surely gravitating back towards the A-bomb side with Blitz here. Not feeling too much pressure. He actually, in fact, looks like he's going to be walking straight through that smoke. It's a really big risk, but it does afford him an interesting position where it's possible that FURIA just are not expecting it. I'm surprised that he's made it this far without being discovered, and now he's going to get smoked in from a teammate here. Very nice. It's going to allow him to keep moving forward without being at risk of getting shut down from the window position. So everything about this really working out well for MongolZ at the moment. They've lost Sensu at the meantime, but Blitz is obviously the real weapon in this round, and he's going to be taking down Skulls to begin with. Bomb is being planted on the other side. MongolZ, they've made a lot out of very little so far.
I think you've painted a perfect picture here. Like, the Blitz really, forward position, being on point was massive. You got a kill from it as well. Post plant in. Even if the Mongols lose from this point, they've got mission accomplished, but they'll be looking for more. They want this win. They're now in such a good position. 2 players on ramp, 1 around con with the AK, and Cello has to try and clear his angles before he can get back onto the site. Already 2/3 of the fuse have ticked away. There are multiple kits, but that was a really important kill from Cello. If Blitz wins out, the bomb is planted for him, and there's a very good possibility that the Mongols secure it. Instead, FURIA will be wiping the sweat off their brow, but they've extended their lead to 4.
Man, that is unbelievably close right there. They did not have a smoke, which is, you know, if they really wanted to put pressure on Blitz in the middle, a smoke would have been the tool for it, but they didn't have it. Really smart round. That definitely could have worked, and they had all the tools for it. Especially love the detail with the smoke for jungle, just to make sure that he could have navigated this whole space without really worrying about it. He does go back to middle as soon as the bomb is planted. But it's actually a really good round for the Mongols. And it also sets them up to collapse the FURIA economy very, very quickly. So even if they lose that round, I don't think they're too sad, right? All they really had was some upgraded pistols, a little bit of utility, and the AK. They're going to go into this next one, I think, quite motivated to take it and bounce right back into the game.
100%. The only player that was low on funds was Blitz. He had $450, but because of that plant, they can juggle around the finances. AWP in play for 9-10 as well. First time we've seen that from him on the T side. And you spot on, like FURIA, they'll be looking at the scoreboard feeling good about that 4-0 lead, but they know how fragile this lead really is, especially against them like Mongols. And we discussed at length yesterday that one of the keys to victory was Blitz and his mid control on both CT and T side, and he nearly showed us again in that previous round why.
Yeah, they've been upgrading into the tournament, like you said. Every game they look a little bit better, they look a little bit more switched on. Mechanically, I would say they should be able to beat FURIA in this one. FURIA is a fun team, though, because there are some really big X factors. I say Keserato might be one of them. I'd say Fallen might be the biggest X factor of all. Because there are definitely times where people are like, it's time for Fallen, it's too much, like, we can't have him OP anymore, what's going on? But there are times when he is still that monster from way back when, and, you know, I live for those moments. Yuri is going to go down early, and that is way too many targets. Cello ends up getting dropped. Skulls, not quite alone. He's actually got a great rotation coming in. They might actually win off of this FURIA. I don't know how they managed to get so many people here, but unfortunately, they're not able to coordinate the defense well enough. I do think with that many people there, FURIA, if they don't quite go for the fights, because Mongols basically called a freeze there. They just said, okay, we're going to stop on that catwalk position and up in the apartments and just wait and see if FURIA do anything. And they did. A couple of swings coming out. I think if FURIA would have respected it and just kind of held back a little bit, there is actually a chance they could have held the defense. But regardless, Mongols, they kind of get what they wanted here, and they're on the board for the first time.
Yes, sir, they are. And Fallen knows that fragile economy we were discussing before, saving the AWP will afford them the luxury of maybe going in for a buy. It's going to be a tough one, though, because you got Cello down at $50. It's not as if Keserato was faring much better, $2,400 after the end of the round. So maybe a tactical timeout coming in to try and discuss where to go next. It wouldn't be a bad idea after winning 4 rounds. You want to try and halt that momentum, get on the same page in terms of your financial decision-making. We'll see, though. But I agree with you. I think FURIA, they do look to fall in a lot of the time to have impact. Not just, of course, in terms of IGLing, but it's the AWPer as well still. Classic, ridiculous, legendary AWPer in his day. I go back to like the SK Gaming days, man. The guy was a phenom.
I mean, he just has this, style that it's hard to predict. You know that he's going to be, a little bit more aggressive than maybe you would normally want to see, and sometimes it does blow up. But there are definitely times where that's what wins you the round or wins you the fight. Yeah, I have a weakness for that kind of AWP play. But I'm not going to deny, I'm not going to say, I definitely also recognize that there is a big inconsistency in Fallen's play at the current, in current year. And it would be silly to try and deny that. A little boost up here with the FAMAS. It's a really good idea. A lot of damage on the Blitz. Maybe even could have been a kill, but he is going to be somewhat lucky to stay alive there. Looks like we're going to go back towards that B bomb site. And Fallen is in the area. I think he might even be boosted up on top of the box, which means even if they smoke, unless they know a very special smoke, he's not even, he's just boosted on top of another player. So that could be a bit of a problem. They might get shot in the back here instead. Fallen just about ready. The flashes paving the way so that Fallen can't actually take the shot here. And he's going to get traded out. Maybe he just wasn't even, maybe he just didn't have a finger on his trigger there. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, and then just to make matters worse, he's got a teammate blocking his shot as well. What I assume happened is that he was trying not to give his position away with the AWP, and he's like, probably. I want to find the proper shot, I don't want to take a speculative shot while flashbang. But the problem is he waited too long. It was paralysis by analysis, and ultimately did nothing with the AWP at all. And the Mongols clearly have also decided, like, okay, this B site is kind of weak. They've pushed there now multiple times in a row, and been having a lot of success off it.
What's even more frustrating is they're pushing it when FURIA actually have a lot of people here. And that's the FURIA still. I mean, this time it was also down to the weapons and everything else. But, yeah. Unfortunately, people in the chat are going to be memeing on Fallen now, Old man reflexes. Just kind of watching. It's like a real Joe Biden AWP moment there. Anyway, Vince, pull it together.
My bad. Well, here we go. Both teams have a full investment, although Furious is a little bit shaky. MP9 for Cello, not too many grenades on a few players. You've only got 2 incendiaries in total, and nearly the opening pick for Blitz. Catches KSCERATO with a grenade in hand. His price is paid. 62 health going away from him. So the Mongols again with early mid control. I'm looking to maybe boost into the window. On the other side of the smoke, but finds the kill as the grenade comes in to blow it open, and KSCERATO makes the most of it with 2.
Massive couple of kills coming out. We know what he could do. We know how good KSCERATO can be. Techno finds himself alone, and weird mission right now. They don't have a lot of money in the bank. I mean, in theory, he could actually save the AK. It would be a kind of a boring outcome for the rest of us, but or especially the AWP. That might be the choice almost immediately there. Long time, and they are already hunting. I think KSCERATO's already heard him there. So unfortunately, yeah, they're gonna be running him down. You can see on the other side, Yuri's trying to close the box on him. Don't think he's going to be able to make it out. And indeed, it's KSCERATO finding a 3rd kill. He's 10-4 right now. So that probably is one of the big win conditions for the potential FURIA upset, is somebody like KSCERATO really stepping it up. That's massive. They didn't have a lot of money to work with here, FURIA, necessarily. They really need to shut down MongolZ right away.
We were talking yesterday about, the whole Nico situation, where it would be a travesty if he ends his career without winning a major. I wouldn't say KSCERATO's in that same level for me, but at one point, this guy was regarded as one of the best riflers in the world. And I think it's safe to say, for a lot of people, he hasn't really reached the potential and the level that a lot of us expected like 3 or 4 years ago. It is quite sad, really, because he is a crazy talent.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. And for somebody like that, he's got the experience, he's obviously got the, he's got the mechanics for it. It's hard to give up on somebody like KSCERATO. So, I can understand why he's still talked about and why he's still getting a lot of opportunities, because you see moments like this and you think, that's it, that's exactly what we want. We just want it pretty much all of the time, which is it's a big ask, big demand. 5-2 the scoreline here, and the Mongols with another purchase coming in. They do have the AWP on 9-10. Okay, Zerato thinking about it. It looks like they're going to get some window control here. That's a huge tactical position for the Mongols. I mean, I can't believe they've got in here with nobody knowing.
And it's a position that they won the round off last if it wasn't for Serato's double. And this time, he's not going to feel himself into any kills. Shut down by Mazzinho. Bit of a jump scare moment. Had no idea. And now Techno on the staircase. Unbeknownst to him, Yuri in the sandwich, and he's going to devour two. 2 headshots, Molotov down. He's going to force him out into the open, but Senzu shuts him down first. Cello and Skull still remain, though. Those 2 kills from Yuri, they've given FURIA another lifeline, but a well-placed smoke is going to cause havoc if they want to try and retake this. Post-plant coming in.
They don't necessarily have the money either. I do love the fact that they not only Molotov, but also held the corner from 2 different directions for that sandwich position, just absolutely making sure there was no escape whatsoever. Yeah, they've already made the call. Obviously, they are going to be falling back and saving, so Mongols will find a way to a 3rd round. Now, you know, quick apologies to all the people who, for whatever reason, typed Joe Biden in the chat and all got banned. That's my bad, guys. You know, I'll take the L on that one. I did bait you guys into it, so... you know, we'll work on banning you guys at some point later. But anyway, like, this is for the side of the Mongols, 3-5. It's not the hottest start ever, but you're still very competitive in this game right now. We've got a couple of players who haven't done too much. Techno, who often ends up doing, you know, a lot of the entry work, is you know, is 1-8 right now. So I'm sure there's more to come still. And again, because the economy is so thin on that FURIA side, they just need 1 round here, Mongols, and they're going to tie up the game.
I think you raised a really good point as well, because a lot of people do kind of get Techno's back about his statistics sometimes, like he drops pretty low ratings, sometimes has like some pretty rough score lines, but like you said, like he's doing a lot of the dirty work a lot of the time. He's the guy pushing in so that the rest of the Mongols can thrive, the likes of Senzu to follow him up in that 1-2 combo with the second guy in. He runs a lot of havoc on maps like Mirage as well, trying to get the flanks into play through smokes and whatnot. So, yeah, he is doing a real job for the Mongols. Not always getting the best of score lines. Doesn't always look like he's having a great match, but what he does for his team is invaluable.
It absolutely is, yeah, and you're right. The scoreline will often betray him, and unfortunately, that's just the nature of being that kind of a player. Here we go, though. Round number 9, and this is a little bit of a faster one. And with no mid-presence, it's an all-out classic A execute on the A-bomb side. We all know what it looks like. Serato trying to see if he can look over. I said it's classic, but they've been delayed so much that the initial smokes are gone. A little bit confusing here for Mongols. I don't know why they don't try and take a little bit more space. They've also been delayed so much now. Cello is on a bit of a flank. This is potentially quite dangerous. 9-10 going to be going down. The scout from Fallen finds the head of Mazzinho, and he leaves Techno to 1 versus 4. And he was going to die for sure, one way or another. It's another triple for Serato. And FURIA, they defended, but also in part just because the Mongols were, I don't know, stepping on each other's toes over there by that shadow position. Very confusing.
Yeah, it's kind of the same feelings that we've had watching the Mongols against Apogee and then Liquid, where it just doesn't feel like they're really in full sort of flow state. You know, they're a team that's typically effortless, like just fluidity on pushing executes and being aggressive, especially on the T sides. But I agree with you, it just feels like something's a little bit off. The timing's not quite there. They're just half a step behind. Serato with 3 has now moved up to 13 frags, with 3 multi-kills already and 105 ADR. So he's having a really good game. But so is Yuri, to be fair. He's got 6 assists with 8 kills, and he's on 125 ADR. So you've got those 2 power players that people often talk about with FURIA, both teeing off. But it's 9-10 that kicks off this round.
What a start. Serato is going to be taking down Senzu. They did lose Cello at the same time, but it's not bad at all. A lot of damage on the skulls. He's not loving life at the moment. Counter grenade comes out. Serato is ready, but unfortunately for him, Techno was right there to take over. Molotov behind skulls, and he's going to have to be careful. They do want to boost up Fallen, or maybe not. It's going to be skulls to take a bit of a peek into the middle. Still, it is a 3 versus 3. Out on the A-bomb side, it's Mazzinho. If he can stay alive here, then, yeah, that's going to be a bomb plant. The bomb is up in the palace, so very, very nicely done.
He's cleared so much space for his teammates, yeah, and then with Skulls being on 15 HP, and the money still not being ideal on multiple players, I think it will be a save. They're already backing off together, going to try and bodyguard Fallen's AWP, of course. He's up to 7 kills. You know, we're talking about he's not always the most consistent AWPer now, maybe past his prime. I think it's safe to say, but he still can pack a hell of a punch. But the Mongols will get their 4th round. It's been a scrappy half, back and forth throughout. But they're just hanging in there.
Did you catch the laugh that Cello was throwing in to that replay a round ago?
The high-pitched laugh, yes, I did. I heard it.
You got any thoughts? That was, for some reason, that just sounded particularly, you know, almost bordering on sort of evil villain type laugh. You know?
If he just twirled with his mustache, it would have been perfect, right? Like,
Exactly.
you know, get that, maybe a top hat as well. Although I'm not sure if they're allowed to wear hats, but maybe afterwards.
Yeah, like a white cat in a big reclining chair or something like that.
Right. A monocle, perhaps. Although, to be fair, he did get punished. 9-10 just slapped him out of midair to kick open the round, so...
True.
You know, good guys don't always finish last, I guess.
Monocles really have gone out of style. Don't see them nearly enough these days.
It does feel like it's a bygone era, right? Like from the 1800s, sort of like Victorian period, I guess.
Would it be against tournament rules if you had a monocle with a lot of zoom in it, like prescription level, and you just kind of, you know, you don't have to sit so close to the monitor, you can just kind of like look in one eye and you're just like, you're zoomed in already?
I can't imagine how much that would just wreck your vision, though, because it would be like having a sniper scope or something on one eye and the other one's just normal. But I guess some people do, you know, when they go to the opticians, they have different lenses for different eyes, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think we might be onto something. There might be a path here. 9-10 will start this round with a kill on Skulls. He's really not had a fun time so far. He was over on that A bomb site, and the Mongols, again, I must say, holding on pretty well. I do think 4 rounds maybe on the T side here. Disastrous, but it's a little bit less fun for sure. If they could get one more on board, I think we're looking into a very open game, which is exactly what we want. We want to see all the maps. We want this to be as close as possible because, just to reiterate, elimination is on the line here. So one of these two teams is going to get knocked out of the tournament. Ooh, nice shot.
Shades of peak fallen. Lovely shot to the head of Senzu. So it's both the AWPers that have opened up the round and broken the deadlock here. Just shy of a minute on the clock, and it seems that the Mongols are going to try and finish onto the A site. The bomb coming through. Plenty of grenades as well, although there's only one smoke, interestingly. You got Molotovs, but just the one smoke. I'm curious where they're going to throw this one.
Jungle, it seems. Oh, wait, did they have another one on the ground? They might have had another one. Yeah, I think there was one on the ground.
They picked up a second. Yep.
Still, that's a very deep one. You can just walk in front of that. I don't really understand that part of it. They are going to be keenly aware that someone could be at the top of the stairs, so they're not going to be overlooking it at the very least, but Techno with the entry here, 25 seconds left, and it should be able to pave a way for a bomb plant. It's Cello to go down after he gets the kill on the Techno. Trying to stop the bomb is Yuri. If he had, that could have easily been the round-winning play. Now it's back into a 2 versus 2 with 9-10 pretty far back with that AWP. And look at Messinho. Is he going to run all the way to the middle? That's a long way. No, okay. He's going to dive back to the ramp. So double ramp position events.
Yeah, 3 of the 4 players very low as well. So it feels like that next bullet connecting could just seal this round up. Plenty of defuse already gone. Fallen trying to get onto the bomb site, but it's out in the open and there's no smoke, no flash, no incendiary, nothing really to fend off the T's. However, the first pick goes in their direction. There's just not enough time now. Fallen is going to try and stick onto. He's picked up the defuse kit, tries to draw him out into the open, missing the shot. Mazzinho will punish. Another super scrappy back and forth round, but it is the Mongols that come out victorious.
Oh, you said it. The lack of smoke there. Such an essential tool in that kind of an after plan. And unfortunately, they just didn't have it. So even if it's a 2-on-2, even if they know where the Mongols are, they can't put the pressure on them to swing for the fight there early enough on. Well done, though, for the Mongols, in spite of some, again, somewhat questionable smokes being thrown there towards that top connector and jungle position. It still all works out in the end. They're up to 5, and look at the money here for FURIA. There's a chance this could be even a 6th round for the Mongols, although they are right underneath with the MP9s just spraying away. Blitz not aware that Cello was going to be coming through, and for some reason he jumped through the smoke there. Seems dangerous, but they win that mid-fight in a big way. They're going to be upgrading some of these into AKs, and they've got the bomb on top. So bit of a disaster class here for Mongols, who, if they played a little bit more slowly, they would have definitely realized what was going on there. It's going to be another MP9 kill, just defeated by the sewing machines there.
I do love the call, though, from FURIA. This is something that Liquid just did not have in their locker yesterday, and we discussed it. It was like they called timeouts. They were getting hammered on their CT side, pardon me, and we were saying, where's the aggression? Where's the proactivity? They're just sitting back and hoping that they can get the opening frags, and it just wasn't happening for them. So FURIA, in this MP9 force buy in the last round of the half, go aggressive up mid with 3 players. Blitz had a bit of a nightmare. His spray was not on point, and they got punished for it. Skulls now deciding, like, let's keep the aggression going. 2 players pushing around the back of Techno, has no idea, no clue about what's about to happen. And now he finds out firsthand as Cello nails it. And FURIA will have a 2-round lead come the second half. Love that call from Fallen.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And it is kind of a classic, isn't it? When you don't really have the weapons or the utility, you try and settle the round before those factors really become too much of a problem. So, super well played. A little bit of frustration there. Mouse looks like it could be thrown across the room, maybe. Sort of in launch position almost. Careful now. Don't drop it, and we have to spend 20 minutes finding a new mouse.
Did you see earlier, I think it was Dexter, hit his desk as well?
No, I didn't.
Gave it a good smack.
Okay.
I feel so sorry for that guy right now.
He's got good reason to be frustrated, yeah. I would say.
Agreed.
Oh, man. Still, I think for the sake of the entertainment, this kind of a scoreline is great news. This is exactly what we want because there's no... I mean, MongolZ's still perfectly in this game, and FURIA, to be honest, with the 7 rounds, nothing has been decided. Like, they can still definitely end up in a tough position here, so I'm not too sad about it. Good to see Queserato playing as well as he was in the first half. But, you know, they're going to have a little bit more freedom now on the Brazilian side here. So we'll see if they can make something of it. What an enormous amount of utility. So they're going to try and burn out, well, probably Shadow and the sandwich position. And then just going to go for it here. Could be a lot of problems here for Messinho.
Yeah, there's not really much recourse, right? Like, he doesn't have a smoke to extinguish it. He doesn't have the opportunity to do much about it. But if you've got all that utility, use it. It's way too late. They push players in and get nailed before the smokes or mollies can do anything.
Nicely done, though. Shot here from Queserato, but you are right. They didn't really manage to do too much behind the actual grenades. It's Yuri to take down Sensu at range, and the round is still alive here. What a flank coming through. And an execution shot coming out from Blitz. He's taking care of Yuri. It's just Skulls left, who's had a bit of a rough first half. 5 kills total, and he's not going to get a chance here as Blitz just keeps on pressuring him with that flank. MongolZ win the pistol round, and that's a very nice setup once again. And also the fact that there's no bomb plant does make life a little bit tougher for FURIA, but yeah, they had the initial grenades, but really well played. Messinho, he pushed in to try and put some pressure on Palace, and because he's not actually in Shadow, but up top of the ladder, he's just in such a better position.
I'm still mind-blown. Like, you have all these Molotovs, like you highlighted perfectly. It's like Messinho's going to be in a world of hurt. There's only 9-10 there alongside him, and they push the first 2 players out without throwing anything. And it's like, guys, did you assume they were playing passive? Maybe like a 1-player retake? I mean, that is a possibility, but I mean, the MongolZ will take that all day, every day. No post-plant in. It's the easiest of second rounds here for the MongolZ. Best case scenario, realistically, is a bomb plant on A.
Yeah, that would be a nice luxury. And only really did 1 MP9 in play, so there's kind of a buy for the MongolZ, I think, suggests to me that they are a bit worried about relying, you know, you end up in a position sometimes where you buy 3 MP9s in a round like this one, and then you also have to fight with 3 MP9s in the third round against a bunch of AKs. We just call those bonus rounds, and it's fine. You obviously know you have less of a chance to win them, but on a map like Mirage, it could be pretty awkward, right? On Inferno, you probably don't care so much about having a lot of MP9s on the CT side because you know all the fights are going to be, you know, pretty close. Some positions, the MP9 might even be an advantage, but I could see on a map like this one, maybe you just want the 5-7s, and you're not going to be too interested in getting too many SMGs in play. We'll see how it plays out because we're going to go into the next round. FURIA, no bomb plant at all, and yeah, pretty much to be expected here. They're going to have the AKs coming out, no AWP for obvious reasons, so yeah, they're going to be a mobile team. Let's see if they're going to be playing a slow style or a little bit quicker here. I'm curious about that because when we caught them on day 1, I believe, or on day 2, I guess, when they were playing Apogee, they were capable of both things, FURIA. They were pretty good at mixing it up, I think.
Yeah, that's where having an IGL as tenured and as experienced as Fulham is always going to be a massive bonus over some of the other teams in this tournament that are going through transitional phases. That's one thing he will always offer the team. And so you'd expect to see them shift gears a little bit here. Good early nade damage onto K-Serato. The timing for him was rough. Just a pixel off seeing the head though. Protruding up. Don't think he's going to get punished here, Senzu, with the FAMAS. He's okay for now. More damage done. This time it's an incendiary. Forces K-Serato out of position.
You're right, that really was just a pixel away. Dangerous position for Messinio right now. I feel like he's a little bit too out in the open for my liking. There is a smoke up on the A ramp, so I guess that's one of the reasons why, but just given how alone he is, easily they can put a lot of pressure on. Nice grenade around the corner. In fact, for the Mongols so far, they haven't really seen anyone yet, but they've managed to do quite a bit of damage, and that does even out the fight with the AKs and the FAMAS, or even the M4s. People forget sometimes, you know, obviously dunk like a 45 damage grenade on someone is a great feeling, but sometimes just doing 20 damage can be just as good, because it just does mean you get the one-shot headshots in, so it's worth it at the end. Sub 40 seconds, smokes are going up, and this execute is not going to be drawn back. They're going to commit to this no matter what here, FURIA. First kill is going to be important, and for some reason it's actually a Molotov kill on Messinio, but 9-10 will try and bring it back here, jumping in for the flames. Skulls. Has he lost his mind? He's almost going to burn to that, but he will stay alive somehow. And it's a 2 versus 3. The bomb getting planted as well. And Techno at range. This is why those MP9s can be a bit of an issue in the afterplant. It's not going to be fun.
No doubt. They're going to be looking for Senzu. Fortunately, he has upgraded the MP9 to the A1S. With 18 bullets left in the magazine, more than enough to deal with a weakened Fury round the corner. Will shut him down. Pre-fires down to Shadow, but no one's home. It's actually on ramp, which he's now found out, but his teammate's gone down to the hands of Skulls, who now has the perfect angle on the approach to shut out this one. And finally, FURIA gets some success on their T side. It was so back and forth again, though. It looked as though the early damage that was done, that we were highlighting onto K-Serato in particular, would be enough, but as soon as that execute came in, it was one way, and that's with 9-10 posting up 2 massive kills on Connector.
It was the Molotov in the sandwich that ultimately killed Messinio there. That's got to be a frustrating feeling. But well done. Yeah, you're right. Early success here for FURIA is really, really important. Mongols still going to be able to put in a purchase in this one, but if you notice, they are lacking an enormous amount of utility. They do not have the defuse kit, so while the weapons look pretty impressive, and that could be enough, there is a chance that it's something else. And because they have 9-10 over at the B bomb site, it's allowing them for this, you know, huge stack towards the A bomb site. I think this is perfectly fine. I like it. Obviously comes with a big risk if 9-10 is going to be missing almost any bullets. He's going to get run down, but it looks like the stack might actually work out.
9-10's really been on point, though, so I think he's going to have full confidence in his own abilities. Coming into that last round, he had 5 opening duels, more than anyone else on the server, and by quite some margin. Whether it be rifles or the AWP, he was doing work on that T side, but it does put a lot of pressure here on him. It does allow the Mongols, though, to have a 4-player stack on the A side, and assume they should be able to hold the line. This push comes through. Shadow's going to betray K-Serato, and Blitz will oblige accordingly, but he's kind of stuck now in Connector. They may think that he's pulled back into the smoke, and it's going to catch Cello completely unaware.
Nice Molotov. Skulls going to get that kill. They need a lot more here. Senzu trying to push out in front, but a great double for Skulls. Not sure it's enough, though, because Messinio just lines them up, and Fallen didn't really get a chance to answer back either. Yuri, they're going to know where he is as well. Bomb is down there. He can't really do anything, and the sound being made dropping off, so all they have to do is wait. It's going to be 9-10, like you said. He hasn't been missing that many shots. He's 14-9. And that's pretty much a rock-solid defense. The only moment there was when Skulls got the double kill that there was a chance, but it's pretty swiftly taken away. And the defense looking good. It's so important early on. Remember, they had no money, the Mongols. They had the weapons and almost nothing else. So they needed to win the round, and they actually keep 3 people alive, which is a critical detail.
Oh yeah, for their finances, that's great news. Keeping the AWP as well, upgrading to a couple of AKs. A very sweet reward for success. And although it's 8-8, the FURIA now into an eco of their own. I'm very curious though, Anders, when they next get their hands on rifle rounds, will they try and probe over on that B side? Will the Mongols stack 4 players again on A? There's a lot of questions for us that will get answered momentarily, but this is going to be a little bit of a gimme for the Mongols. I'd be surprised if they lose more than one player in this round. Realistically, they should close it out pretty convincingly. There are some deagles in play for FURIA, but the Mongols have no reason to really move much. They can play very passive. They know the economy is shattered for the Brazilians.
With the fact that 9-10 is now over by the CT spawn with the AWP, and especially if they actually find out, even though they don't have the weapons to fight him, that's not really the point. The point is, it's going to be very annoying on the T side, having to guess where that AWP is, which, as we've been highlighting throughout the last couple of days, it's a big reason why the AWP is such an important weapon, because it does make it a lot harder to call a bunch of strats. If you know where that AWP is at the start of the round for whatever reason, then you're gonna. There are a lot of strats you're gonna call away from it. You're just gonna say, oh, it's not really worth it, because there's always that chance that you just, turn the corner and you just blow up one of the players there. Nicely done. They only lose blitz here. Really important stuff. So I think the fact that if they can keep 9-10 in a new position more or less every round, for FURIA, it's going to be a lot more frustrating. If they kept repeating the one-man B, four-man A kind of stack, even if it is strong, eventually it's just going to be a bunch of mid-smokes and a catwalk rush to basically run the AWP down. It's not easy to deal with, but if you know it's going to be alone there, you definitely can do it.
100%. That's why I'm so curious. Like, how is Fallen calculating the current stature of the CT side's opening positions? This time it will not be 9-10 by himself. Instead, he's going to be playing in different spots. Up on middle, peering through on catwalk. Could be getting aggressive here, but he will be cognizant of an underpass peak in just a few moments' time. This exact position, it does have an expiry date, and those flashes now allowing FURIA to at least fake as though a bit of control may come in. You can see now he's very aware of this. He's like, okay, I've had my moment, I have to back off.
Yeah, it's one of the harder things to get right. If you stick around for too long and you need the communication with your teammates to know, is anybody actually, are we 100% sure that no one snuck up out of that underpass? He's going to fall a little bit further back. I don't hate it at all. Quesorato presumably is going to try catch rotation, so there are a lot of people that would have to rotate past Quesorato right now. So if the rest of this A attack can work, having to run if you're 9-10 or if you're Sensu trying to make your way past that underpass position, it could be really, really awkward. So very interested to see how this one plays out. Messinio is again playing that shadow position, and I think Techno's going to end up playing a bit of an off angle inside of the bomb site, which is very hard to clear. If you're running into the site, you're going to be looking for jungle, and you're going to be looking for the top of stairs. So having to check Techno's position sometimes is very awkward. But it's only 27 seconds left. Here we go.
Just go straight in. They have to fully commit to this one. Mazzino getting one kill is huge, but Yuri's there for two. And it does allow FURIA now the opportunity to push onto the site and get the plant in. Sure, there's plenty of damage done to multiple players, but with the smoke still down, it allows them to pull back out and get some decent post-plant positions in.
Oh. Look at the double smoke here on the Mongols. I was going to say it's a hard retake with the AWP, but they actually have a lot of grenades to maybe get the job done, so it's not completely impossible, but they need to hurry. Don't know if there's a kit on the ground, and if not, then they almost are running out of time already. They get the one kill here, but if it's a 10-second defuse, that's not going to be easy. 9-10 gets dropped by Skulls, and you could hear that bomb just ticking away in the back. There is a kit right in front, so they do have the opportunity, but it will be denied. Yuri instead, a quad kill as he picks up 19 in total. You said it earlier, Vince, and he is having a fantastic game.
Yeah, man. The last two kills are rock solid, but it's those opening two entries he picks up with time of the essence. It's these two here. That was the moment that gave FURIA an opportunity, and then it's fitting that it goes full circle with that 4K like you mentioned. A huge individual moment that gets FURIA into a 9-9 scoreline. And again, because so many of these rounds have been down to the wire, the Mongols' economy is not ideal. They can get a buy together, but they're basically putting all of their dollars, all of their cents into this round and pretty much going all in. If they lose this, FURIA are on the fast track to potentially taking the map pick of the Mongols.
I mean, I don't want to really second-guess what Techno was doing in the round, but I thought what he was going to do was actually try and bait out his teammates a little bit more and play that position in the corner a lot more passively, because you're not wrong. What Yuri did with the double opening is super sick, but it's also only possible for him to get the kill on Techno because Techno is sort of swinging into that fight. And you know, that off angle at the box is just, it's so awkward when you're trying to check everything else. I thought that's what was going to happen, but yeah, Techno a little bit more aggressive. Obviously wanted to help out Vicinio. You can't really fault him for that, I guess. Yuri is in the middle, and the rest of them are ready to go. If he gets anything done in here, they're going to be able to explode onto that B-bomb site right away, but he really wants to know if there's anyone on the catwalk before they do, because if not, there is a chance there's a straight double setup, which it is. Well, this is not going to be that easy to break in Mongols. They actually have a pretty decent position, but they lose Techno before anything happens, and at least Senzu alone somehow still getting the kill. I can't explain why. Surely he's going to be dead soon. Blitz gets one on the cello. How are they actually getting this defense through?
It's wild, man. No one checking up on the balcony, and then they just get caught in this clothesline from 2 MP9s up close, just spitting out bullets. And although Yuri may try his best, he nearly picks up a couple kills. Instead, he gets shut down by Senzu on his 3K. And now Fallen can do little but wait and maybe try and hold on to this AWP. This round is done. It's so difficult to see how he'll get anything out of this.
Yeah, it really is. Oh man, for FURIA, I love the idea of having Yuri in the middle to begin with. I feel like he never got a chance to get any real information about the round. He was there, and they just decided to go straight for the execute. And like I said, there's already 2 people there. It's a really big choke point on the map when you're trying to come out of those B apartments. And still, they actually did a really fine job because they got the kill on Techno, and somehow the MP9s were just way too much. The Mongols getting away with a lot in this round, in my opinion. They could have easily lost it here. Just one more kill going their way, and I think FURIA have the round. But instead, we're looking at a 10-9 scoreline. This is beautiful. I mean, again, elimination on the line. I love it when it's this close. And the Mongols, it's their map pick. It's looking good, but not at all settled yet.
Something that will be a bit of a concern for FURIA, although Yuri has really stepped it up. Remember back in the first half, K-Serato had like 13, 14 kills coming out of the first half. He's only on 16 right now. I mean, I say only, like 16 is a bad number. Of course, it's still really solid. The point is he's had almost 0 impact on this T half. That could be a serious issue.
I don't disagree. Especially when it's this close, you need a little bit more. You need 10% more out of one of your players, and suddenly everything changes. Here, Blitz is going to be dead. It's a nice boost, and he's not afraid to take the fight there. Senzu does lake him, but that could have been a kill for Fallen. Bomb picked up now in T spawn, and they still have skulls over in the palace. This weapon is really all they have, but because they got that early kill, I mean, imagine if Fallen had got the second one, then the round is pretty much wide open, but it's not going to be easy to find a way in this round. Just one player over at the B bomb site in Techno, and the rest on A with not necessarily a ton of information, so it might just be down to Techno. He's got an incendiary. They do have a smoke. If they just smoke out the incendiary, I think they might win this.
Yeah, it really does shut down the prowess and sort of the push. The Techno instead decides, I'm just going to spray bullets in your face. Takes one, backs off. Problem is now, though, they close the gap and maybe the noose on top of it, but Techno comes in with a second, switching to that sidearm, and a third as well. He may have had a slow game so far, but an individual performance that should yield the round now for the Mongols in such a critical moment in this game. And although Skulls and Fallen have pushed out, they're both so low.
Absolutely right. They just don't have the space for it either. And no time. Well done. Techno. What a sickening defense. I do love the fact that he sort of, just said, never mind the incendiary and just took the fight with the rifles instead. Right before he actually pulled out the AK, for a long time, he was just jumping with the incendiary in hand. So I was pretty sure he was just going to, be playing the defense for the incendiary, but, rifles generally do a better job. So really well played. So another lead coming in here. Mongols now at 11-9, and FURIA starting to feel the stress a little bit here. They didn't have a lot going into the round, and again, like it could have worked if they could have found Techno very early on in that one. But they're running into a lot more trouble than I think they expected in the second half.
Yeah, they've run into a bit of a brick wall here, a fortress. And although there has been a couple of gaps here and there, FURIA unable to fully exploit them. Finish line tantalizingly close, but it's the Mongols that are picking up the pace. Will be full AKs with the one Galil thrown in for good measure, and enough utility to make a real go of this, but this feels like the last chance for FURIA to potentially take the first map. Again, elimination beckoning. This is a 1 and 2 matchup. 3 L's and you are out of here. So FURIA, their tournament lives dangling by a thread.
Yeah, for both teams, I think kind of disastrous. Like we said, some teams that show up here, you know, it's great to play to get the experience. You know, I guess in Pain's case, they have a stand and everything, but for FURIA and the Mongols, this is the real deal. You need to prove that you could do something and that you're not just going to get swiped before you even get to the playoffs. It really does make a massive difference here. 9-10, ready. Smoke blown open by a teammate. Lovely little idea. A lot of mid-presence for FURIA, so this makes it a very dynamic kind of a round where you can make some mid-round calls if you're fallen. All you need is one entry, one good opening, and you're going to be good to go. Flash around the corner, and he's so blind, Senzu! I was going to say he should be dead every single time, and he absolutely is as well. Picks up the AWP, and very nearly hits the flick onto Blitz. He actually did do some damage there. 9-10, not enjoying the wall bang. You can see the bullets are just whizzing through the box. How is he doing this dance? Is he just reading the Matrix code directly? He's dodging every single bullet.
Finally goes down. Agent Smith in this Matrix, he wins. Rest in peace. Neo, AK 910. Mazzinho and Blitz, though, still have a chance. 25 seconds left. 2 weakened players, and the timing could not be sweeter for Mazzinho. He's had a really good game. 16 kills to his name. 20 seconds, and K-Serrato trying to make moves up on the ramp. Does have one of those AWPs. It was a double AWP setup coming into this round for the Mongols, so they put a lot of money, a lot of investment, and they need to see a return on that investment. 9 seconds, and there could be a nice little windfall for them. It's Mazzinho once again. Yuri with 4 seconds has no chance, no time, no health. The Mongols with 3 map points.
Whew, yeah, like you said, absolutely no time. What a long battle that was from that connector position. But the Mongols now with a great opportunity to make it all work here, and that's in spite of a fantastic entry. K-Serrato very nearly got the flick. If he could have that, it might have been all over. 9-10 stayed alive for such a long time. But yeah, this is too much to deal with at the end. They just didn't have the time to take those fights in a good way. Now, Vince, I want your thoughts on a little topic here. One of our lovely Twitch chat users, he had a comment for the game. In all caps, he said, "South NACS is dead. Keck W." South NACS.
So South North America. What's it like Texas? Texas Counter-Strike's dead, is it?
You're right. You're on something. Okay. Well,
that's bad news considering the next majors in Texas. So
that's a good point.
R.I.P. CS2, I guess. Valve get wrecked again.
Yeah, it's great analysis though. I love the insight. Skulls, a very advanced position, and it's a sick play. And he was so close to making it work. Blitz down to 12 health. It absolutely could have worked out, and that might have given FURIA a chance to fight for overtime. But now it's significantly less likely. They've got to be careful. And look at Senzu. He's pushed up very close, holding a forward angle. He can actually see the buttocks have fallen, sends him down, and it's 9-10 across the map to shut down Cello. Oh dear.
It's looking bad. K-Serrato, though, is going to give them a chance. Hasn't had much impact on this T-half. Now would be a great time, but Techno's going to silence him in more ways than one. Oh, and he's gone in for another one. He had such a slow start to this game, but now it falls upon the grizzled veteran's shoulders have fallen with just the 25 HP, and Techno puts the final nail in the coffin. 1 map away from elimination are FURIA, as Mongols pick up their choice of Mirage.
Wow, again, I mean, you said it right from the start, Vince. We're watching 2 teams that are sort of on opposite trajectories, with FURIA winning their opening game against Apogee, and Mongols coming in here losing their first 2 games and now having to fight their way back, and they really have. They looked so flat. For those of you who watched that first Mongols game, it was really embarrassing. It wasn't fun. We were pretty sad watching. It just looked like they weren't themselves at all. But the fact that they are making their way back in the tournament and stepping it up, I think it's a really, really cool story. And it does speak, I think, to sort of the quality and the character of the team. I'm really, really happy to see this. Obviously a tough deal for FURIA, but also not their map pick. So we're going to go on to the second map, and hopefully FURIA can deliver something, even just 10% more, and they have it.
Yeah, they weren't too far away. It's going to be a bit of a disappointment because obviously Nuke is up next. It's a map where FURIA have had success against the Mongols in the past. Their only win against the Mongols in like this last year has been on Nuke. So taking a W here would have been so massive for them. But they just got to go back to the drawing board, have full faith and confidence in their Nuke, go to a third map, still get it done that way. And like, let's also be real, it's not just Fallen that's super, you know, experienced and a veteran on this team. They have so much talent and experience in terms of like going to majors, being in tier 1 events between a lot of them. I think they're going to be able to just pretty much put this to the back of their mind and focus on the next map without too many issues.
I definitely expect the same thing. And you know, for FURIA, this isn't a map that you're going to walk away with an enormous amount of frustration. You're going to be saying, hey, you know what? We win one more round, and they have to save one more round, and at a minimum, we're going to be in overtime, and who knows what happens from there on out. So really, really close margin here at a 13-9 scoreline. Yuri, fantastic output from him. K Serato is there. Again, it's not if Cello or Skulls or Fallen had just done 10% more, then it's a very, very different game. But well done overall for the Mongols. Definitely excited to see that they are stepping up as a team and just look a lot more fresh than than they did when we caught them the first time around. So very, very well done. Map number 2 is obviously going to be coming up, and that will be hopefully a bit of a treat. It's on Nuke, and then the signing map is Anubis if we can get there. But Nuke is definitely a map that Fallen knows how to call on. So I'm excited. I think there's still a chance for South NACS, Vince. I think we can still do it.
They can still pull it back, you know. They can revive the region. It's going to be okay, guys. You know, they got the opportunity. Meanwhile, the Mongols, they now are the one round away, well, one map, I should say, away from securing themselves a little bit more time in this event. It would still be a 2-2. They go into the next day, obviously. They still be playing for their tournament lives, but they're not too far off now. And what was good news is, I don't think that they were playing their A game again, but they were grinding out these 3v3, 4v4 kind of rounds that could have gone either way, and they were just getting themselves ahead.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like a lot of tenacity. They're not giving up. Like everything is a struggle. They don't fold easily, and that's kind of what you want to see. So I'm excited. I hope you guys are as well. The second map is going to be coming up on Nuke, and right after this, so stay tuned.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We're playing lineup landing, and I've got K Serato with me from FURIA. He's got a big smile on his face because you're feeling confident for this one.
I'm feeling really confident for this one.
Why are you so confident for this one?
Because I love to do the support for my entries and be the lurker, you know?
So you're ready, big brain. Big brain. I'm expecting you to do very well now.
Trust me, bro.
I trust you. I like this.
10 out of 10 for sure.
10 out of 10. Okay. Let's get started then. I'm going to show you the first one. Where does that land?
Darth. Or E-Box.
Oh, which one is it? Which one are you going for?
CT, bro. What the fuck?
Oh, this smoke's so bad, so we don't use it.
Oh, okay. You use a better
one. Yeah, exactly.
Ah. Let's go on to the second one. Next one, we're moving
Just
to
don't put the Ancient, please.
Oh, yeah, because you're not an Ancient team.
Yeah.
What's this one doing?
Fucking hell, bro. This lands on Heaven.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's it.
From the outside, Heaven. Yeah, to wrap it.
Boom.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. This next
it?
one.
This is City, right? Yeah, it is.
Look at that.
Yeah, City.
Ah, see?
Yeah, I remember something.
Yeah.
Long days that we don't play Ancient, but yeah.
Let's have a look next at Inferno.
Inferno, so this deep banana.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah.
Boom. Perfect.
Yeah.
You're so
But this is a
confident.
bad smoke, so don't use, guys.
Don't use this. Okay, there you go. There's the advice. Don't use this smoke.
Yeah.
Why don't use this smoke?
Because the Molotov lands there, and the guy can't be in the front of the smoke.
Ah, okay.
So this one is as good for like the go down mid.
Yep.
And same thing to go down banana, but just to spend this.
Nice. Good advice. I like that. All right, now we're moving to Anubis.
Now have a lot of lineups. Fucking hell, what is this? I don't know the name of this, but I think it lands like in the B main, but on the top of the T spawn, right? Yeah.
Yep.
We call this Jame. So.
Oh, Jame.
Yeah.
Okay, we got it. It's the ruin smoke.
This is easy, to be honest. I didn't know about it, but I just forgot.
All right, let's test your train knowledge next.
Train knowledge? Let's see. Oh, I think this is lanes on the connector.
Oof.
Connector or behind the train? I think
Let's
it's
take a
connector, right?
look.
What the fuck? Who is this smoke? Oh shit. Didn't know about it.
Evox smoke, see?
This is a CSGO smoke? Yeah, this is a CSGO smoke. Yeah, but it's okay,
But it works in CS2, you see? On the new
it works
version.
as well, yeah.
All right, we got one more for you.
Oh, this lands. Oh, this one. I think it lands like on the bench smoke to take jungle control.
Let's take a look.
Or this landing middle side. Yeah, it's jungle's market. Top one. All right. Cool. For me, it was the jungle control.
Okay.
Back then, we have this smoke.
Yep.
But this smoke, we was to take jungle control, then split A.
Ah, so you can push through. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can die from the city guy and just boost on window and take connector and
then go through both. I like that. And you gave me some methods to use it with as well.
Yeah, exactly. Next game, for sure.
Everyone at home can start listening to what Queso is saying and follow that with it as well. Remember, don't use that Inferno smoke.
He said the same?
I'm saying you said it.
Oh.
You said.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are ready with another map. This time it's going to be on Nuke, and we have FURIA, we've got the MongolZ, and Elimination on the line. FURIA, they're one step closer because they did lose the opening map, obviously. It was the MongolZ map pick, so I don't want to get too alarmed, but we're going to need a strong start here for the Brazilian squad. We really need them to come out the gate guns blazing. It can't be anything, where it's got to warm up into it or whatever. We need pretty much Yuri and Caserado to play like they did on the first map, and then we need the other three from FURIA to really step it up. But I hope they will. I think this first map was really fun. I had a great time, Vince.
Likewise, man. And there's still, even for FURIA, you lose the map, but there are still a lot of positives. There's things that you can get behind. Yuri was the top fragger, top performing player. He was actually really good the entire time. Caserado may have tempered off in the second half, but he was rock solid in the first. So it's not like FURIA got just straight up body slammed or steamrolled in the first map. They held their own. They had opportunities. They can feel confident about their prospects going into Nuke. It is a map that the Mongols have struggled with a little bit, but even under those confines, when you look at some of the teams that both of these squads are playing against when it comes to Nuke, one is not like the other. Like, the Mongols have played Vitality twice. They even beat Vitality a month ago on this map 16-14, and then a narrow loss to them as well. They've also beat GamerLegion, who are a team that are looking really good right now back at Katowice, whereas when you look at FURIA, like, they've got some wins against Lin Vision and Wildcard. So you can look at this as maybe a bit of a weaker one for the Mongols, but the teams they're playing are not at the same level.
Yeah, that's important context. Does mean you've got to look a little bit deeper into the stats at times before you just look at win rates and all the rest of it. That's definitely true. I'm curious about this one. I really am. Nuke, I think it's it's one of those maps that even when you're good on it, there can just be some days where it can be really, really hard to get going. You lose a couple of important rounds and it kind of spirals. Not as bad as I think Anubis is, which by the way is our third map. So I imagine the rest of this is going to be quite a struggle. If FURIA want to do the reverse sweep and avoid elimination, man, it's going to have to be some really hard Counter-Strike going to be played here. Fist bumps are coming out. That's always a good sign. So let's just get into the action here. Second map is right away, and I'm assuming it's going to be FURIA that will be starting on that CT side as well. So let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, we'll have to have a quick gander across. It's going to be FURIA on the T side.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's their choice of map, so I think Mongols would have gone CT, which does put a lot more pressure on FURIA as well. You know, like it's easy to run into a bit of an issue, especially early on if you're not getting early success. And breaking that economy on the CT side, things can go pear-shaped real quick. So outside already, FURIA taking a little bit of control. Cello out there on red container, Yuri up on the top of main, and now they're going to be exploding in. Ooh, 9-10 getting nothing out of that trade.
I do like the idea of launching somebody from that mini roof and just sort of, taking a dive down here. It's a very aggressive move, and it does make it very hard for the CTs to rotate around, especially if they're dead, like Blitz down below. There is a rotation coming in from Messinio, but he's the only one here to try and stop the madness. The bomb's surely going to be planted. I actually love it. Cello saying, I'm just going to leave it alone, but some strong headshots. He has to come back and fight now. Oh my god, Messinio, he thought the bomb was still being planted because he saw Cello dive for it. He thought, all right, he's definitely going to try and plant in the corner, and now they're going to try and see if they can... Wait a minute. He ran like he was going to escape. They're playing so many mind games. Cello is 10 steps ahead right now of Techno. 1 versus 3. He's out in the open, running in. He should never have a chance here. He walked down to 1 bullet, trying to get the reload, and finally, they get him in the ground. Cello with a quad kill at the end. But more than that, the movement and the mind games absolutely wrecked the Mongols.
That was so close to being the Techno 3K at the end, man. K-Start was on 10 HP, and he was up on ramp. He was in a horrible position for low HP. And this just really facilitated off Messinio landing 2 crazy headshots back-to-back, allowing this to maybe take shape. Didn't quite work out, but a valiant attempt. However, the perfect start as far as FURIA are concerned. They've got the first round in their hands. They've taken the Mongols out of their comfort zone on the CT side. They've got to make sure they exploit this.
Yeah, it's really, really important. Map pick of theirs, and you win the pistol, even if it took a lot. Keep it going. 5-7 is here. Scout onto 9-10. Classic position, I would say, for the 5-7 to get a really fast double kill. It's going to be Blitz on the other side with the MP9, and almost had a double of his own. Techno, he takes one again at that range. The 5-7 is just a beast. Senzu gets a deagle, and FURIA, he said they needed to make a lot out of this, but so far it's crumbling in their hands. Yuri's the only one with any real health here. Disastrous moment for FURIA as Fallen tries to dive down the vent, but tragically, you do have to be alive to plant the bomb, so not going to happen.
Bruh. Just as I was saying, it's the best possible start for FURIA. Now it's turned into the worst possible start because your economy straight up in the sewers. The Mongols upgrading to multiple weapons, getting themselves a really good stranglehold on the economy. Tons of SMG kills thrown in as well. Oh dear, FURIA. That is a horrendous start to this game. And I think it was, what, 3 players survived for the Mongols as well, so...
Yeah.
Oof. Force buy in for FURIA. A scout on the T side of Nuke. Good luck, Fallen.
Yeah, that is a certified bro moment, unfortunately. Deep breath now. FURIA. Best way to get over that kind of round is to just do the same thing to your opponents again. Flash doesn't really help that much, but the follow-up absolutely will. So Messinio going to get pushed a little bit away from that position. And there's still plenty of time, so you can park a couple of players here and ramp if you want to with FURIA. You don't have to just rush in there. They are going to speed it up anyway, trying to see if they can overwhelm this B defense. Doesn't seem like that's going to be happening anytime soon, or as I say that, Skulls gets the kill on Messinio. The MP9 alone was doing such good work that I thought maybe the M4 was going to be able to chime in, but that turned out not to be the case. 3 versus 3, Senzu ends up going down, and Techno gets dropped as well. I don't know how the pistols are so efficient. That's a P250, by the way, to take down Techno. Leaves 9-10 with very little health and just has to walk away. But what a wacky start we have, Vince.
Yeah, picking up from where we left off on Mirage. Entertaining, exciting, not the cleanest of Counter-Strike, but who gives a damn? And just as we're talking about how horrendous the start is from FURIA, well, they've now returned the favor. 9-10's going to be able to hold on to the M4, but this is where those kills in the previous round on being on a pretty low investment with MP9s really helps, because with a saved weapon, Senzu and Blitz will be able to buy, more than likely, like a FAMAS or at least an M4, maybe dip down to SMGs if they want to. They can come back in with a buy here, so it's not as if FURIA have entirely broken the economy of the Mongols just yet, assuming this M4 survives, which looks like it will. But yeah, you're kind of scratching your head, like how the hell they came into the round with basically Tech 9s and a scout. Like, how have the Mongols lost this? That's wild.
Yeah, Tech 9s and a scout, and then on top of that, you take ramp, you count to 5, and then you keep going to the B bomb site. It's not like there's any surprise, right? There's nothing special is happening from like a tactical point of view. So just a bit shocking perhaps that they weren't able to do more, especially this Blitz. This start here is so much damage. Like, that should probably be the round, but credit to Skulls for making that Tech 9 just sing. And I guess also this particular play there from Yuri, that, I mean, it's just a whole cascade of weird events that end up being the downfall of MongolZ here, and they could definitely feel it too.
That makes a bit more sense seeing it from the perspective of the replay. You saw Messinio was basically dangled on the edge of a fishing rod, and Techno baited him out there. He was slightly too late on that approach. They needed to peek together, and that would have made a big, big difference. So again, we're talking about them not quite being on the same wavelength entirely, the Mongols. They're not playing their A game, and those are the kind of moments where it shines very bright what the problems are.
Yeah, I think that's important to pick up. Small detail, but it does say something about the team. Oh my god, so much damage at the beginning. You mentioned it, they saved the one M4, they're able to pick up another one, and back we go. The circus continues. Why not?
We go. And now just imagining the players with like clown shoes, making like clown noises every time they walk. It has been just such a strange opener to the map. Yuri 1 HP, Kaser at 22 as the observer is showing us the bomb is just out in the open. That is a death trap, and FURIA not falling for it. They're going to try and save their weapons, but I mean, again, credit to the Mongols. 9-10 with a couple of beautiful shots outside with the A1S, but this is the importance of saving in moments like this. You don't have a chance in the previous round. You keep that A1S, you put it to use, you give your team an opportunity with some more rifles to get it done, and they succeed, and Yuri will not save this weapon. Oh, that is horrendous. Caserado doesn't necessarily even want to show his hand right now. And now he will pick up the kill, but the problem with doing that is he's given his position away, and the Mongols may want to try and charge him down with their 3 players left.
I mean, you know this AK is going to be the threat in the next round. You've got to be careful you don't all go before this, you know, when there's still time for him to win the round, but apart from that, I definitely would agree. Just try and see if you get this AK out of his hands. Awkward timing there. Techno going to be there to pick it up, so it's worth it in the end. No AK survives, and back and forth we go. Quite a taxing way to start a second map like this one. I think sometimes, if it's a really long best of 3, if we go to a third map, we throw in a bit of overtime. The first map was already pretty close. Having this kind of back and forth is the kind of stuff that just depletes a team, a little bit quicker than maybe it would have otherwise. Because for both sides, really, you're not allowed to play sort of your normal game where, like, where's the normal rifle rounds? What's the strategy that we discussed coming into it? We did a lot of research, let's try and do some of that, but it's all the time this weird, this war of attrition that's going on.
It's like this economic game of chicken. Who's going to blink first? In this case, who is not going to fail first in a rifle round? And it's downstairs, just pushing straight into Messinio.
They're going to plant the bomb with everyone alive. I don't know how. They got the double vent drop with nobody noticing, in spite of the fact that there was an auto shotgun up on the hut. What a shot from Fallen. Explodes Techno's skull, and now it's down to another 3 versus 4. And speaking of skulls, he's here with a MAC-10. Unfortunately, that's not going to get anything done. Auto shotgun finding a bit of success and being upgraded into an AK. Nobody checking the smoke either. So Messinio wanted to get his hands on that bomb, but not going to be allowed. And it's already ticking quite far. There is a kid on Senzu, but he's not really nearby at the moment. Going to be a shot coming through. There we go, running straight to the bomb, and Yuri sneaking in. The smoke isn't covering him. He gets it, and all he has to do is escape and stay alive here. I'm going to say maybe he could have run with the AWP, but 910 actually jumps into the fight. There was no chance he could have defused the bomb at that point, so might as well have run away. What an absolute mad game this has turned into.
It's turned into a mad game, but also, like, what is that smoke? You know that you need to put it more towards decon or double doors. Like, you're putting it into the corner. There's no way... You know when Nuke had that window and door in the corner? Maybe then for that kind of position, but not now. It didn't even cover him. It was the easiest kills of Yuri, and he's almost like looking at the screen in disbelief. It's like, what are they doing?
Classic ostrich smoke, just sticking his head into the smoke. The rest of him sticking out, unfortunately. Oh no. 3-2. Well, what have the Mongols got for us? Can we have an even crazy round? I'm all in for this. Well, okay. Not exactly the grenade that we were looking for. Doesn't cost him anything, I guess, fortunately. Listen, there's always, this is, you know, fundamental, isn't it? There's always more clowns in the car than you're expecting, right? But they can't keep coming out. But they can. Oh, here we go. Blitz. Yeah, do it. He's going to turn around and drop Cello. I just don't know anything about Counter-Strike anymore, I guess. I forgot what's happening.
I think it's probably best watching this game that we don't know anything.
Yeah.
Because our brains won't melt so much. Yuri, though, is at least going to put this back into a position. I mean, that would be fun. If they do win this round, the Mongols, that would be, what, 5 rounds in a row where the worst buy is won?
Yeah, you've got to get ahead of the curve and try, like, go into the next round with knives, you know. See, maybe there's like a, maybe there's a logic, maybe there's some rule set to this. Just try and get worse weapons than the other teams. We'll find a way somehow. Senzu taking out Yuri. They're going to upgrade. But again, even the upgrades aren't that good because nobody has any money ever in this game right now. They're living under that new tariff regime where it's just all completely wrecked at the moment.
The global economy slipping into CS2 as well. We can't afford rifles, but still somehow make it work. Wait, is this going to be the first time that the team is on full Glocks? Have FURIA even got enough money to support the Eagles or anything at all? Honestly, I'm like so cooked in my brain, I'm not even sure what the economic standing of these two teams is right now.
It is looking really bad for FURIA in terms of that. I kind of really bad them. I want them to do it, you know. Yes, here we go. Tech 9s. I'm so excited. Do whatever you can. Craft some guns out of, if you've got any, you know, wood or granite lying around. It's just, you know, just makeshift them. You know, you've got to make it up somehow. Use rubber bullets if you have to. It doesn't even matter. 3-3. The game is somehow tied up. I'm not going to try and summarize why that is. Just accept it for what it is. And watch this next round. Number 7. Scout outside here for 9-10. Smoke is going to be going up, and you don't really have that many grenades to blow open the smokes with, which is a critical component of holding yard. But it seems like FURIA are going to elect to go push in front of it. Oh, this could be sick, actually. They might be able to trade this one out. Senzu in trouble already. And now the madness returns to the round. It's Cello to get the kill, and 9-10 already feeling the heat up here. Doesn't want to peek that too far. Smoke goes up. He actually runs into it, but he had no more bullets. What was the plan? 9-10. Were you going to get a triple kill with one deagle shot?
Hurling insults at them, I guess, was the plan. It didn't work, though. They couldn't even hear him. And now Blitz still alive. Still time on the clock to try and push through this smoke, but it's so irritating. He's getting smothered by it, and now he realizes time has run too dry. He has to pull the plug and back out, and that is yet another round. 6 rounds in a row where the pistols have beaten the rifles.
The ultimate clown play has to be just saying bang bang when your gun has no more bullets.
The finger guns.
Oh, save me. What am I watching? You know, bizarrely, it's working out for FURIA in the sense that You know, they're getting T rounds right now, which can be definitely hard to do. Obviously, the first team to win 2 in a row here is going to be in such an insane position. So FURIA, they're dreaming of it right now. Again, to take it back to a little bit more of a serious state, it is elimination for FURIA if they lose this map. So pick this one up, find a way to power through, and you're going to be set up pretty nicely.
Anticipate everything in this game, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a bloodbath. Confusing. Carnage and crazy. But FURIA do have the lead, and I completely agree with you. Like, you're going round for round, blow for blow, basically. It's always going to favor the T's on a map like Nuke. Not so much Anubis, which would be up next, but definitely on this. Blitz is coming up, though. They could line up for him. Oh, and he's going to spray down, but only gets the 1. He'll feel like he should have got at least 2 from that trade.
Just inexplicable, isn't it? You're absolutely right. They were just completely lined up at a very minimum of double, but I mean, possibilities of a triple even. That's going to be a frustrating experience. But on the upside, he did also get a bit of information, right? He's going to be able to get a count on how many people are out there. Could relay that into his team. Smoke up, and might mean they're going to be wrapping around, so they might just keep going towards hell. 9-10 is here, but it's just for the scout. A lot of damage, but an instant return. The Galil to find 9-10, and with 45 seconds, the round is back on here for FURIA. They've got the one-man advantage. Looks like they're going to be just marching forward. The bomb is trailing a little bit behind, so got to be careful about that. 35 seconds now as Fallen goes down, and the Mongols, but they can still win this round. We're just going to have another one of these, I think.
Certainly, especially considering Mazino's position. He's going to hear every footstep as well. The MP9 this is really where it does prevail most of the time, especially in the hands of someone like Mazino that is so surgical with those headshots. Double for him. Skull shut down from the Galil on Mazino, who gets himself a 4K, up to 10 frags. And we continue this war of attrition.
Yeah, the fact that I like the wraparound, but you are right. At some point, it becomes really telegraphed when they're stepping the whole way through. They're making a lot of noise, but excellent mechanics. Masinio, I mean, this is what he's known for, obviously. Such a solid rifler. Well, tied up once again. Also, there's no bomb plants or anything. More Tech-9s are coming back into it. The Mongols now, well, for their side, with a fantastic opportunity. The AWP has been picked up now, no longer a scout, and they're going to go for that ramp position. It's Masinio that's here with the Galil. He's got a lot of bullets to work with. It might actually be one of those positions where the Galil is kind of nice to just try and shut it down. See if they can find a way through. Only helmets on 2 players, so the Galil could actually do quite a bit now. But he's not going to stick around to find out. He will give up the position. 9-10. Doesn't want to fall back, and I couldn't explain why.
Especially when he has no one there to help him. Like, typically you do a bait and switch if you're going to try and watch onto the elbow side. You have a rifle up close, so your op takes a shot, backs off, and then you bait them into a false sense of security. But just putting himself in a position there where it's so easy for him to get stampeded, and suddenly the Tech-9 up close is going to deal fatal damage to Mazino and Blitz. FURIA again with Tech-9s. Again with a lack of weaponry. Are looking good to take this round. And although Senzu will shut out K Serato, he still has Fallen and Yuri to contend with.
Senzu, can you get us off this back and forth train by clutching this one? You need to go for the quad kill clutch, opening up the door, definitely reveal his position. They probably knew already. And Yuri, I think it's an automatic win being here. I don't see him easily being able to actually make it out of the doorway. Already shut down. Fallen, this time with a triple, 2 of them with a Tech-9. Is it possible, Vince, that they just coordinated this beforehand? Is this some sort of elaborate joke that these 2 teams are playing? Yeah.
Oh, man. I mean, at this point,
why is
the
he
way
here?
This game has been going, yeah, I really can't figure that one out.
Masinio's fallen back, like very audibly, and way before this happened. So when your rifle player on the ramp falls back, why would you want to be up close with the AWP? It just does not make any sense. My brain can't comprehend it.
Yeah, you're almost inviting yourself to get just rolled over and overpowered. It is such a strange decision. Maybe they're a bit flustered because of the nature of how this game has been. It's so ridiculous. I would imagine it's easy to kind of get like out of your concentration, you know, like kind of be thrown out a little bit. Maybe some tilt creeping in, not sure, but what we do know is the Mongols have yet another force buy, and they have an M4, a couple MP9s, and a couple of pistols. And Mazinho, he's going up into heaven.
Yeah, you can't hear the Tech-9s coming close because the Benny Hill theme is playing in the background, or it's too loudly. You're like, oh god, what's happening? Can't hear a thing.
That's going to play in my nightmares tonight.
Exactly. Just wake up in the cold, sweating in your head. What's happening? All right. Techno is probably going to get crushed right here. They're really, really close by. Messinio not able to do much of anything, but they are delayed just a bit. Smoke actually sort of reveals that they kind of know that someone's here. Fallen's the one to go down instead. FURIA, they've such an advanced position up on the heaven there, but they're not doing anything with it. Skull's going to go down. Messinio with a double on the Deagle. Can't make sense of anything. You have two players in heaven with, you know, even if the CTs know what an insanely powerful position to be in if you're on the T side, and somehow they convert that into exactly nothing.
Well, this map may be incredibly confusing, but Messinio is having one hell of a game. 13 kills, so instrumental in multiple of the Mongols' forced by wins. And I was looking into the stats a little bit because he is synonymous with being a headshot machine, right? And so you typically think of, like, Xantares is up there. Rain is also a very good player for headshots. But when I looked at the percentages here, Anders, it's actually insane. Messinio has a 67% headshot percentage when it comes to fragging. To put that in perspective, Xantares is on 58.9. That is an absurdly high percentage of headshots.
He's also been playing with, you know, MP9s, or in this case, you know, the Deagle. So just to keep that up when you're spraying with something like an MP9, it just seems like it should never be happening. But yeah, you're right. He's been playing a monstrous game right now. The back and forth continues as we just can't return to normal Counter-Strike. I mean, at this point, it's too late anyway. We're in the 11th round. We're at the end of the half almost. So now none of it really matters. The whole idea, what if you win 2 in a row? It doesn't matter. Just keep forcing throughout the entire half. Why don't you? I mean, even if you lose this round, you're FURIA, you're obviously forcing into the next one anyway because there's no more rounds left. This time, Mongols maybe finally going to win another round here.
It's the bomb that goes down first as well, Anders. They push the bomb outside of hut first. Oh, it's in a horrible spot. It looks like this might be the first time in the map, and do correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure this would be the first anti-eco punish or anti-force buy punish that a team has successfully had as we move into round 11.
Finally, a consecutive round. Something that looks like regular Counter-Strike. Yuri, obviously, not much he could do right now. I actually think in a really good world, if he found a kill and saved the rifle, would be probably the better choice for him. Because, you know, obviously, weirdly, their round loss bonus is also like they've been winning and losing and winning and losing. So it's a super strange position to be in here. 6-5 as we're in round number 12. In one of the weirder games I've been able to cast in a really long time.
Definitely echo that sentiment. It has been a wild ride. Mirage was like pretty clean. Yeah, there were a couple mistakes here and there, but things went about as you'd expect in the buys, the ecos. This has been anything but. However, there is an opportunity for the Mongols now to extend to a 7-5 lead. I don't know if they'd be happy with that, all things considered, the way this game has gone. But FURIA are going to pick up the pace, and they do get the opening pick onto Techno.
Yeah, he was just not ready for it, and you have to be. I don't know why you would ever be there without having the gun out and absolutely ready to fight, but they're still doing a great job getting back into it. Smoke up on the high ground there just to try and see if they can maybe slow them down. Yuri and Keserato, they're jumping right through. Very scary stuff. I don't know why they're coming through the smoke. No bomb's been planted. Keserato, double on the Tech 9, 9-10, trying to hold it, but he can't. Yuri takes him down, and it will be a 6th round for FURIA, where the Mongols decide that the best course of action is to jump through that smoke, in spite of the fact that they had a 4-on-2 and there was no bomb plant, there was no pressure. In theory, they could have waited out the entire smoke and still probably just gone for the defuse without any real stress. So I'm so confused. What a first half this has been.
Yeah, you can't say that there hasn't been a lot to discuss, a lot to digest about this game. Ridiculous. 6-6 come the end of the half. Players deep in thought, pensive on the side of the Mongols, but they have the opportunity to return the favor now on the second pistol round. Again, Messinio and pistol rounds go hand in hand. His aim mechanics are so perfectly tailor-made for these kinds of positions, so wouldn't be surprised. I think he got 2 in the first pistol on the side of the Mongols. We'll see if he can do any better this time.
I mean, just again to reframe where we are in the match here. This is Elimination on the line for FURIA, having lost the first map already. They are very, very close to getting knocked out. So having this much of a chaotic start where you can kind of really get your game up and running, got to be a little bit frustrating, but at the same time, they get up to 6 rounds. So they're probably going to, yeah, you can see they're pretty excited right now, fighting to keep South NACS alive at the moment. And so Messinio, he's sparing the desk at least. That's good news.
Yeah, we've had a couple of incidents with the desk today. No surprise it's the Falcons. May surprise you which player it was, though.
It's spreading. It's contagious.
True. They actually sit next to each other as well, I think, so...
Desk slammeritis. So,
yeah.
Terrible condition.
So if it does spread, the next game you'll see Kixan kick his table, punch it, whatever. How they stuck downstairs already? 9-10's downstairs. No information gathered by FURIA either. They have no idea about this.
Okay, they're going to push the ramp. I was going to say, are they going to try and open the door on top at the same time? But that's not going to happen. They're just going to try and go for it here. And I like it. Yuri going down very early on. Fallen. Yeah, going to get a chance to reload, but he's under a lot of pressure. You can see sandwiched in. Not at all fun back there. I'm shocked that he's living for as long as he is. Nobody's coming for him either. He's only the captain of the team, guys. You know, just let him be alone there. It's fine. Don't try and help him.
A mutiny, perhaps. For
well, there is no captain going down with the ship thing, right? So I guess that's, you know, it's like... Don't put on the hat if you're not ready. Nice kill outside as well. Kind of funny. Cello alone, and there's not a single casualty on the Mongol side.
It's that man again. It's Messinio. He may have only got one, but he got the first kill onto ramp, which really isolated Fallen on that back box. There it is, Yuri. Much cleaner, much better looking round for the Mongols. I thought for a second that Blitz was going to get dirty with a knife, but he decided against that decision. Took the kill where he could, and the Mongols now forcing FURIA into a pretty rough pie. But I mean, I'm not taking anything for granted here, Anders.
No. Let's just not make any predictions. Let's just keep an open mind, you know, just kind of bear witness to what's happened really more than anything else.
Just let events unfold. Nature take its course.
Yeah.
The concern is Skull's on 3 kills right now, and that's not ideal.
I feel like it's not the first time that we've seen this either. Not to try and point the finger too much, but I remember a couple of maps that we casted already where it felt like Skulls was, you know, lacking in output. So that's a bit of a shame right now. They need everything they can get. K-Serato is still playing really well. Cello and Yuri are chiming in there, but Fallen and Skulls at the moment, we're gonna have to see something more. And I mean, again, they don't have the runway to like get slowly into the second half. It really has to be quick.
It would be a peak for how this game has gone if FURIA were to hold the line with this weaponry. And the Mongols, they're not doing themselves too many favors by playing this much time off the clock. They need to start to make a decision.
There's not a single defender on the A-bomb side. Now, we've got one guy jumping in, but that is not going to be enough to hold it. It's just going to be a very late A-take. Scout coming in, like really a 5-7 and a scout. Maybe, I guess. Techno goes down early. Skulls, he's going to get another one. They have left it very late in the hour to actually try and get onto this A site. Fallen tacks up another one. 10 seconds left. He's going to get a shot on the Blitz, and the round will go their way. The Mongols, you know, they needed a nap, and I can respect that. The floor there in lobby is not the most comfortable, but, you know, if you're used to a hard bet, I guess it can make for a nice resting place.
Oh my, what were they waiting for? Like, were they expecting a lobby crunch maybe late on, maybe an over-rotation? But you're playing with 15 seconds left with no information. It's like, yes, the site was clear as you highlighted, but eventually FURIA are going to plug that gap when it gets down to 20 seconds. I have no idea what the hell that call was from Blitz.
Here we go. Okay, ramp rushes in. Yuri under a little bit of trouble here, but actually excellent double kill. They are going to give over that AK, but who cares? They've got the man lead. This is where you want to see some leadership out of Fallen. Everybody take a deep breath. Don't go fighting. Just don't lose this. You've got the man advantage here. Techno will take down K-Serato. There's no bomb plant. You're not in a hurry to take this battle. Cello, gonna open it up. That's okay, but just don't commit to it here. We need communication out of the side of FURIA. This is critical.
Plant down, Mazzinho with the AK, Techno with the A1S in decent positions. Now they don't have anything in terms of grenades, like blockading off with a molly or a smoke, and there's tons of util for FURIA, but they still need to move into position. Fallen now just getting down the vents, a third of the timer already ticked away. They do have the one kid, but it's in the hands of Cello, and he's gone down first on Decon. Surely not again. Another pistol round. The Shadow betraying Fallen, but he still somehow holds on, and there's the final frag. They have the kits, they should have enough time for the defuse, and FURIA bringing a bit more sanity onto the server.
It's so unbelievably close. That first shot that Mazzinho hit in the afterplant, it looked to me like he was walking the other way on the radar, but fair enough. Nicely done for FURIA. And it's close this round, but at least they slow it down. At least there's something like regular. That's the one click on Cello there. At least they managed to communicate. They managed to talk to each other about what they're actually doing instead of just a bunch of people fighting all on their own. So bomb was planted for Mongols, which means they're going to be able to afford another force up into this one. But FURIA, it's a big step in the right direction. If they can shut this next one down, they might be in a prime position to pick up Nuke and force that third map on Anubis.
Just have to repel a couple of ecos, force buys in such a good spot. And although Skulls, a couple of rounds ago, we were talking about 3 frags, he's doubled up to 6. Good news on the side of FURIA. They got all 5 players together, united as an overall force, but Techno takes a little bit of damage through the smoke. It's not going to stop Mongols from pushing forward. It's so rough, though. Like, they're throwing in their mollies there. They've got smokes as well coming in. But FURIA have 3 players up here on the A site, and a fast rotation is available. Skulls has been spotted, but throws the molly down.
It's first to get deleted here. Nice attempt to try and see if he can wrap around that mini position. It does open up for the rest of the team. If he would have had that kill there, he could have allowed the rest of the team to get out of the squeak door and towards the A-bomb side. Not going to be the case. 40 seconds here. They've got ramp, but doesn't really matter. FURIA, they don't need to do anything. They've already got 2 people down below. They've got Fallen covering this side of it. And the Mongols, I mean, we already seen them once kind of run out of time. This is another round where that's very, very likely to happen. 20 seconds to try and get up the ladder, or, you know, call it off and go back to the B-bomb site. But none of those 2 choices are going to be easy. 14 seconds.
30 seconds. Like, you just hold W. Oh, Senzu! Oh, got baited out, but there's another player here in the form of Skulls. That may just steal the deal up. There's not enough time for the plant. The crossfire is exquisite. Cello with 2, Skulls with 2, and FURIA now moving into such a good position. But man, the Mongols, like, that's a bit more understandable for me, Anders, because they had such a bad buy and a lack of grenades for the most part. But, like, how many rounds are we going to see them try and push on with, like, 5-10 seconds on the clock?
I mean, the fact that they got the kill on Fallen at all is kind of ridiculous, but it's good to see FURIA able to stabilize it once again. And, I mean, you're not wrong. The fact that there's so little time left, it's hard for Mongols to make any kind of rational fight happen from that high ground position. If there was 30 seconds left in that moment, they can take a deep breath and try and figure out if they can isolate some fights once they're on heaven, but they obviously don't have the time, so instead it becomes just a flood into the bomb site. A little bit too much here. A 9-7 scoreline. And there is no bomb plant. There is no money here. So, yeah, they've bought, you know, a couple of upgraded pistols, but FURIA in a good position here to pick this one up. The bomb being delivered right to the feet of Keserato. And he's going to call it in as well and say, I've got the bomb right here. So, yeah, just make sure that they never really pick it up again. And they're cleaning it up. The most normal round we've seen on Nuke yet here, Vince. It's finally happening.
Ooh, nice touchdown. Yeah, exactly. They didn't even lose a point of health between the 5 of them this round. So this is so much cleaner than anything that we've really seen into this map. And that will be a concern for the Mongols because their CT side, they just couldn't string together any kind of proper solid defense. And now FURIA have won the last 2 rounds back-to-back. They've repelled a full buy. They've repelled an eco convincingly. Now, we're in an interesting spot as well where the Mongols have played exceptionally slow. Timeout's been called. Is it too much of an obvious telegraphed play to go for a straight-up rush at this stage?
Yeah, that is... It's that's a hard thing to call, you're right. And also, You know that there's going to be some amount of money on the FURIA side, so rushing the A-bomb side when you're running into utility, it can be done, but it is somewhat risky. There's still a million things that we haven't almost seen any normal strategies on Nuke yet. So I guess in that sense, the playbook is really open for MongolZ to try and do a bunch of different things. But maybe you do just want to test the default outside and just kind of see like what happens if we throw the yard smokes and try and make a cross. If we don't throw the yard smokes, however, for whatever reason, we are going to get shut down.
God. Kills.
It's actually
okay, Serrano. He can't do anything, and yeah, they finally picked up the pace, and they've got the kills they were looking for. But Yuri does have control of the bomb. This may not be done just yet. They have to still pull through that Molotov. Yuri's being on point.
Yeah.
Can he snatch away this round?
It's not impossible at all. They are going to be trying to swing him at the same time, get the spacing just right, but it's not going to happen. Sensu with a kill in return. 3 on him, and a very strange round here. The fact that they tried to go yard with no smokes, I get, okay, fine, they wanted to attack mini right afterwards, but it's so close to going horribly wrong here. This kill for Cello is a really fine start. It's Messinio who's opening up. The fact that Messinio gets those kills, it means the rest of the players who would have been fighting mini, now they're busy, worrying about the A-bomb site. So if not for Messinio and that double kill, I think FURIA still have it on lockdown pretty much, but 10-8 instead. And we're going to see round number 19 unfolding pretty quickly. Deep Incendiary to try and slow down this advancement, but Blitz is not really looking to be slowed down. This time we have some yard smokes, so yeah, he's going to be allowed to make the way fully across. Pretty good move.
No one was close either, so they're not entirely sure as to whether a player has dipped down a secret. That's going to force Cello's hand to rotate. He doesn't know how close Blitz is and nearly gets punished for it, but somehow stands his ground to deal the fatal damage on Blitz. That looked like Cello was a dead man.
Yeah, he started the fight by tossing a smoke straight at him, and it's probably not a good idea. Unfortunately, he's going to go down. There's absolutely nobody else down here to defend, so bomb plant is incoming, and there's actually a really big question right now if you should save. I know it's a 4-on-4, but on a Nuke, it's not uncommon to just sort of pick it up. Oh, now they're going to get baited into it. Skulls gets the kill. You can see they were walking away. This is an easy round for FURIA to try to go for the retake now and lose absolutely everything. I'm calling it now.
They're being slow as well. Formal to try and get a pick, and that could be the call. I think the AWP dropped in an awkward spot, but you've nailed it, Anders. Oh, they got baited in. Hook, line, and sinker. It looks like they can still save the AWP and the M4, so it's not a complete catastrophe. But it will be the MongolZ tying that deficit to just the one round, and it does seem like K Serato and Skulls will be able to survive.
They saved the AWP, like you said. It was almost in a bit of an awkward position, but they managed to pick it up nonetheless. So it's not completely disastrous. It's hard even to blame FURIA for changing their mind when Skulls get the early kill, and it does become a 4-on-3. Because if you're not going to go for a 4-on-3 retake, then that doesn't feel good as a team, right? You say, oh, we've got a man advantage, and we're going to give up the round. That could be, I think, it could do some damage to the team morale. But unfortunately, it is a classic scenario. They keep a couple of rifles alive at the very least. But the MongolZ are making this a very tough game. 10-9, and money looking questionable all over the place. This is going to be a struggle all the way to the end.
Yeah, it's going to be no easy rounds. It has been a real back and forth slug of a match. Just exchanging haymakers in the center of the ring, the two teams. But with that save, they can scrape together a bye. However, all of that saved up cash has now been burnt.
Fallen out here. Ready. If anyone's going to be up on the silo, Blitz again. Being allowed to make this cross, and interesting to see FURIA not make more out of trying to blow open the smokes out there. It's going to allow MongolZ quite a lot of map control. There's a reason why so many people are doing it, and there's a reason why T-sides now are being forced into throwing sometimes all 5 smokes in the yard. It's not at all uncommon that that happens on Nuke, that you actually commit your entire arsenal of smokes just to cross the yard position. Because sometimes, you smoke and you re-smoke, or you quite literally throw 2 walls out there. So FURIA, though, are kind of letting them get away with a bit more. Sensu with a wild jump straight into the scope of Fallen. It's a nice opening. FURIA need this. They don't have the money to buy it. It has to be right here. If they want a chance at a third map, if they are trying to avoid elimination, it has to work now. 9-10 going to be taken out of Fallen, and we're into a 4 versus 4 with 40 seconds left. I'm not worried yet, Vince, but soon I will be for the Mongols.
Oh, KSRATO has the perfect angle, though, and Blitz did not see that coming. Just moved down from the heaven position. The thing is, when you see Fallen out in that position with the AWP, you're going to assume that someone's in lockers or heaven. So understandable why Blitz goes in, but then meanwhile, Mazinho's getting hot and heavy. May not realize that Yuri's down in shadow, and 9-10's going for the plant, but he's about to get denied. And that's not going to be the plant getting finalized either. So now Mazinho has so many angles to cover by himself. He's not sure where the MP9's gone at this stage, but he's caught in transition. Takes down one, though, and somehow surviving, thriving, but he can't get the clutch. So close with KSRATO on 22. But he's got just about enough health to get it done.
That is absolutely absurd. I can't believe he could have won it right then and there, Mazinho. If anything touches him on the ramp, that's it. He's getting it. You know what? Absolutely hilarious. Yuri, who's playing with that MP9 in the dark position, he basically sells out Cello. You can see Cello goes down here, and Yuri is there. He could have done something to maybe swing and revenge the kill, but he's like, no, I'm gonna wait until that bomb. And it's a really good play. Like, it works out perfectly, but it did look funny. If I'm Cello, I'm gonna be like, come on, like, why am I getting shot from that direction? But sometimes, as Yanko famously said, it's a fine line between baiting and teamwork. Classic Counter-Strike saying.
100%. I think that's a really good point to raise. It's like, yeah, Cello could be disappointed, but at the same time, he realizes by Yuri staying in the shadow position and basically baiting him out, he denies the bomb plant and he effectively gives him the best possibility to win. And Mazinho just went huge there as well, by the way. Like, he's going to be so sad he didn't get that clutch. He went above and beyond what he really could have done. So, understandable bait, but now into this next round, it's going to be a bit of a pincer, and it's the two MP9s that sing in unison. It's another one to Yuri, and the Mongols are being just straight up steamrolled out of this round. Still with 2 players, though, still with a chance.
There is a bit of one. Again, Sinio, he's been terrifying. Force pushes in through the debris of the HE, and he gets the double. What a setup! He's going to swap it for the EWP. Solo on health, and he's ready! Takes down Cello. Once again, the baby-faced assassin is back, and he's decimated FURIA.
Oh my word. Mazinho's playing just S-tier Counter-Strike. He's playing out of his mind. He's desperately trying to get all his teammates on his back and carry them. Get the man a chiropractor. Get him a massage, whatever he needs. Unbelievable. Picking up Yorp at the end, knowing that he's low HP. He has that one-and-done potential with the sniper. And he's feeling himself, and why the hell not? Unbelievable.
That's a play, that entire sequence, right? They don't have a flashbang, so they set up with the HE, obscuring the fact that he's actually running through to fight them. Nothing can go wrong. There is no margin for error. If he slips up even for a second, he's instantly dead. Same with the AWP at the end with the health that's left. Absolutely sickening stuff coming out. Mazinho trying the best that he can to send FURIA back home to South NA. It's getting close.
Yeah, he is single-handedly right now trying to put an end to FURIA's tournament prospects. 25-13. Nearest player on his team is Blitz on 16 kills. And KSRATO on 22 has had a very solid game, but it's the impact as well, Anders. It's not just the 25 kills. It's how many times he broken the economy. How many times he pulled off 2 or 3 kills out of nowhere.
Second to get the kill here. Economy wrecked. Oh. Was that the last bullet as well, or did he just swap to the pistol? That was actually, I wish we could see that in slow motion. That looked so cool. Like, he just rattled off the last of the MAC-10 while he was jumping, and somehow that worked. Well done.
We're tied up. 11 apiece. First map ended incredibly close. Nuke will be the same. Do we go the full round? Do we maybe even have just a whiff, a hint of OT in the air?
Techno's actually smiling himself at that one. All right. I mean, why not? We haven't had any knife or Zeus kills yet, so why not get into some overtime so we can have, you know, the full menu of craziness here. That's not the smoke that they were looking for at all. Smoking that crane in the middle. Bit of an odd choice. 11-11. It's going to be very low utility right now for the side of FURIA. They do not have the defuse kit either. They've got to stop this bomb from going down, which is an issue because they're already down below with it. There are no CTs here. This could actually be a very, very tough 10-second defuse. Like, I don't see a world in which the bomb is not going to get planted here.
I guess there's a method to the madness of how slow the Mongols were playing at the start of this T side. FURIA have been conditioned to not necessarily fully believe that this wall smoke execute outside means they're going to push it. And this, of course, is the round where that is the case, and they've done it quickly. They've already got control over the control room itself. They've pushed downstairs. They're in decon, ready to explode out. Going to be checking all of their angles and realize the bomb is completely bereft of any CTs. And like you said, no kit trying to go for a retake, being smoked and molotoved off. Do FURIA just go for a 5-player defense here and just save?
Yeah, you probably should. Again, it's a tragic thing to have to say. But if you think about what's on the line, you're going to be fighting for overtime. There's 2 bomb sites, Vince. You pretty much have to try and defend both of them. I guess you don't have to, actually. You are allowed to not defend any of them if you really want to. But traditionally, you try and do both.
And if you don't, this is the outcome. They will look like they'll save all 5 weapons, though. However, the Mongols have a pretty solid economy now. They're going to have an easy buy into the next one, but probably don't want to give away AKs to the CTs. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword. However, whichever way you spin it, 12-11, the Mongols now with a match point, elimination point on the line on the side of FURIA. The gamble did not work. Where do they go from here?
It's a sick plan as well, isn't it? Like, guys, if they come A, we are going to win 100% of the time. And somebody's going to be like, what if they go B? And Fallen's like, shut up. Just shut up.
Shut your mouth.
How dare you? It's going to be the 24. Oh, it's the double grenade. Queserato getting blown up without even a chance to respond. That's such a neat little trick. It's not something that's going to work, obviously. It's going to work once in a map, but saving it right to the end. And you said it as well. They've changed the pace quite a bit here. The Mongols started off very slow, painfully slow, in fact. Blitz, is he going to get flashed through? He's going to walk straight through, and somehow that works. There's not even any grenade throw. Cello, he can't believe his eyes. Why would that ever happen? And why would it work?
Oh, Fallen's crosshair was way too high. I'm not sure if he's expecting to get peeked from the upper angle, but oh dear. It looks like this might be the end. Yuri in a 1-on-4 to save FURIA, to keep them at PGL Bucharest. The Mongols were 0-2, and they've battled valiantly to get themselves back into this tournament. And it's looking like they're going to seal the deal and have another stay of execution. Yuri, though, we'll be able to hear the footsteps of Mazinho momentarily, but that is only the tip of the iceberg for the issues he's going to have to contend with.
Gets the first one there, but they are so ready. Got to think it is not going to be enough. The Mongols will stay alive, and for FURIA, it's a long plane ride home. Unfortunately for them, down here in the lower bracket, you know, we're not taking any hostage or anything else like that. The Mongols on an upward trajectory, and really, really impressive work for them. A 2-0 victory, but you know, when people see the scoreline later on, when they check how the game went, they're gonna have no idea how crazy of a series this was.
They're gonna have no idea what we experienced in that first half of Nuke. You know, I feel like I need a t-shirt like I survived the first half of Nuke, Mongols versus FURIA. I had shades of Nip versus Amcal for a few moments there, I'm not gonna lie.
Shout out to the legendary matchup. Yeah, maybe they were inspired by that. It certainly was. It was interesting. It was different, and sometimes you have to, you know, to appreciate that all on its own. But not the kind of game that we're used to seeing. Fist bumps all around, and yeah, for the Mongols, I mean, they're not out of the woods yet. They're going to have to battle on in the tournament. They have improved, and things have looked better, but they definitely still don't look fully like themselves. So hopefully, you know, every day from here on out, it's just going to get better and better. They're trying something really, really tricky, which is recovering from that early couple of losses that they took. Right, their first 2 series ended up being a loss for them.
Yeah, and they played really poor in those 2 series as well. I mean, Apogee were a bit of a revelation. Jacob, in particular with Hypex, looked so damn good, but still Mongols will be bitterly disappointed at that outcome. But they have managed to just dig their feet in. And listen, if they get through to the playoffs here and they end up winning this entire tournament as many people expected, then if anything, it's even more of a testament to their just ability to weather the storm. And it would definitely be a good sign for the Mongols, because one thing that people have often thrown in their direction is they can sometimes be kind of like choke artists, you know, especially when you get to playoffs. They're not necessarily the most tenacious of teams. This is a great opportunity for them, a great learning opportunity and experience for them to now get this one done. And in particular, I want to highlight Mazzinho. This guy was insane. So many clutches, so many highlight moments like you're seeing right now on the screen with this last AWP shot was huge. At 11-9 down, he basically saved his team from going to a 3rd map. And in both maps, the guy was unbelievably good.
Yeah, I think that's really important. We could already do like a whole highlight reel of just Mazzinho in this particular series. So sick to see him step it up and carry his team across the line. Like you said, definitely going to be a 3rd map if they end up losing some of those clutches. He'll nuke here. But he was there for them at the end. Look at this. Look at how close this was. 13-9, 13-11. You know, for FURIA, I think on both maps, like we said, even on the opening one on Mirage, there were opportunities for FURIA to turn it around and maybe even win that map. So I guess we got robbed of Anubis, which I am a little bit sad about, but I'm not sad about Mongols moving on. They are such a fun team. It's the reason why they are the community favorites. Obviously, standout player here is going to be Mazzinho. It had to be.
Yeah, it was only ever going to be Mazzinho, realistically. If nothing else, I think that Nuke performance by itself definitely justified that being the case. And, I mean, the guy dropped 44 kills over 2 maps. You know, that kind of paints the full picture. But additionally, it wasn't like FURIA just totally didn't arrive to the server. Yuri was great in the first map. K Serato was rock solid in the second map. So the Mongols haven't had an easy game against FURIA by any stretch of the imagination, but they just had a little bit too much class at the end.
They did. They managed to survive, and I mean, hopefully, again for the Mongols, Mazzinho keep up that same level. 9-10 with the AWP, but the first map as well was, I think, really solid here. Some of the results coming in. I think Apogee ended up losing that earlier game, and it was pretty swiftly against Aurora, I believe, on 2 maps. So, yeah, this is what we've got. Some interesting teams moving forward. I think for me, it's excited to see GamerLegion up there, Complexity as well. Maybe not too surprised by 3D Max, even though, again, if you look at the sort of overall list of names here, it's probably more interesting that MongolZ and FaZe Clan have been struggling to try and make their way through. But there's still some teams to make it in there. Everyone in that 2-2 situation. So it's gonna be real fiery from here on out for the rest of the tournament to see who can make the playoffs. I'm definitely looking forward to it.
Oh, Falcons versus the Mongols.
Holy.
Hello. Oh boy.
Let's go.
That is I'm gonna have to say absolute cinema, isn't it, really? Like you think of the teams that the Mongols and Falcons have beat to get to this point, and now they have to play against each other. The loser is eliminated and the victor goes through to the playoffs. That is such an interesting game. But so are the other two, like Apogee against FaZe. I'm really curious to see if the Poles can keep doing it. These are high-level opposition they've beat so far. They beat the Mongols earlier on in the tournament, so all 3 of these games are super interesting, but Falcons and Mongols, bro, that is a banger.
Yeah, I am definitely going to be tuning in through all of those. Of course, Vince, we're not going to be casting it. Same with Hugo and Harry. I believe this is the end of the B stream for the tournament. But it's been super enjoyable. You guys have been really well behaved over on Twitch chat. I've seen you behaving like true gentlemen. And I had a fantastic time, Vince. Obviously, it's good to be casting again. I think you said this was like 2016 was the last time we actually had a chance to cast together, which is unbelievable. I actually can't believe that's true. All part of my elaborate plan to eventually take up a life insurance of myself, and then you are going to disappear one day, and it's going to be a whole thing there. So it's in the making,
You heard it here first. And also, Anders, 2016, and it was PGL Bucharest. So
damn,
crazy.
Well, let's go. Good to be back, and shout out to you guys. Remember to tune into the main stream tomorrow, where the guys over at the studio are going to treat you to some fantastic games. I have no doubts about it. So we'll see you there, and just enjoy the rest of your day. Peace out.